Marshall Peak, Chapter 5423, Void Ant Spiders. Although Yong Kai hoped that the sheep-headed royal lord could get him out of this place, the other party was naturally not so kind-hearted. As long as the royal lord could corrupt these 5 small ant spiders with blacking strength, he could take control of Yong Kai. Seeing that the dark tide was about to swallow the little ant spiders, Yong Kai activated his divine sense and sent a transmission to the 2 larger spiders. If you keep watching and do nothing, your children will be doomed. He's a black ink clansman. Yong Kai had no idea if these 2 large ant spiders had any spirituality, nor could he be certain whether they understood what he said. However, if he wanted to survive today, he had to provoke them into action. The best outcome would be the large ant spiders getting into a fight with the royal lord. That way, he could watch the show from the sidelines. Nevertheless, Yong Kai was bound to be disappointed, for the large ant spiders were unperturbed by his words. Even though they still remained in their nest, they just stared vigilantly at the royal lord without acting. Unlike Yong Kai, this royal lord gave off a great sense of danger, which was why they had to keep their guard up, yet didn't dare make any rash moves. At this point, the dark tide had engulfed the 5 small ant spiders, which were unable to resist as the black ink strength instantly corrupted them. In just a moment, they were stained with black ink strength, and their originally bright eyes turned dark. Finally realizing something was wrong, the 2 large ant spiders started squirming anxiously and hissed. The little ant spiders turned violent all of a sudden. They spat out threads of silk that turned into spider webs that further restrained Yong Kai. The spider webs were not only robust, but also able to trap people. Yong Kai had suffered a setback because of them already, so he was wary of such things. Understanding the situation was deteriorating, he directly used Golden Crow Cast the Sun. A great sun leaped from behind him, and a golden crow caught as a scorching heat spread out. Many spider webs melted, but they came in such large quantities that even Golden Crow Cast the Sun was unable to ward them all off. Within moments, the great sun disappeared, and the spider webs covered Yong Kai, wrapping him up tight. The little ant spiders surrounded him and wielded their legs. However, as soon as they got close, Yong Kai's figure faded and disappeared. It was nothing more than an illusion. Just as the little ant spiders were baffled, Yong Kai appeared in front of one of them with his spear in hand. With a solemn expression, he surged his world force as his azure dragon spear transformed into innumerable spear shadows and engulfed the ant spider. In an instant, the little ant spider was rooted to the spot. All its eyes exploded, and green liquid burst out of its wounds. Following that, even its head exploded. At that moment earlier, Yong Kai had struck the ant spider countless times. Sparks were formed as his azure dragon spear came into contact with its armored head. Even though these little ant spiders had strange abilities and formidable strength, they were still just equivalent to 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Therefore, it wasn't hard for Yong Kai to kill them. The reason he didn't make a move earlier was that the spider webs in the void had greatly restricted his movements. Moreover, he was wary of the 2 large ant spiders, so he didn't dare to kill the little ones. Now, he had no choice, for the royal lord had corrupted the little ant spiders. If Yong Kai didn't kill them, he would be trapped here forever. As for what would happen after he killed them, that was the last of his concerns. The moment the little ant spider was killed, the other 4 were astounded as they hurriedly retreated. The 2 large ant spiders, which had been hiding in the nest, were startled for a moment before they became enraged. They started hissing angrily as they climbed through the webs and came at Yong Kai. Before they even arrived, one pointed leg scythed at Yong Kai. Surprisingly, Yong Kai saw the shadow of a space secret technique in that attack. The pointed leg broke through the blockage of space and stabbed at him. A flabbergasted Yong Kai knew that he had underestimated these large ant spiders, so he promptly raised his spear to block the attack. The next instant, A violent force came right at his face, and his azure dragon spear was almost knocked away from him. Upon impact, he was sent flying away while he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Shortly after that, he fell into a spider web with his limbs spread wide. Regardless of how hard he tried, he was unable to break free from the restraint. The other large ant spider that hadn't made a move charged forward. Its figure was elusive, and with the blessing of space principles, it kept disappearing and reappearing as it approached Yang Kai. Seeing that, Yang Kai felt his heart thumping in his chest, knowing that the void ant spiders had cultivated the Tao of space. Perhaps it was their bloodline talent. What are you waiting for? Faced with the danger, Yang Kai growled as a golden light radiated from him, and Song's aura spread out again. The royal lord's face fell when he saw that. He initially wanted to use the ant spiders to kill Yang Kai, but he had no choice now but to order the 4 little ant spiders to protect him. While reaching for Yang Kai, the large ant spider was evidently startled. It had no idea why its children were going against it. Then it started hissing as though it was communicating with the smaller ant spiders, but having been corrupted by black ink strength, the little ant spiders ignored it and started attacking. At that instant, the large ant spider was flustered. The large ant spider that had attacked Yang Kai earlier probably had some degree of sentience, and realizing something, it spat out a web to cover the royal lord in the distance. The royal lord snorted and evaded the spider web. However, the spider web expanded suddenly and covered a vast area of the void. The surprised royal lord was instantly trapped, and before he could destroy the spider web, the large ant spider dashed towards him. Still stuck to the spider web, Yang Kai was ecstatic when he saw that, as he complained to himself, they should have just fought from the start. With no one harassing him anymore, he could now find a chance to flee. Without hesitation, Yang Kai surged his golden crow's true fire. The silk threads were robust and sticky, but based on his previous experience of using golden crow cast the sun, Yang Kai was confident that he could destroy these spider webs with his flames. This time, he summoned his golden crow's true fire as his world force burned madly. Soon he turned into a fireball, and, as expected, the spider webs around him began melting. When the royal lord, who was fighting against the large ant spider, saw this, he widened his eyes in disbelief and raised his hand to swat the ant spider away. Although the large ant spider had a power that was equivalent to the peak of the 8th Order, and the royal lord was heavily injured, there was still a huge gap between their strengths. If the royal lord wanted to kill the large ant spider, it would only take him 10 breaths to do so. On the other hand, Yang Kai, who had just broken free from the spider web, felt his chest tightening as he realized he had underestimated the royal lord. He was secretly glad that he didn't decide to ambush him after leaving the dense fog celestial phenomenon a while back. Back then, by using the demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai could see that the royal lord was horribly injured and even had the urge to fight it out with him. Now, it was apparent that if he had done so, he would have ended up in a horrible state. Although the royal lord had been weakened, he was still significantly more powerful than Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help but admire himself for being able to escape from this royal lord for such a long time. After driving the large ant spider off, the royal lord immediately tried to pin down Yang Kai. However, the large ant spider came at him again. Infuriated, the royal lord threw out his fist with greater strength than the previous time, and a dent was instantly formed on the ant spider's head. It wasn't clear whether it was dead or alive at this point. Then the royal lord bolted towards Yang Kai. Currently, Yang Kai's figure was burning with fire as he broke through layers of spider webs. 3 breaths of time later, there were no more restraints. Then he activated purifying light and blocked the royal lord's aura. The next instant, space principles undulated as he disappeared from the spot. The moment Yang Kai disappeared, the royal lord's aura exploded. After such a long time, the royal lord had learned how to deal with Yong Kai's instantaneous movement. If he did nothing, this seventh-order human could move across a vast distance with ease. And although he was unable to stop Yong Kai from using instantaneous movement altogether, he could effectively interrupt the latter by bombarding the void with his aura. As expected, barely 1,000,000 kilometers away, Yong Kai fell from the void, while spitting blood. Without turning his head, he continued charging forward. "You think you can escape?" Incensed, the royal lord raced after him. After they were gone, the large ant spider with a dent in its head shook its body and turned to look at its partner and 4 children that were still locked in an intense battle. Even though the little ant spiders were no match for the large ant spider, the latter didn't have the heart to kill them. Yong Kai and the royal lord seemed to have returned to the time before they had barged into the dense fog, celestial phenomenon. They traversed the expansive void as one ran away from the other. After crossing many billions of kilometers, they realized that there were no more worn-out divine abilities and restrictions left in the void. It seemed that they were no longer in the late ancient era battlefield. Even more wonderful celestial phenomena came into Yong Kai's sight, and they came in a significantly larger quantity than what could be seen on the late ancient era battlefield. Yong Kai couldn't help but think that perhaps in the late ancient era, that particular battlefield was also filled with celestial phenomena. However, many of them must have been destroyed during the epic conflict. Every celestial phenomenon exuded a very dangerous aura, and having suffered a setback in the dense fog celestial phenomenon, Yong Kai was wary of them now, and would not dare to dive into any of them again. Of course, inside the dense fog celestial phenomenon, Yong Kai wasn't the only one who had been made miserable. Even the royal lord had suffered a huge setback in that place, as all his current wounds were formed while he was in the dense fog celestial phenomenon. Right now, Yong Kai didn't even have time to stop and activate the universe transference law. If he could activate the universe transference law, he could make use of it to locate a purifying black ink battleship and rendezvous with his fellow humans, but that was currently impossible. Moreover, he had already lost his way, so he wasn't sure how far away the purifying black ink battleships were from him. Even if he used the universe transference law, he probably couldn't connect to the universe array on board, one of the purifying black ink battleships. After years of fleeing, he was still in an unfavorable position. Marshall Peak, Chapter 54-24, Great Sea. Every time Yong Kai used instantaneous movement, he would be struck by the sheep-headed royal lord. He could certainly bear the consequences of getting struck 1 or 2 times, but he had forgotten how many times he had been lambasted now. After getting wounded repeatedly over the months, Yong Kai found it hard to heal his wounds despite having a dragon vein. On the other hand, the royal lord remained the same as his injuries didn't seem to exacerbate. Yong Kai had to activate instantaneous movement more frequently, which meant that it was getting harder for him to shake off the royal lord. After some quick calculations, he realized that if nothing was done, he would be caught after less than half a year. If his wounds were exacerbated, things would only get worse. That was why Yong Kai realized he had to make use of another celestial phenomenon. Regardless of how strange those celestial phenomena were, he would be doomed if he didn't do something. By making use of a celestial phenomenon, there was a chance he could survive. Upon making up his mind, Yong Kai continued to escape while scanning his surroundings. 2 months later, a vast area of blue that covered the void came into view. Yong Kai fell into something of a daze at this sight. Although he had seen quite a number of celestial phenomena so far, the one before his eyes was definitely the largest and most staggering. With it still being so far away, Yong Kai had no idea what this celestial phenomenon was, so he could only quicken his pace. The royal lord behind him saw the celestial phenomenon as well and realized Yong Kai's intention. So he also hastened himself. As he pushed his black ink strength, his speed increased. After what happened inside the dense fog, celestial phenomenon, he couldn't risk letting Yong Kai enter another one. Yong Kai's expression changed when he realized the royal lord's aura was getting closer to him. Without hesitation, he manipulated space principles and left using instantaneous movement. The next instant, he fell from the void and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Even so, he happened to find himself right in front of the celestial phenomenon. When Yong Kai made out what the celestial phenomenon was, he was astounded. From afar, he could see that the celestial phenomenon was vividly blue, but he had no idea what it was. It wasn't until he was right in front of it that he realized it was a great sea celestial phenomenon. It was a great sea that occupied a massive region of the void. Before this, if anyone told him that there was a great sea floating in the void, he wouldn't have believed them. But at this moment, there was indeed a vast ocean before his eyes. He couldn't help but think that there were too many unknown secrets in the universe. However, the great sea seemed to be dead. The water was so still there wasn't even a ripple. At the same time, Yong Kai failed to detect any danger coming from it. However, he had learned from his experience with the dense fog celestial phenomenon that he shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Only by entering this great sea would he find out if there was any danger inside. Standing in front of the great sea, Yong Kai turned around and saw the royal lord charging towards him with an anxious expression on his face. His inaction seemed to have made the royal lord misunderstand something, though, as he shouted, "Given your current state, you'll undoubtedly die if you go in. Why not just surrender without a fight?" Yong Kai grinned at the royal lord before cocking his head to spit out some blood. After cursing the royal lord, he turned around and leaped into the sea boldly and without hesitation, with the thought that if he was going to die, it would be on his terms, not at the hands of the enemy. The royal lord's expression changed, stunned by Yong Kai's resoluteness. A moment later, he reached the great sea and scanned it. Next, he pushed his black ink strength to engulf himself and plunged into the celestial phenomenon. Soon, the royal lord leapt out of the great sea with a gloomy expression. The great sea appeared perfectly tranquil from outside, but the moment he entered, he realized it was extremely turbulent inside. The currents were complex and intertwined and moved with astonishing force inside the great sea. The royal lord was shocked to find that the undercurrents were so violent that he was unable to withstand them despite his strength. 3 breaths of time after he entered it, his black ink strength protection was already heavily worn down. Fortunately, the great sea celestial phenomenon was unlike the previous one. When he barged into the dense fog celestial phenomenon back then, he was unable to leave no matter how he tried. However, he was able to break free from the undercurrents here with brute force. The royal lord didn't think the 7th-order human, named Yong Kai, could survive in such an environment. Besides believing that Yong Kai was doomed to die, he also understood that the currents in the great sea were constantly shifting, so finding him would be all but impossible. As he hovered in the void, a myriad of expressions came over the royal lord's face. After debating on it for a moment, he turned around and left. Soon, he moved a dead universe world to the periphery of the great sea. There were countless dead universe worlds like this one in the void. As he pursued Yong Kai all this time, he had come across many of them. Therefore, it wasn't hard to find one. The universe world was fairly large, but compared with the great sea, it was like an ant standing in front of an elephant. The royal lord stared fixedly at the great sea for a moment before spitting some extremely pure and dense black ink strength from his mouth. The black ink strength didn't dissipate like normal, however, and soon condensed into a flower bud. It was a black ink nest. Royal lords like him, who came out of the primordial heavens, source grand restriction, each carried their own black ink nests with them. That was because Mo hoped that they would defeat the humans and occupy the 3,000 worlds, and in turn return to extricate it from its prison. Black ink nests were the foundation of the Black Ink clan, so the royal lords would naturally carry them wherever they went. The royal lord held the black ink nest in his hands. He looked at it with such devotion that it was as though it was the most sacred treasure to him. Soon he planted the black ink nest and infused his black ink strength into it. The black ink nest expanded rapidly and bloomed. In just half a month, many black ink clansmen stepped out of the black ink nest. After saluting the royal lord, they dispersed. Gazing at the great sea, the royal lord snorted. Although he believed that Yong-kai was doomed, he couldn't afford to take any chances. During this period of time, he had witnessed this seventh-order human using all sorts of strange methods, so he knew it would be difficult to kill him. Perhaps this brat named Yong-kai could break free from the Great Sea. As such, he had to stay. However, since he was on his own, the royal lord couldn't monitor the entire periphery of the Great Sea. Having said that, he had his black ink nest to depend on. Given enough time and resources, he could simply spawn enough servants to surround the entire Great Sea. If Yong-kai managed to escape, he would immediately find out about it. Moreover, the royal lord was badly injured, so he could take this opportunity to recuperate. It was like killing two birds with one stone, so he chose to stay here. As time passed, the black ink nest became larger and larger, and even more black ink clansmen began appearing in the Dead Universe world. These black ink clansmen would then spread out through the void to mine resources, which would then be deposited into the black ink nest to produce even more black ink clansmen. Inside the Great Sea, Yong-kai felt dizzy. He was horribly wounded, and there wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't blood-stained and lacerated. He had transformed into his 70,000 meters ancient dragon form, but still found it hard to resist the violent currents in the Great Sea. All his dragon scales were gone by this point, and his skin was covered in black bruises. Dragon blood streamed out of his wounds constantly. The undercurrents were not the only thing he had to deal with. Even though it was difficult, he could still persevere with his ancient dragon form against those turbulent flows. What made him truly helpless was that the undercurrents contained many different sorts of martial domains. The 5-element Tao essence swirled and transformed in the undercurrents, while some flows even contained potent sword Tao essence that cut through the skin of Yong-kai's dragon form. Every undercurrent was like a powerful master surging their might to attack foreign enemies. Yong-kai was swept from one undercurrent to the next, enduring so much hardship that he almost passed out. Before he barged into the Great Sea, he understood that he would have to face unimaginable danger inside, but the strangeness of this place still astounded him. The strengths of the undercurrents varied greatly. When he came across weaker flows, he could seize the chance to catch his breath. In times like these, he would swallow some spirit pills to sustain his energy. Initially, Yong-kai didn't have a way to deal with these undercurrents, as he just let them push him around in this great sea. However, as time passed, he eventually began to adapt and ride these undercurrents to minimize the damage he took. Despite that, he still couldn't completely avoid the impact these undercurrents had on him. Having said that, he knew that he was just stalling for time. Sooner or later, he would be killed by the undercurrents in the Great Sea. He wanted to find a way out, but the undercurrents were turbulent without any regular patterns. So how was he supposed to achieve such a goal? His injuries had gotten worse, and the world force in his small universe was running out. Even though low-rank world fruits could quickly replenish his world force, Yong-kai had already used them all up when escaping from the royal lord. Now he could only consume open heaven pills to supplement his energy. Once the power in his small universe dried up completely, the consequences would be dreadful. Therefore, he had to find a way out before then, or he would be doomed. Yang Kai had tried releasing his divine sense to scan the surroundings, but the undercurrents simply shredded his divine sense, causing him excruciating pain. The great sea was so vast, though, that there had to be somewhere that was calm. Yang Kai didn't believe this entire place was filled with such powerful undercurrents. Gritting his teeth, he released his dragon form and returned to his human one. As he let the undercurrents sweep him away, he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense irrespective of the damage this act caused. He felt a sharp pain in his head, as the damage to his divine sense made his facial features contort. However, he could only soldier on. A long time passed, but just as Yang Kai was about to lose hope, he suddenly detected that there was a nearby area that was far less violent. Elated, he hurriedly activated his power and swam towards it. The process was strenuous as his flesh was peeled from his bones. As he wielded his azure dragon spear, Yang Kai stubbornly made his way across the undercurrents of the Great Sea. An hour later, he finally broke through the blockage of the present undercurrent he was occupying and barged into the next. Scanning his surroundings, Yang Kai realized that the less violent area was actually moving away from him. Flustered, he madly activated his power. He had no idea what it was like in that area, but he knew that if he missed this chance, there wouldn't be a second one. He had never been more eager to survive in his life. The pain in his body and soul was so excruciating that he had almost turned numb. The only thought that occupied his mind was that he had to break through all the obstacles before him and survive. Break! With a great roar, Yang Kai opened his mouth and spat out a round bead. Marshall Peak, Chapter 54-25, Temporal River. To a Dragon Clan member, their dragon bead was like a monster core to a monster beast. It was the essence of their cultivation, and they wouldn't easily summon it, but once they did, either their enemy would die, or they would perish. Summoning a dragon bead to deal with enemies was a powerful trump card, but it almost always resulted in damage to the dragon bead. When that happened, the power of their dragon vein would be like a tree without roots or a river without a source, diminishing their strength to a great degree, if not crippling or killing them outright. In the past, Yang Kai had summoned his dragon bead to kill a badly injured territory lord. As a result, his dragon bead was damaged, and it took him many years to restore it. At that time, his dragon vein was still very weak, and he could only transform into a 30,000-meter grand dragon. Now, he was an ancient dragon, so his dragon bead was significantly mightier than in the past. This was the last move he could use. At this moment, the power in his small universe had almost dried up, and his physical body had reached its limit, yet the undercurrents in the Great Sea were as turbulent as ever. If even his dragon bead couldn't open up a path for him to survive, he would be powerless to do anything else. Fortunately, the dragon bead of an ancient dragon did not disappoint. The instant it was summoned, an immense power exploded forth. There seemed to be a dragon swimming within the dragon bead, and the intense dragon pressure which was released smashed all the turbulent undercurrents in its ways. At the same time, cracks started appearing on the dragon bead. Yang Kai followed his dragon bead closely as he broke free from the undercurrent he was currently stuck in and entered the next. The dragon bead shot forward, breaking through all the obstacles as more and more cracks appeared on it. It smashed through 3 undercurrents in quick succession, and just as Yang Kai was worried that his dragon bead would be destroyed, he felt that all the pressure around him had been lifted. It was as though he had arrived at a completely different world. Since he entered the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, it had been one crisis after another. However, this space felt totally serene. It was still an undercurrent, but it was significantly less violent than the ones he had encountered before. Yang Kai even had a feeling that he was surrounded by a different kind of martial domain, but before he could look into it, his vision turned dark and he realized he was about to pass out. He knew that he had reached his limits. His body, soul, and dragon bead had all been damaged, so he was just one step away from death. Without hesitation, Yang Kai quickly retrieved his dragon bead, which was so full of cracks that it was as though it would break apart at any moment. Following that, he blacked out and collapsed. At this moment, Yang Kai was so lethargic and dazed that he couldn't think straight, a clear sign that his soul had been badly damaged. Outside Great Evolution Pass back then, Yang Kai had experienced a similar kind of sluggishness after he used too many soul-rending thorns to attack a number of territory lords inside a black ink nest space. He had no idea how long he remained unconscious, but when Yang Kai regained his senses, he was still in a daze. Withstanding the excruciating pain, he soon recalled what had happened before he blacked out. Without hesitation, he emptied his mind and stimulated his soul, warming lotus power to repair his soul. Due to the damage to his soul, he was unable to think clearly. Now that he was in a somewhat safer situation, his most important task was to restore himself. Other matters could wait. The soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure of the universe, so even when Yang Kai was unconscious, it continued to exude its wondrous power to heal him. But now that he was wide awake, he could make far better use of its effects. Even so, it still took Yang Kai about half a year before he managed to mostly recover from the injuries on his soul. He still hadn't fully recovered, but he was at least able to think straight now. The soul-warming lotus would take care of the rest of the damage on its own. While he was restoring his divine sense, Yang Kai did not forget to heal his physical wounds either. He consumed lots of pills and stimulated the restorative power of his dragon vein to mend his wounds. Although he still looked battered, at the very least his bones weren't visible anymore. His injuries were severe this time. In fact, he had never been more badly wounded before. Even though there were times when he fell into perilous situations in the past, he had never been so battered. He was almost pushed over the edge when he was pursued by the royal lord. It wasn't until now that he had time to inspect his surroundings. After inspecting them for a while, Yang Kai had a better idea of what was going on. He was certain that he was still within an undercurrent in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. This undercurrent was apparently carrying him as it traversed the Great Sea, as though there would never come a day when it stopped. However, this undercurrent was different from the ones he had encountered before. Those undercurrents were all filled with different kinds of martial domains which formed into invisible attacks that killed any invaders. Nevertheless, the present undercurrent was stable, without a hint of murderous intent. All Yang Kai could feel was peace and tranquility, which was a stark contrast to the other undercurrents. He couldn't help but wonder why there wasn't any martial domain in this undercurrent. What made it different from the others? As he continued his inspection, though, Yang Kai was surprised by what he found. In fact, there was a martial domain that pervaded this undercurrent as well, but it was not savage and chaotic, which was why it felt calm and tranquil. What kind of martial domain is this? Yang Kai emptied his mind and immersed himself in the martial domain. As expected, he soon felt an invisible power washing over his body. However, it didn't have any negative impact on him, which was unlike the other undercurrents that could harm him. All of a sudden, his entire figure shook. That was because he finally realized what kind of martial domain it was. It was a martial domain of time. If not for the fact that he had cultivated the Tao of time and could be considered an expert in it, Yang Kai wouldn't have noticed this. Time was invisible and intangible. A living being could barely notice the flow of time, which went by in silence and without a trace. However, Yang Kai could feel time flowing in this undercurrent. Since this was a martial domain of time, then the power that was washing over him had to be time principles. It was delicate and almost imperceptible. All of a sudden, a name he had heard of a long time ago sprang into his mind. Temporal River. The cultivation of an open heaven realm master was all about accumulation, as it took much time and effort for a cultivator to enhance the heritage of their small universe. Other than consuming an innate open heaven pill, which was formed in the universe furnace, or a world fruit from the world tree, there were no shortcuts to speak of when it came to the cultivation of an open heaven realm master. Nevertheless, that didn't mean that this rule couldn't be bent. There were two shortcuts when it came to the cultivation of an open heaven realm master. Firstly, there were the small source worlds. When Yong Kai was still a newly promoted sixth order master, he had entered a small source world in Yin Yang Cave Heaven that had benefited him greatly. The reason he was able to break through to the seventh order open heaven realm so quickly was largely thanks to his experience in that small source world, which saved him several hundred years of cultivation. The second shortcut was the temporal river. When Su Ling Gong led Yong Kai to the small source world back then, he told him about this miraculous treasure. Su Ling Gong said that the flow of time inside a temporal river was different from the outside world. Perhaps 10 years or even 100 years would pass in a temporal river, while only a single year went by in the outside world. In comparison, small source worlds were true shortcuts, while temporal rivers were more akin to the situation inside Yong Kai's small universe. While one was inside a temporal river, the flow of time was indeed real, but it was faster than in the outside world. Yong Kai had experienced a small source world before, and it was indeed incredible. All the cave heavens and paradises regarded them as core treasures, and only the best disciples were allowed to enter them. Moreover, every time a small source world was used, it would take many years before it would be activated again, as part of its source strength would be absorbed. Although Yong Kai had heard about temporal rivers from Su Ling Gong before, he had never seen one. There were no known temporal rivers in the 3,000 worlds, nor were there any on the black ink battlefield. So Yong Kai had always thought that they were just an ancient legend. Su Ling Gong must have seen such a record from the ancient books in Yin Yang Cave Heaven. It wasn't until this moment that Yong Kai realized that temporal rivers were real. If this undercurrent he was presently in was isolated, it would basically be a river. If the undercurrents that contained different martial domains were isolated, in addition to the temporal river, there would be Sword Dao River, Saber Dao River, Yin Dao River, Yang Dao River, Alchemic Dao River, and so on. Temporal rivers must have existed in the 3,000 worlds before, which was why there were records of them. Yong Kai should have realized it the instant he entered this undercurrent. However, his mind was muddled due to the damage in his soul at the time, so he failed to notice anything. How was this great sea celestial phenomenon formed? Yong Kai was dumbstruck. As he recalled it, the transformation and evolution of those martial domains in the undercurrents looked like different masters casting incredible attacks at first sight. But thinking back on it now, Yong Kai realized that the intrinsic nature of all of these rivers was ancient and untraceable. All of a sudden, something seemed to have dawned on him. This great sea celestial phenomenon, as well as the celestial phenomena he had and had not seen, might have naturally formed when the heavens and earth first split apart. Those celestial phenomena contained the purest form of powers of the universe, which was why the martial domains in this great sea all felt so ancient. Only when an emperor realm master realized their own grand Tao and condensed their Tao seal would they be capable of breaking through their shackles and ascending to the open heaven realm. There were all sorts of grand Taos in the universe, and each of these grand Taos had an infinite number of variations. Therefore, the Tao seal of every open heaven realm master was slightly different. Even for cultivators who cultivated the same grand Tao, their Tao seals wouldn't be identical. The Tao of space that Yong Kai had cultivated was distinct and different from that of Li Wuyi. His mastery and understanding of the Tao of time were also different from that of the flowing time great emperor, and could not be the same as those of Yang Shao and Yang Shui. The brightest cultivators who had left Yang Kai's small universe often inherited his aptitudes in the spear Dao, Dao of space, and Dao of time. They had a natural advantage when it came to cultivating these three grand Daos. However, none of them followed the exact same martial Dao as Yang Kai. If one compared the myriad grand Daos to a tree, then each grand Dao was like a branch that would grow into many different twigs and leaves. Those twigs and leaves came from the same source, but they were all slightly different. All the grand Daos intertwined with one another, and there had to be a source, which was the very foundation of the grand Daos. Although there were many different grand Daos, they all could be traced back to the same source. If this great sea celestial phenomenon was naturally formed when the heavens and earth split apart, the martial domains rich in Dao essence in the undercurrents might not be the source of those grand Daos, but they must contain part of the source's aura. In other words, these undercurrents contain the raw power of the universe, the very foundation of all grand Daos. Marshall Peak, Chapter 54:26, No Other Choice. Upon that realization, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning. His laughter was muffled initially, but as time passed, he started guffawing to the point where he cried tears of joy. Although he had gone through so much hardship and almost lost his life, he came across such an opportunity. To escape from the sheep-headed royal lord, he took the risk and dove into this great sea celestial phenomenon. It never crossed his mind that he would arrive at such a cultivation paradise. There was no doubt that the undercurrents in the great sea were akin to innate treasures of the universe. Their very existence was a natural wonder. At that instant, Yang Kai even had the urge to thank the royal lord. If not for the latter's relentless pursuit, he would never have come across this place. It had only been several hundred years since he ascended to the seventh order open heaven realm, and although time flowed several times faster in his small universe than other open heaven realm masters, and he had a world tree clone to purify his world force, both of which allowed him to cultivate multiple times faster than average, he was still a long way off from the eighth order. Yang Kai estimated that it would be another 1,000 to 2,000 years before he could achieve a breakthrough. That length of time seemed too daunting to him. Initially, this reality was giving him a severe headache. He had been trying to come up with ways to increase his cultivation speed so that he could make it to the eighth order open heaven realm sooner. He even had the urge to seek out the grand ancient ruins boundary so that he could ask for a high-rank world fruit from the world tree. However, the grand ancient ruins boundary had been elusive since time immemorial. He was extremely lucky even to have a chance to enter it back then, so it seemed practically impossible for him to go there again. Furthermore, even if he managed to find the grand ancient ruins boundary, would the world tree even give him a high-rank world fruit? Just like Mo, the world tree was one of the oldest living beings in the universe. If it refused to give Yang Kai the world fruit, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Now that he was inside a temporal river, though, Yang Kai didn't have to worry about ascending to the eighth order open heaven realm anymore. Yang Kai wondered what the time flow differential in this temporal river was compared to the outside world, but by analyzing the time principles around him and considering the density of time Dao essence, he believed the flow of time here was at least 10 times faster than normal. In other words, if he spent 10 years in this place, only 1 year would pass in the outside world. He could cultivate in this place with peace of mind until the day he made it to the eighth order open heaven realm. Although, as a seventh order open heaven realm master, he was no match for the sheep-headed royal lord, he was able to evade him for several years. If he managed to ascend to the eighth order open heaven realm, he had the confidence to flee from the royal lord with ease even if he was incapable of defeating him. A fervent Yang Kai immediately fished out all sorts of resources and started refining them, but a problem soon came to his mind. Did he have enough resources to reach the eighth order open heaven realm? Initially, he had accumulated a staggering amount of resources, more than enough to reach the eighth order open heaven realm. After all, he had plundered quite a few Black Ink clan territories over the years and acquired a massive quantity of cultivation materials. However, when Song asked for some resources to restore himself back then, Yong-kai had passed the bulk of what he owned to him. Moreover, to escape from the royal lord over the years, Yong-kai had used up a large amount of the blue and yellow crystals he had left. As a result, he was seriously lacking in yin and yang element materials. He certainly had sufficient 5-element materials, but if he used up all his yin and yang element materials before he ascended to the 8th order open heaven realm, he would be in serious trouble. However, it was pointless for him to worry about it at this point. He would find out if he had sufficient resources as he cultivated. He then circulated his secret art and began refining a set of 7-element materials. They were absorbed by Yong-kai and turned into the heritage of his small universe. The speeds at which open heaven realm masters could refine materials varied. The fundamental reason was the sturdiness of their Tao seals they had condensed when they were still Emperor realm masters. The more robust their Tao seal was, the quicker one could refine cultivation materials. Therefore, even if 2 open heaven realm masters were in the same order, the speeds at which they could refine resources could be very different. The one with a better foundation could refine materials more quickly and grow their power more rapidly. Even a slight difference would become massive over hundreds or thousands of years. When Yong-kai condensed his Tao seal back then, he was able to withstand the impact of 7th order materials. So when it came to the speed of refining materials, only those once-in-a-generation geniuses from the cave heavens and paradises were somewhat comparable to him in the entire 3,000 worlds. Since Yong-kai was a 7th order open heaven realm master now, he could fully refine a set of 5th order materials in a few days. Then he fished out another set of materials. The process of cultivation was dull, but the increase in power was real and exhilarating. Therefore, despite the monotony, a cultivator was more than capable of cultivating in seclusion for hundreds of years. Once a person was engrossed in the increase of their power, they would no longer feel the passage of time. Half a year later, Yong-kai's flesh wounds had mostly healed, and although his soul was still damaged, he didn't have to worry about it, as he had the soul-warming lotus help. However, his dragon bead was still full of cracks. From previous experiences, Yong-kai knew that repairing a dragon bead couldn't be rushed. It required him to use the power of his dragon vein to nurture it slowly. Perhaps it would be restored to a perfect state again in several hundred years. After refining another set of materials, Yong-kai opened his eyes and sensed his surroundings. Then he furrowed his brow because he detected some unusual changes. Over the past 6 months, besides refining materials to increase his cultivation, Yong-kai had also been making use of the ambient time principles and time Tao essence in the temporal river to comprehend the Tao of time. He had benefited greatly from this. The bloodline talent of the Dragon Clan was the Tao of time. Back in the Dragon Pool, Yong-kai managed to grow into a 70,000-meter ancient dragon. With the increase in the power of his dragon vein, his mastery over the Tao of time had also improved significantly, growing from the 6th level to the 7th level. It was only 1 level behind his mastery over the Tao of space now, which had reached the 8th level. Nevertheless, that single level was still a far distance to cross. The reason the flow of time was different in a temporal river was that it was filled with ample time Tao essence. The time Tao essence and time principles continuously washed over Yong-kai's mind and body. This kind of impact was invisible and imperceptible to someone who had never cultivated the Tao of time, so they wouldn't detect any anomaly while inside the temporal river. It wasn't until after one left this place that they realized the flow of time was different. On the other hand, Yong-kai could make use of these impacts to study the Tao of time. He could even refine the time Tao essence directly to improve his mastery of the Tao of time. That was what he had been doing these past 6 months. However, he now realized that the temporal river seemed to have become shorter. The lengths of the undercurrents in the Great Sea were all different, and although he had not checked it carefully, Yong-kai reckoned that the temporal river was about 9,000 meters long when he first entered it. Now, however, it was 500 meters shorter. Was it because he had barged into this place and absorbed the time Tao essence here? Yong-kai had no idea, but after giving it some thought, he stopped comprehending the Tao of time and instead focused on just cultivating. Half a year later, Yong-kai opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings once again. The temporal river had become shorter again, though it wasn't as severe as the previous time. It was now about 20 meters smaller. The difference was minimal, but Yong-kai could easily detect it as he had been paying close attention this time. These kinds of changes made him realize something. It seemed that his presence and the absorption of time Tao essence were the main reasons for the shrinking of the temporal river. In other words, as long as he was inside the temporal river, he would consume the amazing power in this place, and the river would continue to become shorter. After all, the time Tao essence was constantly washing over him, causing the flow of time in this isolated space to be different from that of the outside world. He had only been cultivating for another half a year, but the river had become 20 meters shorter. In other words, the river would shrink about 40 meters a year if he did nothing but cultivate. As such, this temporal river would be gone for good in around 200 years at most. If he simultaneously absorbed the time Tao essence in this place and cultivated it, the river would disappear even sooner. Upon this realization, Yong-kai's expression darkened. Initially, he intended to stay in this temporal river until he ascended to the 8th order, but now it seemed that the temporal river would disappear in just about 200 years. That amount of time wasn't sufficient for him to make it to the 8th order. What should I do now? After giving it some thought, Yong-kai realized that the Great Sea was vast, and it had countless undercurrents in it. Since there was one temporal river here, there might be another. Even if this temporal river was completely consumed, he could just go looking for the next one. As long as there were 5 to 6 temporal rivers of this size in the celestial phenomenon, he would be able to ascend to the 8th order. Right now, Yong-kai's main task was to increase his strength. He wasn't sure if the royal lord had also dived into this place, but if he had, there might come a time when they bump into one another. Regardless, where there was a will, there was a way. It was pointless for Yong-kai to overthink things at this point. He then set his mind at ease and stopped absorbing the time Tao essence in the temporal river, instead focusing all his efforts on cultivating. Sets of materials were refined as time went by, just like what he had estimated. About 40 meters of the temporal river would vanish for every year he spent in this place. Yong-kai slowly became wholly absorbed in cultivation and lost track of the outside world. He had never cultivated for such a prolonged period of time before. Initially, he found it difficult to adapt, but as the heritage in his small universe increased, he slowly got used to it. About 160 years later, Yong-kai was shocked awake by an anomaly while cultivating. He hurriedly opened his eyes and realized that the temporal river was only 100 meters long now. It was originally a long river, but it had significantly shortened over the years. Due to its length, it couldn't even sustain its own existence anymore, and as it was battered by the other undercurrents, it was on the brink of collapse. Yong-kai could feel that the martial domains in the other undercurrents had broken through the isolation of the temporal river. His expression changed as he stored the set of materials he hadn't fully refined and got to his feet. It was time to leave this temporal river. Despite knowing that this day would come, Yong-kai still felt lost when he finally had to set out. He had no idea if he could find another temporal river. The undercurrents in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon were turbulent, so perhaps before he could find the next temporal river, he would be killed by them. However, he had no other choice. Surging the power of his dragon vein, Dragon scales started appearing on Yang Kai's skin, including his eyelids, and his entire figure radiated a golden glow. Marshall Peak, Chapter 54:27, 10,000 Grand Das. The undercurrents in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon were savage, and Yang Kai didn't have the confidence to resist them without relying on the power of his dragon vein. He summoned his azure dragon spear and let out a breath as he checked to ensure he was in peak condition. Just as he was about to bolt out of the temporal river, he paused as an idea sprang to his mind. The temporal river was only 100 meters long now, and as the other undercurrents clashed with it from all directions, it would probably fall apart soon. When that happened, this temporal river would be gone for good, although the 100-meter temporal river couldn't be considered long. It still contained a lot of time Tao essence. Thinking about this precious resource, Yang Kai couldn't help wondering if he could keep it inside his small universe. The instant he had that thought, he could no longer contain the impulse to act. Time Tao essence was hugely beneficial to him. If he could keep it inside his small universe and absorb it, it would help improve his mastery of the Tao of time. Without hesitation, he opened a portal to his small universe and released his divine sense, which engulfed the temporal river, and drew it into the portal. The next instant, Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. He quickly shut the portal to his small universe and surged his world force before infusing it into his azure dragon spear. His dragon roar reverberated as the azure dragon spear transformed into a massive dragon and shattered the blockade of the undercurrent in front of it, leading Yang Kai to charge forward. Sparks flew from his dragon scales as Yang Kai groaned in pain as his dragon blood gushed out of his wounds. Although his power had increased significantly, he was still horribly injured the moment he was swept into the undercurrent. Clenching his teeth as his gaze was full of determination, Yang Kai wielded his spear and traversed the chaotic undercurrents. At the same time, he released his divine sense to scan the surroundings. He had to look for another temporal river. Only by finding one would he stand a chance to survive. Otherwise, he would be tortured to death by these undercurrents. As his divine sense was shredded, Yang Kai felt excruciating pain in his soul. The dragon scales that had covered his entire body were battered and blown off in quick succession. After just an incense stick of time, Yang Kai was covered in blood. There wasn't even a part of his skin that was left intact, but he still hadn't managed to find another temporal river. 1 hour later, half his flesh had been ripped off, revealing many of his bones, and making him look extremely miserable. His aura was weakening fast, like candlelight amidst the storm that might put it out at any moment. His vision was blurred, and he found it hard to sustain his divine sense. Every time he activated it, he felt a sting of pain that seemed to be tearing his head apart. Yang Kai nearly fell into despair at his situation. Previously, he was lucky as he had made use of his dragon bead at the critical moment to plunge into the 9,000-meter temporal river. Now, though, it seemed his luck had run out. Moreover, even though he had been nurturing his dragon bead for nearly 200 years now, it still hadn't been restored, as there were many cracks on it. If he used it again now, it would probably shatter. Just as he was about to lose hope, Yang Kai faintly sensed a calm undercurrent nearby. Another temporal river. Ecstatic, he wielded his spear and desperately swam towards that place. A dozen breaths later, he broke through 2 undercurrents and entered the one after them. He quickly sensed his surroundings, and upon making sure there was no danger, he collapsed to the ground and passed out. After 2 years dedicated to just recovering, Yang Kai began to assess his situation. Even though there was no murderous intent in this second undercurrent he stayed in, it was not a temporal river like he thought it was, for there was no time Tao essence in this place. Instead, it was a coherent grand Tao of nature river. The river was about 20,000 meters long, which was much longer than the temporal river he previously stayed in. Unfortunately, this grand Tao wasn't suitable for him. Therefore, for the past 2 years, other than recuperating, he mostly spent his time studying the 100-meter temporal river he had put inside his small universe. After the temporal river entered his small universe, he was able to digest the time Tao essence, which allowed him to gain some new understanding of the Tao of time. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. After all, if he comprehended the Tao of time in the temporal river for a year, about 40 meters of the length would be consumed. Therefore, a 100-meter temporal river couldn't bring about tremendous transformation to his comprehension. With that said, Yang Kai had now found another way to cultivate. Every undercurrent in this great sea was evolved from a grand Tao. Although he could improve himself by absorbing the grand Tao's power in the undercurrents, the speed at which he could refine it would be much faster if he could keep it inside his small universe. He had never cultivated the Tao of nature before. In fact, among the cultivators he had come into contact with before, only those from free and unfettered paradise like Ning Daoren had deep attainments in this grand Tao. Every move such cultivators made harmonized with the heavens and earth, and they believed that everything was born of nature and should not be governed by individuals, but instead lived alongside with. Cultivators of the Tao of nature were carefree and unconcerned about worldly affairs. So although Yang Kai admired their mindset, he could never be like them. With the previous experience of taking in the 100 meters temporal river, he was curious about what would happen if he absorbed this 20,000 meters nature Tao river and assimilated it into his small universe. Would he have a solid foundation in the Tao of nature after he absorbed it? In that case, the temporal rivers wouldn't be the only thing he could benefit from in the Great Sea. As long as he could absorb and refine enough undercurrents, he could integrate 10,000 grand Taos into his martial Tao. The reason a cultivator had to focus on a single grand Tao was that they had limited energy and time while there were unlimited grand Taos. Only when one became a master in a particular grand Tao would they achieve something great. If someone cultivated too many grand Taos, other cultivators of the same generation would easily surpass them, for their comprehension wouldn't be deep. Quality was more important than quantity when it came to cultivating grand Taos. Yang Kai had actually cultivated quite a number of grand Taos, which included the Tao of space, the Tao of time, the spear Tao, the alchemic Tao, and the Tao of artifact refining. It could even be said that he knew a thing or two about Tao of spirit arrays, because when practicing alchemy and artifact refining, he would need to use some spirit arrays. However, there were only 3 grand Taos that he had real accomplishments, which were the Tao of space, the Tao of time, and the spear Tao. He was pretty skillful in Tao of alchemy before he entered the 3,000 worlds, but he hadn't practiced it for a long time. That was because he had limited energy. So it was impossible that he could spend lots of time studying every grand Tao he came across. Nevertheless, the unique characteristics of this great sea celestial phenomenon made him realize it might be possible to do just that. Yang Kai wasn't sure what would happen if he managed to comprehend and integrate 10,000 grand Taos. With the previous experience of taking in the 100-meter temporal river, it wasn't hard for Yang Kai to absorb this nature river. Although a 20,000-meter river sounded quite long, it was nothing compared with the capacity of his small universe. Opening the portal to his small universe, Yang Kai engulfed the 20,000-meter river with his divine sense before drawing it in. In just 20 breaths of time, the entire river was gone. Before Yang Kai could inspect the changes in his small universe, though, the surrounding undercurrents swarmed him. Just like what he had done 2 years ago, he wielded his azure dragon spear and summoned his dragon scales to protect himself. He pierced through the undercurrents and charged forward. According to previous experiences, he had to find a safe place within an hour. Otherwise, he might not be able to persevere. Fortunately, he was now aware that there were some calm undercurrents in the Great Sea. As long as he wasn't cursed with terrible luck, he could find a safe place and recuperate before setting off again. In just 10 years, Yang Kai managed to recuperate 5 times and absorb 5 rivers of different grand daos, while the 6th time, he finally managed to enter a temporal river again. Upon that realization, Yang Kai was ecstatic. He hadn't come across another temporal river in the past 10 years, so he worried he would never find one. Since there was a second temporal river, there should be a third. As long as he had enough time and energy, he would find more and more. Just like what he always did after entering an undercurrent, Yang Kai first focused on recuperating. When he was fully healed, he finally had some time to inspect the temporal river. This temporal river was longer than the previous one, as it was about 13,000 meters long. He knew that he would consume about 50 meters every year just by remaining inside it to cultivate. In other words, this temporal river could last him 250 to 260 years. Elated, he hurriedly fished out a set of resources and began refining them. Although the Great Sea was full of wondrous treasures, Yang Kai had never forgotten his main goal, which was to make it to the 8th order as soon as possible. He would only be considered truly powerful with ample heritage, while everything else was just a bonus. Temporal rivers were the key to his rapid increase in strength. As he refined materials to increase his heritage, Yang Kai looked into his small universe and inspected the changes. Over the past 10 years, including the Grand Dao of Nature River, he had taken in 6 rivers of Grand Daos with different lengths. All 6 rivers were gone for good, as he had fully refined them. All these rivers contained abstruse powers as they dispersed and blended into his small universe. The Dao essences of the Grand Daos that Yang Kai had never dabbled in before started appearing in his small universe. The length of a river determined the strength of the Grand Dao's power, and it indirectly influenced his achievements in that particular Grand Dao. According to his classifications of Grand Daos, some of the Grand Daos he had absorbed had now reached the 2nd level, peering through the doors. Different Grand Daos corresponded to different principles. Yang Kai couldn't be considered skillful in these Grand Daos, but they had brought about changes to not only himself but also his small universe. He had a feeling that there were some subtle differences in his small universe, but the changes were so tiny that even he, as its owner, was unable to sense them clearly. Perhaps only after he refined even more Grand Dao rivers would the changes in the small universe become conspicuous. One thing he was certain of was that the changes were beneficial to his small universe. Yang Kai was elated. The Great Sea was probably the biggest treasure trove he had ever chanced upon. In fact, it was a treasure trove of the entire universe. He wondered if the sheep-headed royal lord had barged into this place and discovered it. However, Black Ink clansmen and humans cultivated differently, so even if the royal lord had come to realize this place's worth, there was nothing he could do. After realizing such benefits, Yang Kai no longer confined himself to the temporal river. From time to time, he would go out and absorb other undercurrents before coming back to continue cultivating. With that said, he bore some risks by doing so. The undercurrents were turbulent and flowed about randomly. If he didn't act swiftly enough, the temporal river would leave his detection range, and he would be stuck. Therefore, he would only absorb the undercurrents within reach every time he left. Even so, he benefited greatly from these excursions. Marshall Peak, Chapter 54-28. Another breakthrough. About 250 years later, the 2nd temporal river was only left with a length of 100 meters. Just like what Yang Kai had previously done, he transferred the remnants of the temporal river inside his small universe so that he could gradually refine it. Then he set off on his adventure to look for the next temporal river, resting in the less violent undercurrents as he traversed this Great Sea celestial phenomenon. Time passed by slowly. Initially, Yang Kai kept count of how many years had passed, but gradually He had lost himself in this kind of unusual cultivation, forgetting the passing of time as he kept looking for more temporal rivers. Every time he absorbed and refined any kind of calm, grand Tao river, it would bring about some changes to his small universe, allowing him to gain some understanding of many grand Taos he had never touched before in his life. His entire small universe was filled with traces of all sorts of grand Taos now. In the past, when the humans in Void Continent cultivated, given enough aptitude, they could easily comprehend the Tao of space, the Tao of time, the Spear Tao, or other grand Taos Yang Kai had dabbled in. However, as Yang Kai refined more and more grand Tao rivers, the cultivators in his small universe now found it easier to comprehend even more kinds of grand Taos. The entire Void Continent was now a fertile place where cultivators could freely choose from a variety of grand Taos and focus on the ones that interested them. In the Void Tao Temple, many bright cultivators had reached the peak and were just one step away from ascending to the open heaven realm. However, Yang Kai was currently trapped in a place where he couldn't even guarantee his own life, so he couldn't release them. The lengths of the temporal rivers in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon varied greatly. Some of them were thousands of meters long, while some were as short as hundreds of meters, causing Yang Kai to wonder just how they were formed in the first place. Of course, longer temporal rivers allowed him to stay there and cultivate for a longer time. As he absorbed even more rivers, Yang Kai acquired some insights on many of the grand Taos. In fact, he could now be considered something of a master in quite a few of them. As more and more resources of different orders were consumed, the heritage in his small universe increased by the day. It was an extremely long and unusual cultivation session, and Yang Kai was fairly certain he was the first person in history who had ever cultivated this way for such a long time. One day, when Yang Kai was engrossed in cultivating in a temporal river, he realized there were some unusual changes occurring in his small universe. Shocked, he hurriedly investigated. As he inspected it, he felt that his small universe was going through an indescribable enhancement. The territories were expanding, and the world force in his small universe was becoming more condensed. The World Tree clone seemed to resonate with the changes in his small universe as its leaves rustled noisily, and it began to madly refine his world force. Trails of light appeared in the sky, but they were not cracks but the manifestations of the Tao essences of a myriad of different grand Taos. Furthermore, some heavenly manifestations appeared in different parts of the Void Continent. The cultivators living on the Void Continent were pleasantly surprised to learn that the entire world seemed to have come alive. The grand Taos became active, which allowed cultivators to comprehend them with ease. Therefore, many hurriedly entered seclusion to take advantage of this occasion. Something suddenly dawned on Yang Kai. I'm about to break through to the 8th order. He had observed Su Ling Gong ascending to the 8th order before, and he had learned a lot from that experience. However, his ascension seemed slightly different compared to Su Ling Gong's. Every open heaven realm master who attempted to make it to the next order would fall into a perilous situation, for any accident at this moment could cause their small universe to rupture and their life to be extinguished, and it was more dangerous the higher one's order became. The 8th order was only one order below the peak, the 9th order, so it was by no means a safe endeavor. Although on the surface, Su Ling Gong didn't seem to be at any risk when he achieved his breakthrough back then. The real danger lay in his small universe, which others were unable to observe. Fortunately, his ample heritage helped him get through the crisis and successfully break through. However, some open heaven realm masters would face a bottleneck at this point, and before shattering that bottleneck, they wouldn't be able to achieve a breakthrough. Back then, it took the proprietress around 200 years to break through to the 7th order. Another example was Feng Ying, who spent some 200 to 300 years trying to ascend to the 8th order. It wasn't until the grand battle against the Black Ink clan that she reappeared. Initially, Yong Kai was worried he would face a similar bottleneck, but now it seemed that he had been worried for nothing. He didn't face any kind of bottleneck, and with ample heritage in his small universe, everything just proceeded smoothly. Perhaps it had something to do with the World Tree clone, which had been in his small universe for hundreds of years now, and helped to refine his world force to an incredible degree. His current world force was purer than any other Seventh Order Masters, and the pure one's world force was, the more robust their heritage was. As a result, bottlenecks simply did not exist for Yong Kai. Yong Kai could even clearly feel that there was no danger to speak of when achieving this ascension. Although there were all kinds of different phenomena in his small universe, those were just the manifestations of the grand Daos he comprehended and the results of his cultivation, which were harmless to his small universe. Everything just took place smoothly. Yong Kai had been extremely eager to reach the Eighth Order as soon as possible, but when the day finally came, his heart was as tranquil as a clear lake. He wasn't as surprised or excited as he had imagined he would be. He had already expected this day to come, and he was confident he would make it to the Eighth Order no matter what. It was just a matter of time before he achieved it. His small universe continued to expand as it was going through an evolution, but he soon ignored the changes and continued refining materials. On the other hand, the cultivators living in Yong Kai's small universe had benefited greatly from this change. In every corner of the Void Continent, there were cultivators who gathered together as they gained greater understanding of the grand Daos they cultivated and made breakthroughs in their comprehension. In the Void Dao Temple, where the essence of the entire continent came together, many youths even managed to condense their own Dao seals at this moment. The babies born during this period of time had even more outstanding aptitudes than before. As the grand Daos all came alive, it made it easier for the cultivators to grasp them. The expansion of the world also widened the martial Dao as a whole. Gradually, all the heavenly manifestations disappeared, and the visible traces of the grand Daos manifestations vanished. The entire Void Continent returned to calmness. However, the Emperor Realm Masters could detect that this world was already very different from the past. For one, it had become vaster. Cultivators formed into groups and began surveying these new lands, confirming their initial suspicions. In the past, there was a world barrier that they couldn't move past, but now that barrier was gone, and many more territories had appeared. These territories were fertile, but there weren't any living beings in them. When the sects got wind of this, they sent out their masters who led many disciples to occupy these virgin lands. Yong Kai had only placed a small number of people in his small universe back then, about 10 million or so. However, the environment in the small universe was filled with vitality, making it a paradise where cultivators could thrive. Moreover, there were no major wars or disputes, only some minor conflicts between the various sects. With the Void Dao Temple's appearance, even these conflicts also gradually vanished. With such a peaceful environment, the number of people in his small universe swelled over the millennia. As the population increased, there was a greater need for land. In the past, those from the Void Dao Temple were worried that if this went on, the entire Void Continent wouldn't be able to accommodate the increasing population within a few thousand years. Now, though, that problem was solved. The land mass of Void Continent had expanded by 5 times at the very least, so even if the rate of population growth continued as it was, there was no need to worry about not having enough living space for several tens of thousands of years. Nevertheless, Yong Kai was oblivious to all of this because he was pondering on another issue. Now that he was in the Eighth Order, could his power continue to increase? Back then, he was forced to ascend to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. So theoretically, his limit was the Seventh Order. However, after he consumed a mid-rank world fruit, his limit became the Eighth Order. With him being in the Eighth Order open heaven realm now, was there any future for him? There were quite a number of human cultivators whose limit was the Eighth Order open heaven realm. Many of the Eighth Order division commanders had directly ascended to the Sixth Order back then. In other words, the Eighth Order was the best they could achieve in their lifetimes. Yang Kai had asked the Eighth Order masters about it in the past, and he was told that after they ascended to the Eighth Order, they could faintly feel a layer of restraint covering their small universes. It was this invisible restriction that confined them to the Eighth Order. Regardless of how hard they cultivated, they could never break through to the Ninth Order. If they forcefully tried to break that restraint, they would risk their small universes exploding, ending their lives. As such, it wasn't that the Eighth Order masters didn't want to keep improving themselves, but rather that their small universes were unable to bear greater power. Now, Yang Kai was also an Eighth Order open heaven realm master himself, and just like what the division commanders had told him, he could feel an invisible shackle on his small universe. This kind of restraint was weak and barely perceptible at the moment. However, as he strengthened his power as an Eighth Order master, this kind of restraint would grow stronger to the point where he would be stopped from advancing further. As he recalled his decision of ascending to the Fifth Order back then, Yang Kai did not feel regretful. At that time, under the lead of Ti Zheng, a Seventh Order master from Myriad Demons Heaven, several masters stopped him from attempting to directly ascend to the Seventh Order. This had nothing to do with personal grudges, as they were just trying to prevent a potential crisis. That was because there was such a catastrophe that took place in the 3,000 worlds in the past that made the cave heavens and paradises grow distrustful of those who ascended directly to the Seventh Order, who were not supervised by them directly. At that time, if Yang Kai hadn't ascended to the open heaven realm, he wouldn't have been able to enter the shadowless cave heaven and save the proprietress. After pulling himself together, he continued refining the materials to strengthen his heritage. He was still a newly promoted Eighth Order master, so there was some road ahead of him yet. However, once he reached the peak of the Eighth Order, that would be his limit. There might be some ways in the universe that would allow one to shatter the restraint on his small universe. At the very least, the innate open heaven pills that were born in the universe furnace were one way to go about it. Therefore, Yang Kai wasn't worried about it. In the future, he could go looking for the universe furnace so that he would have a chance to make it to the Ninth Order. Unfortunately, those that he got from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven did not seem to have any effect on shattering the restraint on his small universe. Maybe it was the age of the pills, or maybe there was some other reason. Regardless, Yang Kai remained hopeful that his hope lay in the universe furnace. Time continued to go by slowly as he repeatedly set off on journeys to look for more temporal rivers. It was a rare chance, so it would be a shame if he missed it. When looking for the next temporal river or cultivating, he would seize the chance to refine even more grand Tao rivers. Finally, there came a day when he finished refining a set of materials in a temporal river that was still 3,000 meters long, but when he was ready to fish out another set, he realized that he no longer had complete sets of materials. Regardless, Yang Kai remained hopeful that his hope lay in the universe furnace. Thanks to Dale for remembering this detail, because I sure as heck did not. Wish my memory was as good D. Marshall Peak, Chapter 54, 29, Tao Advancements. Initially, Yang Kai had a massive amount of resources. Before he left the 3,000 worlds for the Black Ink battlefield back then, he had made some preparations by bringing many materials of all different elements with him. Over the years, he had acquired even more resources on the Black Ink battlefield, especially when he raised chaos in the Black Ink clan's territory and robbed many of their cities. Every Black Ink clan master's territory had a large number of shops where there were innumerable resources for sale. Therefore, Yang Kai had never worried about not having enough cultivation resources. When Song asked for some resources to restore his strength, Yang Kai gave him some without hesitation. Now, he still had a lot of materials, but those were all of the 5 elements. He no longer had any yin or yang element materials with him, including the yellow and blue crystals he had acquired from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Among the different sorts of materials, yin and yang attribute resources were the hardest to come by. In the 3,000 worlds, higher-order yin and yang element materials were considered strategic reserves even in the cave heavens and paradises. They wouldn't use them unless they absolutely had to. The situation was slightly better on the Black Ink battlefield, but all in all, yin and yang element materials were still much rarer than materials of the 5 elements. Without a complete set of materials, he couldn't continue cultivating. He regretted using too many yellow and blue crystals to block the Royal Lord's aura back then. Every time he used instantaneous movement, he had to release potent purifying light to block the Royal Lord's aura, and after years of running away, he had consumed a lot of those crystals. However, it wasn't like he had a choice. If he didn't use purifying light, he would have been killed. Even though he had a lot of open heaven pills, consuming them to cultivate was extremely slow in comparison. Moreover, he had been staying in this great sea celestial phenomenon for far too long, so he intended to leave. This cultivation session should come to an end. After making some quick calculations, Yang Kai realized he had spent 4,000 years in the temporal rivers. It only took him around 2,000 years to make it to the 8th order, while he spent the next 2,000 years cultivating, which allowed him to establish himself in the 8th order. Just like that, 4,000 years had passed. With that said, a significantly shorter amount of time had passed in the outside world, as the flow of time in every temple river was different. And Yang Kai wasn't aware of the exact ratio compared to the outside world, so he was unable to calculate how much time had really passed by in the rest of the universe. However, he knew he had spent about 100 years outside of the temple rivers. So taking some rough estimates, he guessed that somewhere between 400 and 500 years had passed in the outside world. How is the war between the two races? It wasn't until this moment that he thought about this matter. After such a long cultivation session, Yang Kai had almost forgotten everything about the outside world. All of a sudden, he recalled that the very reason he even barged into the Great Sea was that he was chased after by the sheep-headed Royal Lord. He hadn't seen the Royal Lord after such a long time, so he wondered if the other party had entered the Great Sea as well, or if he was even still alive. Yang Kai shook his head to push the thought to the back of his mind. To him, the most important thing now was to leave here as soon as possible. When he had ample resources, he had forgotten about the passing of time in the Great Sea. Now that he didn't have sufficient resources, it was pointless for him to keep staying here. Nevertheless, leaving this place wasn't so easy. There were countless undercurrents in the Great Sea that intertwined with each other, so it was hard for him to identify any kind of direction. Having said that, Yang Kai believed that where there was a will, there was a way. He summoned his Azure Dragon Spear and opened up a portal to his small universe before absorbing the 3,000 meters long temporal river. Then he charged towards the undercurrent nearest to him. Unlike when he first plunged into the Great Sea, he was no longer flustered. Over the years, he had moved across the Great Sea countless times to look for more temporal and grand Tao rivers, so he had learned some tricks to deal with these undercurrents. Every undercurrent had evolved from a grand Tao, which formed a martial domain. Yang Kai had never dabbled in many of those grand Taos, so it was hard for him to react accordingly. Now, he had devoured quite a lot of grand Tao rivers, including some of the grand Tao of space, which helped improve his mastery over the Tao of space. By this point, it could be said that he had some basic achievements in most of the grand Taos in the universe, though his level of mastery in them varied greatly. When he was particularly skilled in a certain grand Tao, he would have it easier in the corresponding undercurrent. For example, Yang Kai had come across several space Tao rivers which were full of space Tao essence and void cracks that moved about randomly. Most people would find such an environment to be a death trap. Even Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Royal Lords would find it hard to survive once they landed in such a river. However, Yang Kai was able to traverse the space Tao rivers like he was strolling across a flat meadow. He just had to use his space principles to resonate with the currents in the river, so he could ride along with it without being harmed. After absorbing such rivers in the past, he realized his mastery over the Tao of space had still improved, and when he came across another space Tao river, it became easier for him to deal with it. It was a virtuous cycle. Now, Yang Kai wasn't skillful in all the grand Taos, but as long as he knew a thing or two about them, he could make use of his comprehension to ward off some of the dangers in the undercurrents. If the rivers were cohesive enough, he could even refine part of them and enhance his mastery of those grand Taos. Therefore, despite knowing that it would be easy to leave, Yang Kai wasn't worried he wouldn't be able to achieve it. Given enough time, he could absorb and refine all the undercurrents in the Great Sea, and without these undercurrents, the Great Sea would simply cease to exist. This would be an enormously strenuous task, as just based on his observations so far, the Great Sea was so vast that it would take him several tens of thousands of years to achieve this on his own. His experience of absorbing the undercurrents this time was different from the previous ones. Back then, Yang Kai primarily focused on looking for temporal rivers to improve his cultivation, while absorbing undercurrents was something he did when looking for the next temporal river or to break up the monotony of cultivating. However, as he focused on taking in undercurrents now, his efficiency was far higher. This caused his small universe to be filled with grand Tao rivers that he hadn't managed to refine. These rivers contained all sorts of abstrusities as they clashed in the small universe, causing some unusual phenomena. When it became too much, Yang Kai had to look for tranquil undercurrents to refine the remnants of the rivers, and only after they were fully refined would he continue with his journey. As he absorbed the grand Tao rivers, his mastery over various grand Taos improved rapidly. He had also managed to raise his spear Tao to the 7th level of mastery. His mastery of the sword Tao, which he hadn't even properly studied before, reached the 5th level, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding. Reaching the 5th level in this grand Tao didn't do much to add to his strength, but it was enough for Yang Kai to now be considered a great master in the sword Tao. Of course, that was just the level of mastery he had achieved in a theoretical sense, and he still wasn't comparable to those who reached the same level through their own hard work and comprehension. Regardless, that was none of Yang Kai's concern, as he just wanted to make use of the advancements in the grand Taos to help him get out of this great sea. Furthermore, it would take one a long time and much effort to reach the 5th level of mastery in any grand Tao, but Yang Kai only had to refine a number of sword Tao rivers to achieve that. As more and more grand Tao rivers were extracted by Yang Kai, he found it easier and easier to traverse the undercurrents in the Great Sea. Having said that, there was one point that made him torn between tears and laughter. Back then, he was eager to cultivate and make it to the 8th Order as soon as possible, so he always exerted himself to seek out temporal rivers, but only found one every 10 years on average. Now that he no longer needed temporal rivers to cultivate, though, he chanced upon them quite frequently. After absorbing a couple dozen temporal rivers of different lengths, he suddenly felt that the flow of time in his small universe changed once again. In the past, the flow of time in his small universe was 5 times faster than the outside world, but at this moment, the ratio had increased significantly. After some quick calculations, Yang Kai realized that the flow of time in his small universe was now about 7 times faster than in the outside world. In the meantime, he had acquired some new insights on the Tao of time. His dragon vein throbbed as his dragon pressure spread out wantonly. he had achieved a breakthrough in the Tao of Time. When he visited the no-return pass several hundred years ago and cultivated inside the dragon pool, his mastery of the Tao of Time had improved tremendously, reaching the 7th level. Now, after he absorbed a few dozen temporal rivers, he directly broke through to the 8th level, bringing it to the same level as his comprehension of the Tao of space. With that said, Yang Kai had a feeling that he wasn't far from achieving another breakthrough in his Tao of space. The prerequisite was that there were enough space Tao rivers in this great sea for him to absorb and refine. The realization made him feel ecstatic. As he examined the changes in his small universe, he continued to move across the undercurrents. In the periphery of the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, there were a lot of dead universe worlds where black ink nests had been planted, with one of them being especially huge as it belonged to a royal lord. There seemed to be a powerful aura hiding in this black ink nest. About 500 years ago, the sheep-headed royal lord arrived at this place and saw Yang Kai dive into this vast celestial phenomenon. After entering it himself to inspect the situation, the royal lord realized the great sea was full of danger, so he had no choice but to withdraw. At that time, he was badly injured, and if he insisted on chasing after Yang Kai, forget about finding the ladder, he might even lose his life. Therefore, the sheep-headed royal lord dragged a dead universe world to this place from the void and planted his black ink nest. By doing this, he could monitor the great sea so that he could immediately capture Yang Kai should the latter manage to somehow survive and escape. Secondly, he had to recuperate. Now that 500 years had passed, his black ink nest wasn't the only black ink nest in the periphery of the Great Sea. There were about several hundred low-rank black ink nests. With that said, there were no mid-rank black ink nests yet. After all, it would consume a vast amount of energy to nurture mid-rank black ink nests, and the royal lord didn't have the intention of having his own territory lords yet. The reason he even nurtured other black ink clansmen was to help him monitor the Great Sea. Several hundred low-rank black ink nests were scattered around the Great Sea, with only a short distance between them, while almost 10 million black ink clansmen had been spawned from these black ink nests. The resources in the nearby void had been fully extracted and sent to the black ink nests to help nurture more and more black ink clansmen. Now, most of these black ink clansmen were posted around the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, so if Yang Kai really managed to emerge, they would immediately discover him. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5430, Determined to Kill. At this moment, a feudal lord was staring at the Great Sea celestial phenomenon in front of him with a frown, sporting a doubtful expression. He had a feeling that the Great Sea had changed somehow over the years. It seemed to have become smaller. However, the change was so gradual and minute that he wasn't sure. Then he turned to look at the royal lord's black ink nest and hesitated about whether he should report this matter. The royal lord was still recuperating, and although 500 years had passed, he still hadn't fully recovered. If this feudal lord bothered him with a trivial matter, he was worried he would be punished. Perhaps I'm imagining things. The feudal lord shook his head. He had many companions who had been keeping an eye on this Great Sea as well, so if the Great Sea had really become smaller, the others would have noticed it. Since none of them had detected it, the feudal lord believed that he must be overly worried. While he was lost in his thoughts, though, there was suddenly an anomaly in the Great Sea. With a start, he looked towards it intently. He had been in this place for 300 years, but he had never seen any movement in the Great Sea, as though it was completely dead. It was odd that there were some ripples on this day. Before he could see clearly what was happening, a figure bolted out of the Great Sea with a spear in hand. The person seemed to be fighting against an invisible enemy as his murderous intent surged and his world force undulated. When the person appeared, he happened to meet eyes with this feudal lord. Both of them were startled, But the feudal lord soon came to his senses as he hurriedly retreated and howled to alert the others. The human that the royal lord had been waiting for had finally appeared. Although the feudal lord had never seen Yang Kai before, he knew this was the target the royal lord had been looking for the moment the human appeared. Following the howl, the azure dragon spear stabbed into the feudal lord's mouth. As world force burst forth, the feudal lord's head exploded. Why is there a feudal lord here? Yang Kai frowned. As he looked up, his doubt intensified because there was a low-rank black ink nest on a universe fragment nearby. There were also quite a lot of black ink clansmen wandering around this universe fragment. Sweeping his eyes around, Yang Kai realized there were even more black ink clansmen in the void that scattered around the Great Sea, as though they were monitoring something. After giving it some thought, he realized what was going on. That royal lord sure is clever. I suppose he has been waiting for me to come out all this time. He must have had his own black ink nest. Otherwise, he couldn't have nurtured so many black ink clansmen. As soon as I left the Great Sea, regardless of direction, he'd immediately find out about it. It seemed that the royal lord never entered the Great Sea, and instead was recuperating in the periphery over the years. But how many years had Yang Kai been inside the Great Sea? Since the day he decided to leave the Great Sea, he had spent 200 years looking for a way out. During that period of time, he had simply been dragged around the undercurrents with no way to identify which direction he was headed. Yang Kai almost lost hope after spending 200 years looking for a way out. Fortunately, his efforts had ultimately not been in vain. Before he could ponder on this matter, a powerful aura awakened from a universe world in the distance. Following that, he saw a burly figure shooting towards him like a meteor. Before the figure even arrived, he was engulfed in the familiar royal lord's pressure. He's quite quick. Yang Kai knew that the feudal lords nearby must have informed the royal lord about his appearance through the black ink nests. The feudal lords in the void also started charging towards Yang Kai in an attempt to hold him down. Yang Kai gripped his azure dragon spear and grinned. Then he dashed towards the royal lord, and everywhere he passed, all the black ink clansmen exploded into blood mist. In the void, the royal lord was startled as he wondered, why isn't he running away? He initially thought that Yang Kai would immediately flee after leaving the Great Sea. Although this human was weak, his skill at escaping was phenomenal. Therefore, the moment he received the news from his subordinates, the royal lord dashed out of his black ink nest as he was worried that Yang Kai would escape. To his surprise, though, instead of running away, the human came right at him. What gave this human brat such confidence? Had he forgotten about how battered he was while being chased by him 500 years ago? Soon, however, the royal lord realized where the human's confidence came from. As they got closer to each other, the human's aura surged and soon exceeded the limits of the 7th order before reaching the 8th order. He's now in the 8th order open heaven realm. The royal lord was startled. He broke through? This damned Great Sea is full of deadly danger. Back then, I couldn't even stay inside for long. It would be considered lucky for this boy to have just survived. So, how did he even manage to achieve a breakthrough? Did he come across some kind of astonishing opportunity inside the Great Sea? The royal lord's expression darkened. So, what if he's made it to the 8th order? I'm a royal lord. In the past, he was unable to kill the human because he was horribly injured, so he couldn't fully use his strength. However, after 500 years of recuperation, his wounds had mostly healed. Although he still wasn't in peak condition, he was already much better than 500 years ago. Even if there were 5 8th order humans in front of him, he could easily deal with them. Not to mention that Yang Kai was on his own. The only worry the royal lord had was about Yang Kai running. As long as the latter didn't try to escape, everything was fine. As the two figures charged towards each other, the distance between them shortened rapidly. Their powerful auras clashed, and before they even exchanged moves, the void had started warping. Suddenly, the royal lord lost sight of Yang Kai. The next instant, he was engulfed in a powerful sense of murderous intent and innumerable spear shadows. At this moment, Yang Kai wielded his spear as he showcased the skills he had acquired in the Great Sea. With his own spear Tao as the foundation, he weaved the grand Taos of luck, yin, yang, life, death, 5 elements, karma, murder, bloodlust, and many others together. The power of his spear made the entire universe tremble. Even if there was a territory lord in front of him, he had the confidence to destroy him with this move. It was the strongest spear attack he had ever unleashed. Faced with this exquisite series of attacks, the royal lord responded with pure brute force. Circulating his black ink strength madly, he forcefully pushed out his fist. The next instant, Yang Kai was sent flying away while he sprayed out a mouthful of golden blood. Overwhelming power triumphed over 10,000 skills. Although Yang Kai had acquired much in the Great Sea and comprehended numerous different grand Taos, it still couldn't make up for the huge discrepancy between their raw powers. He hurriedly stabilized himself, but instead of feeling downcast, Yang Kai was thrilled. That was because he realized he was able to compete against a royal lord. Before he entered the Great Sea, he couldn't have imagined battling against a royal lord, as the other party only needed to land a single punch to end his life. But now, despite still looking battered, Yang Kai had managed to trade blows with a royal lord. His breakthrough to the 8th Order and the assimilation of many different grand Taos had improved his strength tremendously. Yang Kai was no longer the frail 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master he used to be. The royal lord was also flabbergasted. After striking Yang Kai with that punch, he didn't rush to pursue him and instead looked down intently at his fist. All kinds of indescribable powers swirled around his fist, and they also lingered in the void, where they clashed. Those powers were inscrutable, as though they had something to do with the very foundation of energy and existence themselves, something he could not understand in the slightest. But soon, he cast those distracting thoughts away and glared at Yang Kai, murderous intent burning in his eyes. Some 500 years ago, this human escaped from him by diving into the Great Sea, but after emerging, he had become significantly more powerful. The royal lord knew he could not let such a human escape again. Otherwise, many black ink clansmen would die at his hands in the future. Therefore, he was determined to kill Yang Kai regardless of what it took. On the other hand, Yang Kai had also decided to purge this royal lord at all costs. It wasn't that he was overly confident in himself because of the increase in his strength, but rather that he knew the secrets of this great sea and couldn't afford to let this royal lord live. There was no denying that the Great Sea was a massive treasure trove. Although he had been trapped inside for many years, Yang Kai had benefited enormously from the experience. Such a celestial phenomenon was hugely beneficial to all humans, not just him. Perhaps he could come back in the future and cultivate here again. As such, he couldn't let the secrets of this place be leaked out. If he allowed the royal lord to live, after witnessing Yang Kai's massive growth in strength, the latter would surely dive into the Great Sea and possibly discover its secrets. The Grand Taos and the undercurrents were useless to the Black Ink clan, but they were beneficial to Black Ink disciples. They just had to bring some Black Ink disciples with them to reap all the benefits of this celestial phenomenon. To prevent such a thing from happening, Yang Kai had to kill this royal lord. Moreover, it was obvious that this royal lord wouldn't let him flee either. He had been waiting in this place for hundreds of years. So now that his enemy had appeared, there was no way he would let him off. Today, either this royal lord died, or Yang Kai would perish. It just so happened that both of them were determined to destroy each other. In the next instant, Yong Kai disappeared from the spot while the royal lord surged his black ink strength and flapped his wings. Following that, Yong Kai abruptly appeared behind the royal lord and thrust out his spear. As though there was an eye on the royal lord's back, he swung his hand out, his palms seemingly able to suppress the heavens and the earth. Nevertheless, he realized he couldn't grasp his target. Yong Kai's afterimage dissipated in his hand, while the true body reappeared on his left. Having expected this, though, the royal lord directly pushed out his fist. The moment Yong Kai appeared, it was as though he chose to crash into the opponent's attack. They had exchanged over 100 moves in an instant, but they weren't going all out yet. Yong Kai's afterimages scattered around the void, as though there were dozens of him appearing at the same time. Before an afterimage dissipated, a new one had appeared. As he repeatedly thrust out his spear, Yong Kai channeled all sorts of grand chaos into his attacks, and soon there seemed to be a web of grand chaos that engulfed the royal lord. Unperturbed, the royal lord reacted accordingly. He knew that this human was a master of the Tao of space, so despite being the stronger one, he couldn't allow the other party to dictate the flow of this battle. Otherwise, he might be the one defeated. As he was not as skillful as this human, all the royal lord could rely on was his immense power. As long as he found a chance, he could kill the other party with a single blow. At that instant, the battle appeared quite lopsided. One party repeatedly cast flashy attacks as he activated different sorts of grand chaos through his spear, while the other seemed clumsy but unfazed, as every move he made exuded immense pressure. Martial Peak, Chapter 5431, Chaotic Time Space. Not long after the intense battle started, both Yong Kai and the sheep-headed royal lord felt their hearts sinking as they sported solemn expressions. For Yong Kai, even though his strength had increased by several times, he was still no match for the other party. Although there was only a difference of one order between them, it was the biggest gap to cross. When Yong Kai was a fifth-order master, he could kill a sixth-order master. When he was a sixth-order master, he could kill a seventh-order master. When he was a seventh-order master, he could kill a territory lord. However, as an eighth-order open heaven realm master now, he realized he had no hope of killing a ninth-order master with his own strength alone. A royal lord's power was equivalent to that of a ninth-order master. He could even clearly feel that the royal lord still hadn't fully recovered. In other words, the other party wasn't in peak condition, yet he still wasn't a match. Damn it! If this drags on, I'll fall into an unfavorable position. However, if I don't kill this royal lord, I can't keep the secrets of the great sea celestial phenomenon safe. While this was giving Yong Kai a headache, the royal lord was equally frustrated. The human across from him was significantly more powerful than he was 500 years ago. Although they hadn't been fighting for long, the royal lord came to realize that it wouldn't be easy for him to kill this opponent. There was no doubt this human still wasn't a match for him, but he already had the power to oppose him. Other powerful eighth-order human masters could also probably deal with him for a time, but the royal lord was confident he could kill such enemies sooner or later. However, Yong Kai was different. This guy was a master of the Tao of space, and the royal lord vividly remembered being unable to capture him despite having pursued him for years 500 years ago. If nothing changed in their current battle, Yong Kai would probably flee. I can't give him a chance to run. Otherwise, I'll never find out what Song gave him. Song's trump card must be of critical importance and must be controlled by us. Both of them had different thoughts in their minds, but at that moment, they decided they needed to go all in to defeat the other party at the same time. The next moment, Yong Kai suddenly leaped away from the royal lord, widening the gap between them. He initially thought that the royal lord would stop him, but instead the royal lord just let him go. Despite his puzzlement, Yong Kai didn't have time to ponder on the issue as he dropped the Azure Dragon Spear and began rapidly forming a set of hand seals. A golden crow cawed as a great sun leaped into existence. Following that, a cold full moon rose from behind him as it cast its glow onto the void. The sun and moon appeared at the same time, forming a wondrous vision. The moment the sun and moon manifested, they began orbiting around Yong Kai, affecting both space and time in the surrounding region. Time principles spread out, while space principles undulated and intertwined with them, forming an entirely new kind of strength, sun and moon divine wheel. This was the most powerful trump card Yong Kai could bring out besides his dragon bead. It was also the divine ability he had invented through his own comprehension. Activating it was not difficult, but the prerequisites to cast it were extraordinarily difficult, such that only Yong Kai was capable of it, as it was formed from the resonance of his two strongest grand das. Therefore, this divine ability displayed an extraordinary might when he used it. He was unable to use his dragon bead casually. So to deal with this royal lord, Yong Kai could only rely on his sun and moon divine wheel. If this move wasn't even useful, he would have no choice but to retreat before trying to come up with another way to kill the royal lord. The instant Yong Kai cast his sun and moon divine wheel, the royal lord also looked up and glared at him. His dark eyes seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss, as though they could devour Yong Kai. His obsidian eyes reflected Yong Kai's figure, which was engulfed in endless black ink strength. It was as if he was burning with a dark flame. Royal Lord's secret technique. At that instant, both Yong Kai and the Royal Lord brought out their most lethal moves in an attempt to defeat the other party. It could be said that they had made the same judgment in this situation and acted decisively on it. Yong Kai was startled, as he was quite familiar with the Royal Lord's secret technique. For the black ink clansmen below the Royal Lords, if they wanted to corrupt a human, they just had to release their black ink strength to invade that human's body and small universe. If that human couldn't resist, they would be turned into a black ink disciple. Royal Lords could naturally do the same, but they also had a better and more efficient method, which was known to the humans as the Royal Lord's secret technique. It was well known among the humans that when a Royal Lord activated the Royal Lord secret technique, even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master couldn't resist it, instantly turning them into a black ink disciple. This was one of the reasons the 8th Order Masters didn't interfere carelessly when a 9th Order Old Ancestor battled a Royal Lord. A 9th Order Master could fend off the Royal Lord's secret technique, but those in the 8th Order couldn't. Once they were struck by the Royal Lord secret technique during an intense battle, the humans were bound to suffer immense losses. To deal with a Royal Lord, a 9th Order Master had to personally make a move. The humans had been studying the secrets behind the Royal Lord's secret technique for years, but they hadn't found out anything useful yet, mainly because no Royal Lord would easily activate the Royal Lord's secret technique. Without a target they could study or examples they could learn from, the humans obviously couldn't gather any useful information. With that said, the high-ranking officers had speculated that the Royal Lord secret technique might be a kind of innate divine ability that was exclusive to the Black Ink clan. Only Royal Lords were able to use this innate divine ability, and it was most likely a kind of attack that directly affected one's soul. Certainly, Yong Kai had heard of such information and even experienced it for himself twice in the past, but he was too weak back then to really understand what was happening. Now, having reached the 8th Order and possessing incredible soul cultivation, he was finally able to realize that the Royal Lord secret technique wasn't purely a soul technique, but rather a combination of one with an eye secret technique. When the Royal Lord activated the Royal Lord's secret technique, Yong Kai could clearly see his own reflection in the other party's eyes. The figure was engulfed in thick black ink strength, as though he had really turned into a black ink disciple. At the same time, Yong Kai was indeed covered in black ink strength in reality. The black ink strength was pure, and it was as though it had appeared out of nowhere. At the very least, Yong Kai didn't see his opponent releasing this black ink strength. The thick and pure black ink strength soon penetrated his physique, and despite his best efforts, Yong Kai was unable to resist its invasion. This kind of corrosion was harmless to his body, but the royal lord's secret technique was never meant to be lethal. The pure and dense black ink strength invaded Yong Kai's small universe in the blink of an eye, but unlike what would normally happen, the black ink strength just sputtered, like a stone dropping into an ocean. Any other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would have been turned into a black ink disciple and been enslaved to the Royal Lord by now. However, Yong Kai's small universe had the protection of a World Tree clone. He had even planted a low-rank black ink nest in his small universe many years ago to nurture some low-level black ink clansmen to use as training tools for the disciples of the Void Dao Temple. A massive amount of black ink strength had already been suppressed and sealed in his small universe. Therefore, Yong Kai was truly not afraid of its corrosion anymore. Sung once told him that the World Tree clone might not be able to fend off the black ink strength from Mo itself, for he was the source of all black ink strength, but although the sheep-headed royal lord was also powerful, he was orders of magnitude weaker than Mo. As such, he could never break through the World Tree clone's protection. Suddenly, Yong Kai realized that the royal lord's aura had plunged tremendously after he cast the royal lord's secret technique. At that instant, Yong Kai recalled the reason why the royal lords wouldn't use the royal lord's secret technique unless it was absolutely necessary to do so. That was because there was a price to pay if they wanted to use it. This secret technique was extremely powerful, and it was silent when it was cast. As such, the Eighth Order Masters could not hope to defend themselves from it. If the royal lords could repeatedly cast it without any restraints, the Black Ink clan would just have to send a royal lord to wander around the battlefield to turn all the Eighth Order Masters into black ink disciples. Once that happened, the human race would be doomed. However, since there was clearly a big price to pay, the royal lords wouldn't use the royal lord secret technique as they pleased lest the Ninth Order Masters seize the chance and kill them. Obviously, the life of a royal lord was far more important than a few Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Upon that realization, Yong Kai started grinning. He was still engulfed in black ink strength, making him look extremely evil. He was initially worried that his son and Moon Divine might not be powerful enough to deal with this royal lord. Nevertheless, the latter had been significantly weakened after he activated the royal lord's secret technique. As such, the Sun and Moon Divine would probably be quite deadly to him. Just as Yong Kai was affected by the Royal Lord's secret technique and his entire figure was covered in black ink strength, the power of the swirling sun and moon reached the Royal Lord. Yong Kai's eyes brightened as he was secretly thrilled. It wasn't the first time he used the Sun and Moon Divine wheel. In fact, he had cast this divine ability many times back then to deal with opponents who were more powerful than he was. However, the Sun and Moon Divine had never been more powerful than it was now. It was to the point where even Yong Kai felt the divine ability was unusually powerful on this day. There was no denying it had something to do with his advancement in the Tao of Time. However, he reckoned the biggest reason was that he had reached a form of equilibrium. In the past, his mastery over the Tao of Space had always been greater than his mastery over the Tao of Time. Before he headed to the No Return Pass, his mastery over the Tao of Space had already reached the 8th level, while his mastery over the Tao of Time was only on the 6th level. After the training in the Dragon Pool, the power of his dragon vein increased tremendously, which resulted in his mastery over the Tao of Time reaching the 7th level. When he was cultivating in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, Yong Kai managed to absorb and refine several dozen temporal rivers. thus pushing his Tao of Time to the 8th level, which was on the same level as his Tao of Space. In the past, when he activated his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, Yang Kai realized that there was an imbalance between the space principles and time principles that composed the attack. This kind of imbalance stopped the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel from unleashing its full potential. He had speculated that once both of his grand Daos reached a state of balance, he would see a significant increase in the power of his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. Now, it seemed that his speculation was right. As the powers of both grand Daos intertwined, they showcased an entirely new space-time strength which seemed to resonate with the universe itself. The instant the Royal Lord cast the Royal Lord secret technique, his expression changed drastically. His aura was frail at this moment, and faced with the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, he couldn't help feeling that his life was at risk. The Royal Lord madly surged his black ink strength in an attempt to drive it off. However, affected by the strange space-time strength, his mind and movements became sluggish. Before he could come to his senses, the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel had already struck his figure. An invisible impact then spread across the void. The Sun and Moon exploded and formed into a massive sphere of light. At that instant, time and space seemed to have fallen into a chaotic state. Even Yang Kai, the one who cast this divine ability, felt that everything seemed to have turned upside down. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5432, The True Might. At that moment, Yang Kai widened his eyes and looked fixedly at the light sphere. Although tears started sliding down his cheeks in response to the dazzling light, he still didn't close his eyes. That was because he was seeing something inconceivable. There seemed to be some images flashing across the light sphere. In the images, he saw a vague figure that was engulfed in black ink strength with a big head in his hand. Black blood was seen spilling from the head, and countless black ink clansmen surrounded the figure as though they were worshipping him. Before he could see anything clearly, though, the images had disappeared, and the images he saw next were even more stunning. Thriving stars and universe worlds filled with vitality were shrouded in black ink strength as they soon turned into barren wastelands void of any life. These images soon disappeared as well. Then he saw a humongous tree that appeared to be sick. The leaves had withered, and even the fruits on the tree were shriveled. They appeared so wrinkled as though they had been exposed to sunlight for years on end. Strange images continued to flicker through the light sphere, but they all disappeared before Yang Kai could look into them. As such, he couldn't take in the details. In just a moment, over 100 scenes had flashed past the light sphere, which was soon replaced by darkness, as though there was no longer any light in the universe. Yang Kai fell into a dazed state. What were those images? He had activated the Sun and Moon Divine Will before, but he had never seen such a strange phenomenon. The light sphere had disappeared before he could figure anything out. Engulfed in the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, the sheep-headed Royal Lord was soaked in black blood, and his face had been transformed by horror. His aura had already turned weak after he used the Royal Lord's secret technique, and it now seemed even more frail. He had seen the images at the same time as Yang Kai. However, even Yang Kai had no idea what those things were, so how was he supposed to know? Moreover, he wasn't in the mood to ponder on it. The power of the Sun and Moon Divine Will had exceeded Yang Kai's expectations, and had also gone beyond the Royal Lord's imagination. The amazing space-time strength was now corroding the Royal Lord's mind and body, making him suffer indescribable pain. However, he still felt confident that the dust had settled. No human could resist the Royal Lord's secret technique, or at least the Royal Lord thought so, as the next instant his expression changed drastically, for Yang Kai, who was covered in black ink strength, suddenly grinned mockingly at him. 4 universe pillars. These words sprang into the Royal Lord's mind in an instant. The Royal Lord's secret technique wasn't without its arch-nemesis. The four universe pillars could block the Royal Lord's secret technique, ensuring that the humans who possessed one of them wouldn't be corrupted by black ink strength. However, as far as the Royal Lord knew, precious treasures like the four universe pillars were extremely rare throughout the entire universe. Therefore, only a small number of humans would possess one. The Royal Lord had never expected that the human he had been hunting down had one as well. He had heard that precious treasures like the four universe pillars were always owned by the strongest Eighth Order masters. This human was only in the Seventh Order 500 years ago, so why did he have one of the four universe pillars as well? At that instant, the Royal Lord deeply regretted activating the Royal Lord's secret technique, which caused him to be weakened. Otherwise, he would have been able to deal with the opponent's strange divine ability. He was already weakened to begin with, and he was subsequently struck by the opponent's divine ability, which exacerbated his condition. Realizing he was in a dangerous situation, the Royal Lord's figure shook as he used a secret technique. At the same time, the Royal Lord Black Ink Nest, which was planted nearby, started transmitting black ink strength to him, allowing his aura to surge. His black ink nest wasn't far away, so he could make use of it to improve his condition. Although he looked battered, everything was still well within his control. He still had a chance to kill this human. The moment the Royal Lord drew energy from his black ink nest, though, Yong Kai's facial features warped, as though he was going through some excruciating pain. He then howled in agony. The Royal Lord was startled, but before he could figure out what was wrong with Yong Kai, a howl of even greater intensity burst from his lips. At that moment, he felt an immense force tearing apart the defense of his soul and badly damaging it. Coupled with the space-time strength's influence, his mind went completely blank. Soul-rending thorn. When Yong Kai asked Grandmaster Ma Fan to refine soul-rending thorns for him for the first time, the latter crafted 12 for him to use. Then, Yong Kai used 11 of them in the fight for the mid-rank black ink nest, which resulted in him badly injuring or killing the equivalent number of territory lords and Eighth Order black ink disciples. After that, outside the royal city in Great Evolution Theater, he used the last one to kill Che Kong. With such a record of success, Yong Kai naturally made sure to get more soul-rending thorns for himself. When the Great Evolution Army set off on their second crusade, Yong Kai gathered some materials and asked Grandmaster Ma Fan to make more soul-rending thorns for him. It took Grandmaster Ma Fan some time and energy to do so, but now Yong Kai had several dozen soul-rending thorns with him and had been hiding them from the enemies. Even when he cast the Sun and Moon Divine Will earlier, he did not use them. That was because he would be the first one injured before he could harm his opponent. Using a soul-rending thorn would result in mutual injuries. Therefore, Yong Kai wouldn't use one unless it was necessary to do so. Now, it had come to a point where he had no choice but to use them. The Royal Lord was indeed powerful. Even though his soul had been struck by the soul-rending thorn and space-time strength, he still managed to pull himself together quickly, but when he looked up, he realized Yong Kai was nowhere to be found. When his mind was blank earlier, Yong Kai had vanished. Reacting on instinct, he turned around as he widened his eyes and roared, "You court death!" Above the dead universe world where his black ink nest was located, Yong Kai's figure abruptly appeared. He wielded his spear as his weapon turned into a spear light and struck the Royal Lord's black ink nest. Yong Kai didn't directly attack the Royal Lord because he didn't have the confidence to kill him with one strike. It was difficult to deal with a Royal Lord at the peak of his power. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was unable to succeed back then under similar circumstances, so Yong Kai naturally wouldn't think he could do any better. Therefore, he believed that it would be best for him to seize the chance and destroy the other party's black ink nest. A black ink nest could not run away or counterattack. After all, Yong-kai had learned his lesson in the Great Evolution Royal City back then, so he held nothing back this time. As the spear light slashed across the black ink nest, it was cut clean in half. Spear intent burst forth and vaporized the black ink nest down to its roots. All the black ink clansmen in the black ink nest were killed in an instant as their auras disappeared. The next moment, the low-rank black ink nests around the Great Sea started collapsing and withering as they had lost their support. Without the support from their source, which was the Royal Lord's black ink nest, all the low-rank black ink nests were doomed to perish. With his spear in hand, Yong-kai turned around and faced the Royal Lord, who was coming at him. His facial features contorted in pain, but the murderous intent behind his gaze seemed to have materialized as he pointed his spear forward and roared, "It's your turn!" The Royal Lord had just reached the peak of his power before his aura plunged again to the point where it was worse than before. Faced with the glistening spear, he felt panic for the very first time. The other party was indeed weaker than him, but after they exchanged finishing moves, he was the one badly injured. He couldn't help but think if the fight dragged on, he would be killed by his opponent. Soon, however, he cast his fear away and grit his teeth as he charged towards Yong-kai. His expression was more hideous than that of his opponent, for it had come to a point where there was no turning back. Today, one of them would fall. There was no other possible outcome. Yong-kai remained unwavering. As they brushed past each other in the void, their blood spattered, and they growled at the same time. This couldn't be helped, as Yong-kai seized the chance to use another soul-rending thorn during their exchange of moves. While his soul was again wounded, the Royal Lord wasn't feeling any better. Yong-kai had the soul-warming lotus, so he wasn't worried about his soul being damaged too much, but the same couldn't be said for the Royal Lord. The moment they stabilized their figures, they turned around and charged at each other again. In the void, countless black ink clansmen surrounded them in all directions. Knowing that he was in a perilous situation, the Royal Lord intended to make use of his subordinates. Unfortunately for him, back then, he abstained from spawning any territory lords to save some energy, so his most powerful subordinates were only feudal lords. The Royal Lord wasn't sure if such an army could pose any threat to Yong-kai, but it had come to a point where he had no choice but to give it a try. Yong-kai had apparently realized this as well. Under normal circumstances, he would certainly have no regard for these feudal lords, but the situation now was different. Presently, he was surrounded by millions of black ink clansmen, and he had to deal with the Royal Lord at the same time. If he wasn't careful enough, he might lose his life here. Therefore, he became even more ruthless with his moves as he madly activated the soul-rending thorns. After using a fourth soul-rending thorn, Yong-kai realized he had fallen into a dazed state. He secretly cursed because he had used too many soul-rending thorns and had now affected the very foundation of his soul. If he continued to use the soul-rending thorns, his soul would be ripped apart before he could even kill the Royal Lord. When that happened, even the soul-warming lotus couldn't save him. These thoughts all occurred in a flash before his mind suddenly turned blank, as he was no longer able to think clearly. Then he lost consciousness. Some unknown amount of time later, Yong-kai abruptly came to his senses when he felt a cool sensation. His head was in pain as his soul had been badly damaged, which made him unable to think clearly. It was only thanks to the soul-warming lotus that he could even regain consciousness. Following that, Yong-kai realized he was surrounded by enemies that stretched out into the distance with no end in sight. They were the Black Ink Clan soldiers. At this moment, he was fighting against the Black Ink Clan soldiers, and wherever he went, blood flowed like rivers as countless Black Ink Clan corpses littered the void. Despite the fact that he was unconscious earlier, his body, honed by hundreds of years of combat, reacted instinctively to kill the enemies, which saved his life. Otherwise, the feudal lords would have been able to kill him. He considered himself lucky that there were no territory lords among the Black Ink clansmen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood a chance to survive. The next instant, he realized the royal lord was nowhere in sight. Where is he? The reason he fell into a stupor was because he had activated too many soul-rending thorns. His soul was unable to bear the damage brought about by 4 repeated sacrifices. Since he had fallen into such a state, he reckoned that the royal lord wasn't in a better condition either, despite the fact that the latter was stronger. However, now that he was awake, he couldn't detect the royal lord's aura. Did he run away? No. Suddenly, Yang Kai looked down at his hand and realized he was holding a huge head with sheep horns. This head's eyes were still wide open, as though he was unresigned before his death. Black blood could be seen dripping from his severed neck. At that instant, Yang Kai realized he had seen such a sight before. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5433, Spying on the Future. The sheep-headed royal lord was dead. What was certain was that the royal lord died by Yang Kai's hand, but Yang Kai didn't know exactly how he had decapitated the royal lord. He also didn't know why he was holding the royal lord's head in his hand. In this situation, there was no way Yang Kai could think clearly, and when he tried, he just felt dizzier. He knew this was because his soul was seriously injured. So far, he had relied on the fact that he had the soul-warming lotus and had done many risky things. However, the injury to his soul this time was something that could not be compared to any other in the past. The consequences were huge, but the result was worth it. He had killed a royal lord. This was also the very first royal lord he personally killed all by himself. Although he had previously killed a Ninth Order Black Ink disciple in the royal city of Great Evolution Theater, that Black Ink disciple's actual strength was much inferior to a royal lord's, not to mention that he only delivered the last lucky blow, while the opponent had his guard down. The opponent's small universe was already extremely unstable after taking a blow from old ancestor Xiao Xiao, and Yang Kai just happened to have the means to defeat him. Using the unique features of his cow punch, Yang Kai was able to send his opponent to his death with just one punch. Thus, the killing of that Ninth Order Black Ink disciple was more of a lucky accident rather than a show of strength and skill. But this was a real battle. Since being chased after by the sheep-headed royal lord from outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, Yang Kai had faced innumerable dangers, used up a lot of time, and was even forced into the Great Sea celestial phenomenon to save himself during his escape. However, the winner was king, while the loser was the villain. He was still alive, while the sheep-headed royal lord was dead. At that moment, Yang Kai felt a sudden sense of satisfaction rise in him. He felt his 4,000 years of dull cultivation didn't go to waste, nor did the countless resources he used when in the temporal rivers inside the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. It just so happened that the cultivation that lasted who knows how many actual years in the outside world had given him the strength to kill a royal lord in a head-on battle. Of course, the consequences he suffered weren't minor either. Yang Kai could tell that several of his bones were broken, and golden blood was oozing from a penetrating wound on his lower abdomen, seemingly having been inflicted by the sheep-headed royal lord's claws. Also, one of his arms and one of his legs were bent in a strange way, with the most serious injury being the one to his soul. After using the soul-rending thorn 4 consecutive times in short order, Yang Kai felt about half of his soul had been sacrificed. In fact, if it had been anyone else, that person would have already died. It was also because he had the soul-warming lotus that Yang Kai was able to stay alive and regain consciousness. The successful killing of the sheep-headed royal lord was not only because of his efforts, but also luck. If such a battle were to happen again, Yang Kai couldn't guarantee that he would be the ultimate winner. Now, he indeed had the capital to fight against a royal lord, but there was still quite a large gap between their real strength. Yang Kai felt groggy, as he could not keep himself conscious for much longer. He was barely able to stay awake and felt like he was suspended in water while constantly sinking into the abyss. This was because his soul was desperate to shut down and sleep to heal. In the end, Yang Kai sank into a state of semi-consciousness again, just moments after it had woken up. Though his mind fell into a daze, his body didn't stop killing the enemy. When Yang Kai woke up the second time, his injuries seemed to have worsened even more. The Black Ink clansmen were still besieging him from all directions, and he was continuously killing the enemies, as if this battle would never end. Having his mind falling asleep and waking up several times, Yang Kai didn't know how much time had passed, but eventually he woke up to find himself simply standing in the void. His body was exuding a heavy murderous aura that was so potent it seemed like it could condense into a tangible substance, while all around him were corpses and pieces of the Black Ink clansmen. There were so many that it seemed like they were going to fill up the entire void. As for Yang Kai, he was currently standing tall above the mountain of corpses. At some point, his killing spree had stopped. There was not a living Black Ink clansman in sight, though Yang Kai wasn't sure if he had killed them all. However, judging by the remains on the battlefield, he guessed that even if some Black Ink clan soldiers had escaped, there wouldn't be too many of them. He had killed at least 70% of the Black Ink clan army here. The strongest among this Black Ink clan army were only feudal lords, so even if they escaped, it wouldn't make much difference because the dangers they would face in this region of the deep void were great, even for someone like Yang Kai. Without a truly powerful master protecting them, they would all die in this place sooner or later. Lowering his head to look at his hands, Yang Kai discovered the head of the sheep-headed royal lord he was holding when he woke up the first time was gone. Perhaps he had unknowingly lost it at some point, but he wasn't concerned with that. After having a look around his surroundings, he found a universe fragment the Black Ink clan had moved here before stuffing a handful of spirit pills into his mouth, and began to adjust his breathing and recuperate. The injuries to his soul had yet to heal, but they were constantly being nourished and repaired by the soul-warming lotus, so their condition was better. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have been able to wake up several times. On the other hand, the injuries on his body were very severe. After all, there were a multitude of Black Ink clansmen here, so even if their strongest were only feudal lords, that was still enough to pose a huge threat to him. His body was covered in wounds of all sizes that were too numerous to count. Many of them were even layered atop old wounds. Fortunately for him, the royal lord was dead, and he had killed who knows how many Black Ink clansmen, so there was no one here to disturb him while he was healing. The first thing Yang Kai did was to reconnect all his broken bones before correcting his twisted arm and leg, which made him break out in cold sweat during the process. After doing all that, he carefully checked his body internally and externally to ensure there weren't any hidden injuries. Having done so, he did find something that made his face twitch. His dragon bead had cracked again. During the 4,000 years he had been cultivating in the Great Sea, his previously damaged dragon bead had already been fully restored. Now that the dragon bead had cracked again, it meant that he had activated his dragon bead while in his hazy state. There was no need to even guess, though. It was undoubtedly the royal lord who had damaged his dragon bead again. It seemed like the sheep-headed royal lord didn't die without a fight. At the beginning of their battle, the royal lord was already not in peak condition. Then he used his royal lord secret technique, which had weakened his strength, making it difficult for him to resist the blast from the sun and moon divine wheel. At that point, he could be said to be severely injured. Following that, Yang Kai used 4 soul-rending thorns in a row, which tore into the royal lord's soul, causing massive damage. Therefore, when Yang Kai summoned his dragon bead, the royal lord's end was set in stone. Just thinking about it, Yang Kai couldn't help shivering slightly. Since his body could instinctually kill enemies while he was in a semi-conscious state, it would naturally be the same for the royal lord, who was far stronger. Yang Kai couldn't even imagine what would have happened if the royal lord had shattered his dragon bead when he summoned it in his fugue state. Thinking of the royal lord, Yong Kai thought about something else. When he woke up the first time, he was holding the royal lord's head while being surrounded by countless black Ink Clan soldiers. That scene closely resembled one of the scenes he saw after using the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. Back then, he thought the Black Ink Clan that had surrounded him were showing their admiration for something, but now it seemed like they weren't admiring anything. They were clearly besieging him to kill him. Yong Kai was shocked. How can this be? Could the scene I saw be the scene I just experienced? After activating the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, he did have the feeling that time itself had become chaotic. Could the misalignment of time lead to me being able to foresee future events? Instinctively, Yong Kai wanted to deny this conjecture, but one of the flashing scenes he had seen at the time slowly became clearer in his mind, and he discovered that it was very similar to the scene he saw when he first woke up. The moment time became warped, the first scene Yong Kai saw was a figure holding a detached head. The figure looked almost identical to him, but the face was blurred, and no matter how Yong Kai tried to recall it, he couldn't make out who it was. He then shuddered. If that is true, then what do the other scenes I saw represent? Could they be future events as well? He had seen many scenes back then, but most disappeared immediately after appearing, so he couldn't determine what they were. Still, there were a few scenes that he was able to see clearly. Prosperous stars and universe worlds that were full of vitality being enveloped by black ink strength, rapidly turning into wastelands devoid of life. There was also a gigantic tree that seemed to be sick. Its branches and leaves were shriveled, and even its fruits lacked any luster as they shriveled up as if they had been exposed to the sun for too long. As for the universe worlds that had their vitality destroyed and turned into wastelands after being enveloped by black ink strength, that scene might correspond to what might happen if the Black Ink Clan invaded the 3,000 worlds. If the Black Ink Clan had successfully invaded the 3,000 worlds, there was no doubt that such a future would happen. What about that gigantic tree? Could it be the World Tree? At that point, Yong Kai suddenly recalled Song's words. He said that the World Tree was almost as old as the universe itself, and its appearance wasn't that different from when Mo was spawned, which appeared when the heavens and earth first split apart. Moreover, the World Tree had an inexplicable relationship with the 3,000 worlds. Tsang, the other 9 martial ancestors, and even Yong Kai himself were means by which this vast universe tried to help itself by exerting its rules through the World Tree. Tsang and the others had gotten a gift from the World Tree, and were able to enlighten themselves about the martial Tao while comprehending the method of reaching the open heaven realm, earning them the title of martial ancestors. Yong Kai was also barely considered to have received a gift from the World Tree, as he had obtained a root from it. Since ancient times, others must have entered the grand ancient ruins boundary and received gifts from the World Tree. These were all the universe's means to save itself, but unfortunately, those people seem to have all failed and fallen. Suppose the World Tree and the 3,000 worlds did have an unbreakable connection. If the Black Ink Clan invaded the 3,000 worlds and turned all the flourishing lands into wastelands, plunging the entire universe into turmoil, then the appearance of the World Tree, that seemed like it was severely ill. The more Yong Kai thought about it, the more he sweated. He couldn't help but shake his head to disperse those thoughts from his mind. However, he didn't expect that when he moved, his head felt like it had turned into mush, and the pain was so intense that he almost passed out again. Luckily, after such an interruption, he did not have the intention to think about such nonsense anymore. The ability to foresee the future was too surreal to Yong Kai, so he wasn't willing to believe it was possible. Even though the space-time strength he used was mysterious as well, it was just a type of strength that made use of his comprehension of the grand Taos of space and time. How could such strength break through the flow of time itself and allow one to peer into the future? Healing my injuries is more important. A while later, cold sweat began dripping from Yang Kai's forehead. No matter how much he refused to believe it, he could vaguely sense that he seemed to have obtained a glimpse of the future. The sun and moon divine, Will had warped and broken time to the point that it let him witness events that had yet to transpire. If they were defeated, they would still retreat back to the no-return pass to join forces with the Dragon and Phoenix clans, because that was the only way they could resist the Black Ink clan army's attack. That was why Yang Kai only had one destination in mind, the no-return pass. In his current situation, it would be difficult for Yang Kai to be certain which direction would lead to the no-return pass, but as long as he could find the late ancient era battlefield, he would be able to estimate his whereabouts. Flying through the void, Yang Kai's figure soared along at amazing speed. He would stop every half a month or so to activate the universe transference law to try and connect to any of the universe arrays he had set inside those purifying black ink battleships. However, the only universe array he could sense was the one he set up next to the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. Such a situation meant that his distance from those universe arrays was too great for the universe transference law to even detect them. Although he couldn't sense the position of any purifying black ink battleship, this tactic wasn't useless because at the very least, he could use the universe array he left at the Great Sea celestial phenomenon to deduce his current position. As time passed, his connection with the universe array at the Great Sea celestial phenomenon became vague, which told Yang Kai that he was getting further away from the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. It was not until half a year later that he could no longer sense that universe array. With the speed he could travel, coupled with instantaneous movement, Yang Kai still used about half a year before he lost all contact with the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, which showed how vast an area a universe array could cover. There were celestial phenomena of all shapes and sizes in the void, and Yang Kai had seen many of them while he was escaping from the sheep-headed royal lord. He even dove deep into a dense fog celestial phenomenon and the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. But since he was running for his life to avoid being killed, he didn't have the time to enjoy the beauty of these celestial phenomena along the way. Now that he was feeling more relaxed, he had time to study these celestial phenomena more carefully and even found them quite miraculous. These celestial phenomena might be the manifestation of the universe's original form and might. Many radiated extremely dangerous auras, while some of them were deep and unfathomable, just like the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. Though they looked tranquil and calm on the outside, one would only know of the dangers lurking inside after entering them. The 3,000 worlds didn't have any celestial phenomena, possibly because of all the activities of human cultivators causing them to fade away. Wait, the 3,000 worlds does have some. Yang Kai suddenly recalled rumors about some strange forbidden zones in several great territories. Those forbidden zones were filled with dangers, and they were very difficult for ordinary cultivators to even approach. Those so-called forbidden zones might be remnants of ancient celestial phenomena. They weren't complete anymore, and only retained a portion of their mysteries and might. As time passed, coupled with repeated explorations by cultivators, those forbidden zones would also gradually disappear into the annals of history. Suppose one could explore the mysteries of these celestial phenomena. Maybe one could use the opportunity to gain insight into the true meaning of the power of the heavens and earth. That thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind as he flew past different celestial phenomena. Year after year, his dull voyage continued in solitude. The void was incredibly vast, and it contained all sorts of wonders, but he wasn't anxious because he knew it was no use being anxious. Along the way, Yang Kai left hidden marks inside some dead universe worlds, making it easier for him to find his way back to the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. Suddenly, on a particular day when he used the universe transference law, Yang Kai finally sensed a universe array in a particular direction. The distance was still quite far away, and the connection he felt was exceptionally weak, but if he exerted all his efforts to get there, he could probably arrive within half a year. Yang Kai was elated. All his efforts had paid off as he finally discovered something and hurriedly moved in that direction. A few days later, he used the universe transference law to determine his position. Another few days later, it was still the same. 1 month later, after Yang Kai used the universe transference law again, he frowned. Over this 1 month's time, he had used the universe transference law 5 times, and although he could establish a connection with the faraway target, there was something wrong with the situation. He was now rushing there with all his might and had activated the space principles, so his speed was exceptionally fast. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that he could have easily shortened the distance between them in this 1 month's time, and the nearer the distance with the universe array, the stronger the connection he had with it when using the universe transference law. But the reality was that the connection was still very weak. There were only 2 possibilities that could cause such a situation. One was that the universe array he was connecting with was also continuously moving forward and was keeping a constant distance from Yang Kai. However, a purifying black ink battleship speed was incomparable to Yang Kai's. So even if it was somehow moving in exactly the same direction as him, the distance would still have been greatly shortened, which meant it could only be the second possibility. The universe array he had set up in this purifying battleship was damaged. Yang Kai had arranged the universe arrays in the very heart of the purifying ink battleships, along with the storage room for purifying light, and after all the great passes had obtained their purifying black ink battleships, they specifically reinforced the defenses around the universe array to the point that it could be said that it would not be damaged unless the purifying black ink battleship was completely crippled. But now, the universe array on this unidentified purifying black ink battleship was actually damaged. So what about the purifying black ink battleship itself? Did they encounter some kind of battle? Were there still survivors there? Yang Kai was so anxious that he pushed his speed even harder. 2 months later, Yang Kai estimated it was about the distance that he could transmit with his now 8th order open heaven realm cultivation and strong physique. Also, it wouldn't be too risky to teleport at this point. So he used the universe transference law, wanting to use the universe array and directly transport himself onto that purifying black ink battleship. However, when the patterns of a grand array lit up under his feet, there was no sign of transmittance. With a deep frown on his face, Yang Kai discarded this plan and continued to move forward under his own power. It seemed that the universe array he had sensed was indeed damaged to the point that it was no longer functional. Along his way, Yang Kai kept his vigilance up, guarding against the possibility that there might be enemies lurking nearby. Another 2 months passed when Yang Kai suddenly looked up and could vaguely make out a lofty shadow standing tall inside the void. It was a great pass. Even though it was still quite far away, and the visibility inside the void wasn't too good, he could still make out an outline of a huge great pass. Yang Kai's mind suddenly shook as his figure dashed forward. However, as the distance shortened, Yang Kai's heart also gradually sank. It was indeed a great pass, but it was a destroyed one. The originally majestic-looking Great Pass was now in ruins with large holes broken in its thick walls. Outside the Great Pass were scattered corpses of soldiers from both races and fragments of broken human warships. Yang Kai's figure gradually slowed down as he passed through the mountain of corpses and blood, feeling suffocated. He didn't know what kind of battle this Great Pass had encountered, but judging from the gruesome scene before him, it was one filled with brutal bloodshed. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5435, Destroyed Azure Void Pass. Outside the destroyed Great Pass, Yang Kai forced down his anxiety and released his divine sense like a flood, wanting to find any trace of vitality that might still be around. However, it was clear that this battle ended many years ago, so if there were any survivors, how could they still be here? Moreover, he couldn't sense any signs of vitality. Crossing the battlefield that looked like a hell's cape, Yong Kai arrived above the Great Pass and looked down. What he saw was the ruined interior of the Great Pass with corpses scattered everywhere. Yong Kai's face fell. Although he didn't know what kind of battle the humans of this Great Pass had gone through, he could guess just by looking at the scene before him. The Black Ink clan army broke through this Great Pass defenses and swarmed inside, engaging in a battle to the death with the human soldiers. Soon, he saw a purifying Black Ink battleship that was broken in two and sensed the weak connection coming from the universe array inside of it. It was this particular universe array that had led him over here. Which Great Pass is this? Yong Kai couldn't figure this out from just a cursory examination, so he continued his search and soon came to the inner sanctum. The inner sanctum of every Great Pass, specifically the central square, could be said to be a human army's drill ground. Now that he looked at this place, he could see obvious traces that were left behind from the battle, as there were numerous Black Ink clan corpses littered around the area. Those dead Black Ink clan soldiers were piled up layer by layer and almost covered the entire central square. And in the center of all those dead Black Ink clan soldiers was an empty space where a figure was quietly sitting cross-legged with both eyes wide open and a peaceful expression. At that moment, Yong Kai felt like his heart was being squeezed by an invisible hand. He slowly walked forward, cleaning out a path among the piles of corpses before arriving before the figure. The two pairs of eyes met each other, and Yong Kai felt a deep sense of sorrow fill his heart. He now knew which Great Pass this was. Azure Void Pass. Although each Great Pass had similar layouts, Yong Kai had visited Azure Void Pass many times and was quite familiar with this place. It was because Azure Void Pass was a complete mess after the Great Battle that Yong Kai couldn't immediately recognize it. However, he did recognize the peaceful-looking fallen cultivator sitting cross-legged in the middle of the courtyard. It was the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Old Ancestor of Azure Void Pass. He was the one who gave Yong Kai a piece of beef all those centuries ago. That beef was cooked into soup and allowed Su Linggong to gain a burst of enlightenment and break through to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm. The old ancestor of Azure Void Pass had died in battle here. Even in the last moments of his life, he still didn't give up on the Great Pass he protected. Thinking of that, Yong Kai felt his vision becoming a little blurry. Beside the old ancestor of Azure Void Pass was the ox monster, which was missing one of its horns that the old ancestor had kept for numerous years. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao had her eyes on this ox monster for a long while, but never succeeded in getting it. At this moment, the ox monster was in the same situation as Azure Void Pass old ancestor. Its body was covered in wounds, while its other horn was broken as well. Even its tail was nowhere to be seen. The ox monster quietly lay beside Azure Void Pass old ancestor with its head lowered. Yong Kai blinked a few times to dispel the blurriness in his vision. Then he faced the old ancestor of Azure Void Pass and bowed with a solemn expression. "I vow to live and die together with the Great Pass." That was the oath that every soldier in every Great Passes swore. Azure Void Pass old ancestor had fulfilled that oath. Every soldier in Azure Void Pass had done so. For numerous years, countless human soldiers died on the Black Ink battlefield to protect the 3,000 worlds, and the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm old ancestors weren't an exception. No matter their cultivation or status, these humans who died fighting the Black Ink clan were all honorable warriors. Their corpses shouldn't be left out in the void to rot. Since Yong Kai wasn't able to join this battle and had coincidentally arrived here, it wouldn't be a problem for him to help gather these corpses. When he rose to his feet, he suddenly saw the ox monster beside Azure Void Pass old ancestor raising its head and saying, "Take the old ancestor's corpse." If you encounter another Supreme Master, it can help you defend yourself against the enemy. Yang Kai was elated. Senior Ox, are you still alive? However, the ox monster didn't answer his question but continued. There's no need to hesitate. This is also the old ancestor's last wish before he died. If his corpse could be used to kill a few more enemies, he would surely feel happy in the afterlife. After that, the ox monster again closed his eyes and silently laid its head down. Yang Kai's expression darkened. It seemed like the ox monster had already died as well. The reason it was able to speak might be due to the effect of some secret technique. If the being that came here was human, the ox monster would speak and tell that person to store away the old ancestor's corpse, but if it were a black ink clansman, things might not be that simple, since the old ancestor's corpse could also be used as a weapon still. It must be because the old ancestor had left some kind of last will behind before his death. This final will probably held extraordinary power, and it was after hearing this that Yang Kai suddenly realized why the corpse of Azure Void Pass' old ancestor was able to remain undisturbed here. The only enemy who could face an old ancestor was a royal lord, and Yang Kai could see that the injuries on the old ancestor's body were not left by just one royal lord. Just by looking at those injuries, Yang Kai could distinguish the auras left by 3 royal lords. In other words, before Azure Void Pass' old ancestor died, he had fought at least 3 royal lords but was unable to defeat them and died. As for why the 3 royal lords didn't choose to destroy the old ancestor's body and simply left it here, they must have seen that Azure Void Pass' old ancestor left behind that last will and were afraid to do anything lest they encounter an accident. If it hadn't been for that, Azure Void Pass' old ancestor's body would have already been destroyed. Considering all this, Yang Kai felt his heart clench. If the royal lords noticed this, how could they not leave some people behind to monitor the situation to avoid any surviving human soldiers from approaching this place? Just as he was thinking so, Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked up. What he saw were 3 figures suddenly appearing from inside Azure Void Pass, each with a majestic aura. They were territory lords. The Blackened clan had indeed left guards behind. A royal lord couldn't wait here for such a reason, but a few territory lords could be spared for such a duty. If 3 territory lords worked together, they could deal with most situations. Among those 3 territory lords, one of them had a seductive figure and a flirtatious expression, which reminded Yang Kai of the Charm Demon clan. There was also a tall and strong territory lord that looked more than 3 times taller than the seductive territory lord. 2 fangs were poking out from both sides of his lips and curved upwards, making him look hideous like he was a crazy wild boar. The third one looked more normal and had many human traits, with the only difference being that his limbs resembled talons that were shining with cold light. This territory lord also had a pair of wings. It was unknown where they were hiding because Yang Kai didn't even sense the slightest trace of their auras before now. The 3 territory lords weren't in a hurry to appear, seeming to be not worried that Yang Kai would escape. The seductive territory lord spoke up first. When the sirs asked us to stay here in case any humans decide to come back, I first thought they were being too careful, but now it seems that there are indeed some humans that are seeking death. The Fong-toothed territory lord snorted lightly. We've waited here for 200 years. I think my body is about to become moldy. Human, you're unlucky today. On the other hand, the Taloned territory lord frowned while warning, don't be careless. This human is an 8th order master, so he might not be easy to deal with. After letting out a snort, the Fong-toothed territory lord retorted, so what if he's an 8th order human? It's not like we haven't killed any of them. Let me kill him while you 2 stand guard. Saying so, the Fong-toothed territory lord charged at Yang Kai. Because he had a burly and bulky body, his actions seemed clumsy, but in fact he was moving very fast, and his huge frame fell like a meteor quickly approaching Yang Kai. the terrifying aura of a territory lord burst forth, causing the broken walls in the Great Pass to begin to creak. Meanwhile, the Talon territory lord fixed his eyes on Yang Kai, and even his eyes reflected the latter's figure. He was the fastest among these three territory lords, so he needed to be vigilant in case Yang Kai decided to activate whatever final seal was left on the Ninth Order Master's corpse. Although they didn't know what the seal was or what it was for, the royal lords had specifically told them it was definitely something the three of them couldn't resist. Even they, as royal lords, might not be able to resist the power which was hidden inside that seal. Even after death, a Ninth Order Master still couldn't be underestimated because the secret techniques those humans practiced often had unimaginable power. If Yang Kai really did exhibit any intentions of touching that corpse, the Taloned territory lord had to stop him immediately. While watching Yang Kai's every action carefully, the Taloned territory lord tried to think in Yang Kai's shoes and predict his next move. Just like he had said, an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master wasn't so easy to deal with. The territory lords had indeed killed many Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters outside the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction, but the territory lords had suffered huge losses as well. The number of fallen territory lords in that battle was 2 to 3 times higher than that of the enemy. Even he himself had been severely injured by a near-dead Eighth Order Open Master. Though several hundred years had passed since that battle, he could still feel slight pain coming from his injuries whenever he thought about that scene. In this situation, this Eighth Order human only had 2 possibilities for survival. One was activating the seal on the Ninth Order Old Ancestor's corpse, while the other was to flee immediately. No matter how strong an Eighth Order Master was, when faced with 3 territory lords, the only possible ending was death. What shocked the Taloned territory lord was that the somewhat excessively young-looking Eighth Order Master didn't reveal the slightest bit of panic since they appeared. Instead, this human kept a saddened expression, which was naturally because of the death of his people and the destroyed Great Pass. Under that veil of sadness, however, was endless murderous intent. This human clearly had no intention of activating the seal on the corpse. The Taloned territory lord felt his heart sink and hurriedly warned the others, "Be careful." Right after he said that, he saw the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master lunging at his fellow territory lord with a vicious expression. The human was so fast that he left a blurred afterimage behind him, making it look like there were countless clones of him charging forward to kill. The Taloned territory lord felt his pupils shirk. "This speed, it's too fast for me to interfere." When the big and small figures clashed, the sound of bones breaking rang out, but the expected scenario of the small human being sent flying away did not appear. Instead, the figure being sent flying was the tall and strong fong-toothed territory lord. His chest had caved in, and his expression looked shocked, as if he couldn't believe that he was not a match for his enemy in a head-on confrontation. However, as the territory lord was sent flying, he still viciously punched his opponent. Yang Kai wasn't able to dodge that attack, or, more precisely, he didn't intend to dodge, simply lifting his arm to guard himself. At the same moment, his other hand made a grabbing motion towards the void, and the Azure Dragon Spear appeared. With a flourish of the spear, numerous Tao strengths manifested, creating a kind of unstoppable torrent. Following that, the long spear pierced out. A soft, muffled sound came out, causing the Talon territory lord's pupils to shrink to the size of needles as he felt the entire world suddenly freeze. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5436, Continuous Killings. Hung. At that moment, the fong-toothed territory lord that was sent flying out finally fell onto a ramshackle house, smashing the already toppling building to the ground. Drip. Drip. Fresh blood dripped down and splashed onto the ground, creating a beautiful blood flower. time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Above Azure Void Pass's central square, Yong Kai held his spear with one arm, and on the spear was a curvaceous body. The spear had penetrated that figure, and black, fresh blood was dripping from it. While the different Tao strengths intertwined, they created a strange balance above the figure pierced with the spear. However, the owner of the figure could feel that the balance was very weak and could be broken with just a slight change. Once the balance was broken, those Tao strengths would suddenly explode, and what awaited her would be her death. You, on the Azure Dragon Spear, the seductive territory lord looked at Yong Kai with a conflicted expression. Her eyes were wet, making her look pitiful, but she felt more disbelief than anything. It was as if she didn't expect that she, a territory lord, couldn't even stand a single spear thrust from her opponent. Her figure was smaller than the Fong-toothed territory lord. So when the Fong-toothed territory lord was charging forward, she used a secret technique to follow behind him and silently approach her enemy. These three territory lords never thought to look down on an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, a lesson they learnt from fighting the humans on the battlefield outside the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction and in various places throughout the vast void. So, at that moment, though it looked like only the Fong-toothed territory lord was attacking, it was actually a joint attack from all three territory lords. The seductive territory lord concealed herself behind her companion, while the Taloned territory lord intimidated the enemy with his sharp aura, distracting his attention with his focused divine sense. This wasn't the first time these three territory lords worked together. Back when they attacked Azure Void Pass, they used such techniques to kill several Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. That was why the Royal Lord had specifically left them here, because they were strong enough to deal with any dangers that might arise. By coordinating with each other, these three hadn't made any mistakes and could be said to be unbeatable. However, they had encountered an anomaly this time. The Fong-toothed territory lord was sent flying after a head-on clash, followed by the seductive territory lord being run through by a spear. Meanwhile, the Talon territory lord's pupils just shrank as he didn't dare to make a move. He could detect that the opponent still had an explosive force that had yet to be unleashed condensed inside that spear, so if he moved rashly, the seductive territory lord would immediately die. Although they were shocked at how powerful this Eighth Order human was, they had actually won. The seductive territory lord indeed looked quite pitiful at this moment as Yong Kai's spear was piercing her, but her efforts and sacrifices weren't in vain as her jade hand had pierced into Yong Kai's chest and grabbed his heart. She could feel the strong beating of his heart inside his chest in the palm of her hand. Just by tightening her grip, she would be able to crush this human's heart and kill him. However, she didn't do that. Instead, she silently looked into Yong Kai's eyes and suddenly smiled. "You're very strong. Such a strong Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. I don't feel like killing him anymore." Black ink strength filled the air and flowed into Yong Kai's body. In an instant, the outside of Yong Kai's body was surrounded by black ink strength. She was going to corrupt the strong opponent with black ink strength and make him her black ink disciple. Though she was by no means weak, if she had such a strong black ink disciple protecting her, her strength would more than double. On the other hand, Yong Kai stayed put, as if he were afraid of something. The black ink strength soon enveloped him, and even his eyes turned black. Success! The Taloned territory lord, who was feeling nervous all this while, relaxed his breath as he was also reluctant to see his companion dying here. Now that the black ink strength had corrupted their enemy, their side would gain a strong helper, which was undoubtedly the best outcome of this situation. "Put me down," the seductive territory lord ordered gently as if she were sweet-talking her lover. "Yes," Yong Kai responded. At that moment, the seductive territory lord suddenly felt something wasn't right, and immediately roared before trying to tighten her grip on Yang Kai's heart. But before she could crust her opponent's heart, she felt a mysterious strength suddenly erupt from inside her body. Right then, numerous Tao strengths ran rampant, rapidly expanding the seductive territory Lord's curvaceous body into a ball before exploding it. Black blood fell like rain, and pieces of flesh flew everywhere. The seductive territory Lord's body exploded into a pretty-looking blood flower. That sudden turn of events shocked the Taloned territory lord so much that he turned pale. It was then that he realized that his enemy wasn't afraid of being corrupted by black ink strength. At that point, Yang Kai had stealthily appeared by his side, and with a sweep of his spear, it transformed into a huge shadow that slashed down at his head. With a roar, the Taloned territory lord channeled his black ink strength into his claws and wings, instantly turning them into weapons as he battled with Yang Kai. Fresh blood flew everywhere from both Yang Kai and the Taloned territory lord. The battle looked even from the outside, but the Taloned territory lord felt his blood run cold. After their initial clash, he knew he wasn't a match for his opponent, and the only reason this Eighth-Order human was being wounded was because he completely gave up defending himself to kill him faster. In just 3 breaths of time, the two figures separated. While panting heavily, the Taloned territory lord had a shocked expression on his face while sporting hundreds of injuries of all sizes all over his body, leaving almost no place unscarred. It wouldn't have mattered if that was all, though. But these injuries all contained some strange power that affected his ability to use his black ink strength, which made him continuously grow weaker. At that moment, an angry roar sounded, and a huge figure charged over from the side and instantly appeared behind Yang Kai before spreading his arms wide and closing them while approaching Yang Kai. It was the Fong-Toothed territory lord who had finally regained consciousness and came to help. He was still a little confused as to why one of his companions wound up severely injured while the other died during the short moment he was knocked away. All he knew was that he and his companions had greatly underestimated this human Eighth-Order master. Just as he was about to slap his hands and crush his enemy, the Fong-Toothed territory lord suddenly felt a strange power surging in the air, and surprisingly found that no matter how he tried to bring his palms together, he couldn't shorten the distance between them. At this instant, the space between his palms seemed to be infinitely stretching. This scene shocked him even more. While he was distracted, the Eighth-Order master had already disappeared, and a grunt and roar came from the other side. Raising his head to look over, the Fong-Toothed territory lord felt his heart jump as he watched his Talon companion being madly beaten up by the Eighth-Order master like a sandbag. The space over there seemed warped, distorted beyond recognition, causing the two figures on the other side to appear occasionally elongated or shortened like they were reflections in a broken mirror. Black blood spewed everywhere, and the Talon territory lord seemed to be unable to resist the relentless thrusts of Yang Kai's spear. Many principles and Tao strengths were being activated by Yang Kai and turned into killing power. Noticing the situation, the Fong-Toothed territory lord howled madly before dashing over to help his companion. They came here as a trio, but now one of them was dead. If another one of them fell, they might be completely wiped out. Having never encountered such a terrifying foe before, the Fong-Toothed territory lord thought that all the other Eighth-Order masters they had previously killed were simply incomparable to the one before him, despite the fact that his aura wasn't stronger than any of the other Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm masters. This human had control over some various kinds of strengths that were exceptionally difficult to deal with. They had seen such strengths used by other human masters, but those humans would only be proficient in 1 to 2 of them, so they weren't so difficult to counter. There had never been a human who could wield so many different kinds of Tao strengths. These strengths weren't much on their own, but when they all intertwined in one place, they seemed to produce unpredictable effects. after madly running halfway to help his companion. The Fong-Toothed Territory Lord suddenly stopped and immediately turned around before charging out of Azure Void Pass's broken walls and into the void's depths. This couldn't be helped as he saw the taloned Territory Lord's head blown to pieces by Yong Kai before he could even arrive to offer assistance. In just 30 breaths of time, even with 3 Territory Lords working together, 2 of them had been killed, leaving only one alive. Would he be able to keep his life if he stayed there? Before the Fong-Toothed Territory Lord could escape Azure Void Pass, though, he suddenly stopped and looked up with a heavy expression. Standing tall above the crumbling walls was a figure with a long spear that was pointing down at him as black blood dripped from his hand. That figure was glaring at the Fong-Toothed Territory Lord with cold eyes. That figure was the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was supposed to be behind him. The Fong-Toothed Territory Lord felt a truly bitter taste in his mouth. However, he soon composed himself because after killing both his companions, this human must have also suffered severe injuries. The most obvious sign of that was the human's aura, which felt wavered between strong and weak, clearly indicating the other party was not in top form anymore. I might be able to defeat him. I can't let him intimidate me with his aura alone after he killed 2 Territory Lords. If I don't fight, I might really die here. I can kill him. I must kill him. The Fong-Toothed Territory Lord roared as black ink strength poured out of him like a tsunami, making his figure become even bulkier. With determined eyes, his aura flared to the point that it felt like he could kill the enemy with one punch, even if the one standing before him was a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Then he charged at Yong Kai. Following that, the 2 figures entangled together, their fight drifting from Azure Void Pass out into the void. Attacks were exchanged back and forth as the 2 were locked in an intense battle. At that moment, the Fong-Toothed Territory Lord was indeed very happy. He discovered that, just like what he had expected, this 8th Order human's strength really had fallen after killing his 2 companions. Even though the enemy was still very strong, this human couldn't kill him with his current strength. Sensing this, the Fong-Toothed Territory Lord immediately changed tactics. Since the opponent seemed to be fighting with all his might, wanting to end this battle as quickly as possible, he would focus on defense instead. He then decided that he would drag this battle out until the human couldn't hold on any longer. An hour, 6 hours, half a day later. The battle was still as intense as ever, but the Fong-Toothed Territory Lord didn't feel as relaxed as before, and his expression was gradually becoming heavy. As the battle gradually became disadvantageous for him, he was able to discover the root of the problem as well. The strength that this human 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was exerting was slowly increasing. In other words, the human was slowly becoming stronger. This human, what's wrong with him? The Fong-Toothed Territory Lord could never have expected that the opponent before him had only just broken through to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm recently, and was considered newly advanced. Yong Kai had spent quite some time cultivating inside the Great Sea, so his foundation was extremely stable and his heritage wasn't distinguishable from veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. So the thought that he had only just reached this realm was hard to imagine. Marshall Peak, Chapter 54-37, Azure Void Remnants. Under normal circumstances, there were 2 criteria for determining if an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was a veteran or newly promoted. One of them was that the heritage of that person's small universe had achieved a certain threshold. Under normal circumstances, even 2,000 years after a cultivator advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, they could still not be counted as a veteran. 2,000 years was basically just sufficient for an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to stabilize their foundation and be able to freely exert their strength. The second criterion was one's experience in battling and killing enemies. No matter how strong one's heritage was, if they didn't have any battle experience, they would be restricted in battle and wouldn't be able to bring out their full strength. Among all the human Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Black Ink battlefield, there were only a few newly advanced Eighth Order Masters, while the rest were veterans. After they had advanced to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm, they continued cultivating while simultaneously battling the Black Ink clan, slowly training themselves to master and enhance their strength. Therefore, situations like being unable to bring out their complete strength essentially never occurred. However, Yong Kai was an exception. He had a breakthrough to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm inside the temporal rivers of the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, and then cultivated there for 2,000 years before exiting. After Yong Kai left the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, he battled the sheep-headed royal lord and even decapitated him. But during that fight, he had constantly been going all out in a desperate struggle, as there was a huge difference between his and the royal lord's true strength, even using for soul-rending thorns, causing himself to become delirious due to his injured soul. In the end, he didn't even know how he killed the royal lord, as he was already holding onto his head when he came to his senses. This time, it was different. With his current strength, a territory lord wasn't too strong nor too weak, but rather just right for him to use as a polishing stone. After he killed 2 territory lords one after the other, Yong Kai wasn't in a hurry to end the 3rd territory lord's life. Instead, he wanted to borrow this territory lord's strength to hone and familiarize himself with his newfound strength. The many grand Tao strengths he had refined inside the Great Sea, especially, were unfamiliar to him. If he could hone them during an intense battle, Yong Kai could gain better control over them and would be able to use them more effectively. That was why the Fong-Toothed Territory Lord felt that the Yong Kai's strength was growing. Yong Kai now controlled so many Tao strengths that he wasn't able to skillfully wield them. He desperately needed an opponent to battle against. Therefore, he chose to quickly kill 2 territory lords, even if it meant getting hurt in the process. Another half a day later, the Fong-Toothed Territory Lord felt despair because this battle, which started with them being on par with each other, then turned against him slightly, was now approaching the point where he was completely overwhelmed. His heart was filled with bitterness. The battle had now made a complete turnaround. Yong Kai's attacks were calm and unhurried, as he was still honing his strength, while on the other hand, the Fong-Toothed Territory Lord was fighting back desperately, as he knew that the longer the battle continued, the stronger his opponent would become. Once this human had reached a certain limit, he would die. But in battle, sometimes fighting with everything one had simply wasn't enough. Another half a day passed, and the Fong-Toothed Territory Lord's aura had already weakened beyond recognition. His body was covered in every kind of wound imaginable, and his black ink strength was leaking out from all those injuries. If this went on for much longer, there was a high likelihood that his strength would regress from that of a territory lord to a feudal lord. At this moment, he felt envious of his 2 companions because at least their deaths were swift. Meanwhile, he was like a piece of meat being slowly shaved by a dull knife, a torturous process for both his body and mind. Knowing that he was destined to die today, the Fong-Toothed Territory Lord made a decision and completely gave up on defending before brazenly charging towards Yong Kai in a final, desperate struggle. After a dozen breaths, a long spear pierced into his eye socket, and numerous Tao strengths surged into his brain, grinding it into a paste. His originally fierce-looking expression gradually turned peaceful, feeling a sense of relief as the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Yong Kai withdrew his spear and frowned slightly because he was quite dissatisfied with his current strength. He didn't consider the battle with the sheep-headed royal lord because he had completely lost consciousness during that fight, relying almost solely on his instincts to kill the enemy. After the battle with these 3 territory lords, he discovered his shortcomings. Back when he was a 7th Order Master, he could crush those in the same realm without any difficulty. No matter how strong a feudal lord was, they were no better than children before him and had no chance of fighting back. But now that he had advanced to the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm, his situation couldn't compare to the glory he had when in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. During this battle, Yong Kai had paid quite a large price to kill the seductive Territory Lord and Taloned Territory Lord. It was even so for the Fong-Toothed Territory Lord he killed last. Although he had intended to use this Territory Lord to hone his strength, the time he took to finish the latter off was less than satisfactory. According to the intelligence he obtained during the previous crusade, these 3 Territory Lords were considered innate Territory Lords, ones who were spawned directly from a high-rank black ink nest. Therefore, they were stronger than those black ink clansmen who advanced to become Territory Lords through their own cultivation. Innate Territory Lords were already the strongest among all Territory Lords. In other words, Yong Kai might still be invincible among his peers, but was far from being able to crush those in his realm. But after giving it another thought, Yong Kai understood that he had only been in the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm for 2,000 years, so the heritage in his small universe hadn't reached anywhere near its maximum yet. Once he reached the peak of the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm, it wouldn't be a problem to crush his peers. On the other hand, he also discovered the biggest problem he was having now. He had too many Tao strengths under his control. To escape from the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, he had no choice but to absorb those undercurrents, which increased his attainment in many, many different grand Taos. It seemed now that he had absorbed and refined too many undercurrents, so his foundation, which comprised of all the different grand Taos, was just too broad. With the ability to wield so many Tao strengths, it meant he had more means of dealing with different enemies, which was a good thing. However, Yong Kai was finding it difficult to integrate all these varied Tao strengths into a coherent force. While he had comprehension of many Tao strengths, he did not know how to harmonize them to enhance his power and could only clumsily smash them all together at the moment. Also, he had a vague feeling that if he could properly gather all these Tao strengths into one, the power he could exert would definitely experience an earth-shattering change. In his current situation, he could only think about these things because, among the variety of Tao strengths, he did have attainments in some of them, but none were comparable to his mastery of the Tao of space, Tao of time, and Spear Tao. How could he gather all these Tao strengths into one when he hadn't even comprehended the true mysteries behind them? Even with just the Tao of space and Tao of time, which he had focused on cultivating over many centuries, Yong Kai still hadn't managed to achieve a perfect fusion. Shaking his head to clear out such distracting thoughts, Yong Kai turned to look into the distance and stared for a moment before shouting, "Come out!" From the cover of the messy battlefield, a few figures slowly emerged from the shadows. Each of them looked at Yong Kai with shocked expressions on their faces. They had watched the battle just now, and the scene where an innate Territory Lord was slowly being tortured to death was quite an eye-opener for them. Great evolutions, Yong Kai greets fellow martial brothers and sisters. Yong Kai bowed. He had already discovered that people were spying on him while he was battling the Fong-Toothed Territory Lord, and could feel that they weren't very strong, nor were there many of them. Clearly, they had been attracted here by the fallout from the battle, since these visitors kept themselves hidden nearby and showed no intention of coming out. Yong Kai couldn't tell whether they were friends or foes. It was not until this moment that he was certain that these observers were humans. It's Senior Brother Yang. One of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was elated after hearing Yong Kai announce his identity. They were originally worried that the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master that killed those Black Ink Territory Lords might be corrupted by Black Ink strength, which was the reason why they didn't show themselves even after Yong Kai had killed the Fong-Toothed Territory Lord. But upon learning his identity, those worries disappeared. This couldn't be helped because every human soldier in every great pass knew Yong Kai's name. He was the one who brought them purifying light. so it was well known he wasn't afraid of being invaded by black ink strength. All those below the Ninth Order had the possibility of being corrupted by black ink strength, but Yong Kai was an exception. Meanwhile, the others also revealed happy expressions as they hurriedly approached Yong Kai. When they saw Yong Kai's face, they could finally determine his identity. Yong Kai also thought these people looked quite familiar, and after taking a closer look, he stated hesitantly, "You're the senior brother who was always on guard duty at the space array." Having visited Azure Void Pass several times, Yong Kai naturally recognized the Seventh Order Masters that guarded the Great Pass hyperspace array, and he was sure that this person before him was one of them. That Seventh Order Master seemed like he was about to cry from joy, and choked out, "Son Mao greets senior brother Yang." Then Yong Kai swept his gaze over the others, and his face fell. "Are you all that remains of the Azure Void army?" Sun Mao composed himself before answering. "There are a few other fellow brothers and sisters, but they are currently in hiding. We came here because we sensed there was a battle happening and wanted to investigate." "How many of you are there?" Yong Kai asked. Sun Mao replied in an astringent voice, "Less than 1000. Feeling his face twitching slightly, Yong Kai felt as if his heart was being torn out. Azure Void Pass should have had 30,000 human masters stationed here, about the same as Blue Sky Pass back then. After the attack on the Royal City in the Azure Void Theater, they undoubtedly suffered some casualties, but there should have still been more than 20,000 troops here during the Second Crusade. Less than 1,000 of the original 20,000 survived, while even the old ancestor died in battle. It was nothing less than tragic. Senior Brother Yam, are there still any black ink clansmen in the inner sanctum? Sun Mao asked. Yong Kai shook his head. I didn't make a thorough check, but there shouldn't be any left. Since the 3 territory lords hidden here had been killed, any remaining black ink clansmen would have appeared by now, even if it was just to try to flee. Hearing that, Sun Mao felt relieved. If that's the case, then Division Commander Huang and the others can be saved. Yong Kai frowned. Why did you say that? Sun Mao explained. Division Commander Huang and some fellow brothers and sisters were invaded by black ink strength. Since we ran out of purifying black ink pills and didn't have access to any purifying light, they were unable to eliminate that black ink strength. Previously, Division Commander Hai led some troops here, intending to recover the purifying black ink battleship. Unfortunately, there hasn't been any news from them since they left, so we assumed they ran into trouble. Quite a number of the remaining soldiers gathered here had been stained by black ink strength and had been suppressing the black ink strength inside their bodies over the years using various methods, but every once in a while, one of them could not hold on any longer and would have to commit suicide. The battle 200 years ago not only destroyed Azure Void Pass, but also cut off the human supply lines. Even the purifying black ink pills and evil purging divine spears were all used up by now. Although there were still alchemists among their ranks, it was impossible for them to refine spirit pills without any spirit herbs or materials. Division Commander Huang Xiong was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so even if he was invaded by black ink strength, he could still hold on for a time, but if too long passed, he would also find it difficult to cope. Now, the only thing that could save them was the purifying black ink battleship that lay in the inner sanctum. Purifying light might still be sealed inside the battleship, so the only way they could survive was to extract it from the Great Pass. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5438, Huang Xiong. When the purifying black ink pill was first introduced, Yong Kai did some experiments with the alchemy great grandmasters of Blue Sky Pass. That pill could indeed allow one to resist black ink strength and eliminate it from their small universe, but only if one had not completely become a black ink disciple. The stronger the cultivator was influenced by black ink strength, the more limited the effect of the purifying black ink pill. Whenever a human was invaded by black ink strength, they would choose the most appropriate method to resolve the crisis. Before a big battle, the human soldiers would take a purifying black ink pill, and only if they were unlucky enough to be stained by black ink strength after the pill's effects wore off would they resort to using purifying light. After Azure Void Pass fell, about 1,000 soldiers were left from the original complement of 20,000 troops, and among those 1,000 soldiers, many had been invaded by black ink strength. Therefore, the purifying black ink battleship here was their only hope. That was why Division Commander Hai Xing led some soldiers here to try to recover the battleship, but there had been no news since they left, so Sun Mao and the others presumed that they had encountered a strong enemy and ultimately ended up dead. From this, they also surmised that there were strong enemies still occupying Azure Void Pass, which was why they were hesitant to come here all these years. Yesterday, they felt the fallout from a great battle coming from the direction of Azure Void Pass, so Sun Mao and the others risked their lives to come over and investigate, only to personally witness Yang Kai killing the Fang-Toothed Territory Lord. Where are Division Commander Huang and the others hiding? Quickly bring me. Yang Kai wanted to ask them to lead him there and let him help dispel the black ink strength from their bodies until he suddenly remembered that he couldn't do that anymore. They needed purifying light to dispel black ink strength, but to create purifying light, Yang Kai needed yellow and blue crystals. However, he had consumed all the yellow and blue crystals he had left during his 4,000 years cultivating inside the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling frustrated. If he had known this would happen, he would have saved some of the yellow and blue crystals, but then he thought about when he was cultivating in the Temporal River. He could feel his strength increasing steadily, so how could he be willing to stop before he was forced to? He might still be cultivating inside the Temporal River if he had more resources. Such an opportunity was simply too rare to come by. Please invite Division Commander Huang and the others over. I'll sweep Azure Void Pass to see if there are any more black ink clansmen in hiding, Yang Kai instructed them. Sun Mao and the others were instantly elated and left in a hurry. After they departed, Yang Kai began inspecting Azure Void Pass again. This time, he did a thorough sweep using his divine sense to ensure there were no more black ink clansmen inside. After an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai determined that those 3 territory lords he just killed were the only black ink clansmen stationed here. But that wasn't strange. This great pass had already been thoroughly destroyed, so it was impossible that the black ink clan would pay much attention to this place. Moreover, 3 territory lords were posted here mainly to prevent any humans from coming over to retrieve Azure Void Pass's old ancestor's corpse. With 3 innate territory lords working together, they could handle most situations when there was no old ancestor. The division commander Hai, that Sun Mao mentioned might have fallen at the hands of those 3 territory lords. After finishing his inspection, Yang Kai returned to the central square and bowed again to the old ancestor before carefully storing his corpse and the now hornless ox monster in his small universe. Immediately after that, he came to where the purifying black ink battleship was. This warship was severed in 2, but fortunately, the place storing the purifying light and universe array weren't too severely damaged. Otherwise, the universe array wouldn't have responded to Yang Kai when he used the universe transference law. The question now was whether the purifying light inside had all leaked out. Technically speaking, purifying light was just another kind of energy. When designing the original purifying black ink battleship, Yang Kai had joined forces with several array masters to create a sealed space that would ensure the purifying light would not leak out. As for getting in and out of that space, they could use a space array. Now that the purifying black ink battleship was heavily damaged, if the formations inside were also affected, even if it were a minor flaw, the purifying light sealed inside would all eventually flow out and dissipate. Yang Kai prayed silently for that not to be the case, Since he no longer had any yellow and blue crystals, he couldn't create more purifying light. So if the purifying black ink battleship no longer had any division commander Huang, and the others would fall into a difficult situation. Standing on the deck, Yang Kai checked the space array and found it to be slightly damaged, so he quickly went about repairing it. In less than half a day, the space array was fixed, and Yang Kai stood above it before trying to activate it. He felt relieved and lucky that the space array inside of the purifying black ink battleship was intact. Otherwise, he didn't know how he was going to get inside. The light of the array flashed, and Yang Kai was instantly transported inside the purifying black ink battleship's main cabin. After giving it a good look, the hope inside him disappeared. The interior of the purifying black ink battleship was clearly damaged, meaning the seal was broken, and there was no longer any purifying light. Moreover, there was a Black Ink Clan corpse here. When the Black Ink Clan attacked Azure Void Pass, they must have discovered that the purifying black ink battleship looked different from other human warships, so they naturally investigated it. This dead Black Ink Clansman must be the one who went inside to probe the situation, instantly falling into this space that was filled with purifying light, like an ant that fell into a pot of boiling oil. The Black Ink Clan let out a final attack before dying and damaged the arrays from the inside, causing the leakage of purifying light. Gnashing his teeth, Yang Kai teleported back outside. Since the purifying black ink battleship no longer had any purifying light, and he couldn't produce any, purifying black ink pills were their last hopes. Now, Yang Kai could only hope that the survivors weren't too heavily invaded by black ink strength, or else the purifying black ink pills wouldn't have much effect on them. Since the introduction of the purifying black ink pill, every Great Pass had been mass refining them and would distribute them to all soldiers before a battle. With a World Tree clone in his small universe and the ability to cast purifying light, Yang Kai naturally did not need purifying black ink pills, so he did not have any on him. However, he was the one who found the remnant recipe for the purifying black ink pill, while it was later completed by the great Grandmaster Alchemists of Blue Sky Pass, so it wasn't hard for Yang Kai to refine them. Moreover, he didn't lack spirit herbs. Back when he was still stationed at Blue Sky Pass, Yang Kai had planted large numbers of the herbs necessary to refine purifying black ink pills in the medicine garden in his small universe, leaving his two wood spirit helpers to look after them. Over 4,000 years had passed since then for Yang Kai, while time in his small universe flowed several times faster than that. So now there was an abundance of all kinds of spirit herbs, flowers, and fruits in his medicine garden. He had even stockpiled over 1,000 profound Een spirit fruits, which were normally so rare and in demand that there was never any in stock in the various Great Passes. Understanding what needed to be done, Yang Kai took out an alchemy furnace and got to work. He had essentially abandoned the alchemic Tao after ascending to the open heaven realm, but with his experience in the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon, his mastery of the alchemic Tao had actually improved greatly. Though he hadn't reached the level of Great Grandmaster or even Grandmaster, purifying black ink pills weren't too difficult to refine, so his current skill was more than sufficient. One furnace of purifying black ink pills was soon produced, and Yang Kai immediately started on the next. Before this second batch was finished, Sun Mao and the others had already led the 1,000 or so remnant soldiers over. It had been more than 200 years since they last stepped into Azure Void Pass, so those soldiers who wouldn't even frown in the face of death all had teary eyes. Looking at the inner sanctum and the gruesome battlefield reminded them of the bloody battle they had fought here 200 years ago, causing them to feel quite emotional. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man with a stout figure and a firm gait. His face was fair, and without a beard, while his expression looked fierce without appearing angry. However, the man saw Yang Kai was in the middle of refining pills, so he stayed far back to not disturb him. This man had an 8th Order open heaven realm cultivation, and was the only 8th Order master among the bunch. It was obvious he was the division commander named Huang Xiongsun, Mao mentioned before. They didn't come forward, so Yang Kai bowed and greeted them first. Great Evolution Army's Yang Kai greets Division Commander Huang and fellow brothers and sisters. Huang Xiong's eyes lit up. Marshal nephew, your name has spread far and wide. I only found out today that not only do you have superb combat capabilities, but you also have high attainments in the alchemic Tao. How remarkable! He didn't come forward to disturb Yang Kai just now because he was afraid he might disturb the latter, causing him to fail the refinement of the batch of pills he was currently working on. But when he saw Yang Kai appearing at ease while continuing to refine pills, even greeting them, it showed that he obviously had quite some skill in the Tao of alchemy. Squeezing out a smile, Yang Kai shook his head. Division Commander Huang is too polite. I just finished a furnace of purifying black ink pills. Please distribute them to the others. Although it was a happy thing to reunite with his fellow comrades, the current situation made it hard for Yang Kai to truly smile. He swept his gaze over the 1,000 soldiers before him and found that many of them had been stained by black ink strength. Even Huang Xiong had a faint black ink strength lingering around the surface of his body, and while they were talking, there was even a trace of darkness flashing in the depths of his eyes. That was an obvious sign of being seriously invaded by black ink strength. If left unattended, it was only a matter of time before Huang Xiong would be entirely corrupted. Of course, he wouldn't allow such a thing to happen because he would either end his own life or sacrifice part of his small universe before then. Huang Xiong came forward and received the purifying black ink pills that had just been refined before casually tossing them to the soldiers behind him. As for him, he sat cross-legged beside Yang Kai and silently watched him refine pills. A while later, Huang Xiong finally spoke up inside the purifying black ink battleship. With a slow shake of his head, Yang Kai replied, "The Black Ink clan sent someone inside to investigate, and they damaged the sealing arrays. The purifying light has all leaked out." Although Huang Xiong had already guessed this outcome when he first saw Yang Kai, he still sighed heavily after getting confirmation. "I shouldn't have let senior brother Hai come over. They lost their lives for nothing." There were already not many masters among the survivors here, and the only surviving Eighth Order masters were him and Division Commander Hai. More than 10 years ago, when Division Commander Hai brought some soldiers to Azure Void Pass to salvage the purifying black ink battleship but never returned, Huang Xiong understood that Division Commander Hai must have fallen at the hands of the Black Ink clan. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stayed silent because he didn't know what to say. Huang Xiong suddenly asked, "Marshal nephew, did you encounter some kind of opportunity? When did you advance to the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm?" As far as he knew, Yang Kai was a Seventh Order master who had broken through less than 1,000 years ago. But looking at him now, not only did Yang Kai break through to the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm, he even managed to kill 3 innate territory lords above Azure Void Pass all on his own. Only the strongest, most veteran Eighth Order masters might be capable of such a feat. Although it seemed like Yang Kai suffered some serious injuries in the process, it didn't seem to affect him at all, as he was casually refining pills here, which surprised Huang Xiong greatly. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5439. 2. After asking, Huang Xiong realized his question was somewhat rude and intrusive, so he added, "If you find it inconvenient to tell me, you can take it as if I never asked." Since this matter was related to a cultivator's personal secrets, it was inappropriate to pry into it. Shaking his head, Yang Kai replied, "There's nothing inconvenient about it. I indeed managed to break through to the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm because I met with an opportunity." He then stopped for a moment before continuing, "Division Commander Huang, how long has it been since the battle at the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction?" Huang Xiong looked at him strangely. Though he didn't know why Yang Kai would ask such a question, he still answered honestly. It's been 512 years. 512 years. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. The actual time was somewhat different from his estimations, but the difference wasn't too big. Back at the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, the hardest thing to estimate was how long had passed in the outside world, for he had spent some 4,000 years in and out of numerous temporal rivers which all had different ratios for the flow of time. However, he could clearly account for part of that time. He had spent about 100 years searching for temporal rivers to cultivate in, and after deciding to leave, he used up almost 200 years to escape from the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. With that in mind, and with the information from Huang Xiong, it seemed the time he spent cultivating inside the temporal rivers was just about 200 years as well. Though only 200 years had passed in the outside world, Yang Kai actually spent 4,000 years cultivating, which meant that the average rate of time flow inside the temporal rivers was 20 times that of the outside world, which was actually much higher than he expected. After composing himself, Yang Kai used a pill condensing technique to collect the furnace of spirit pills before handing them to Huang Xiong. This time, Huang Xiong ate one before passing the rest to the soldiers behind him. With a slightly complicated expression, Yang Kai explained, Division Commander Huang, while 512 years passed in the outside world, I've actually been cultivating in a certain place for over 4,000 years. Huang Xiong was taken aback. For 1,000 years? How is that? Following that, he suddenly thought of something and asked, a temporal river? It was obvious that he had heard rumors about temporal rivers in the past. Therefore, if there was any place in this universe that could allow Yang Kai to have such a strange encounter, that was the only possibility. Rumor had it that time flowed faster inside temporal rivers compared to the outside world, allowing one to cultivate inside for 10 or even 100 years while only a single year passed by in the rest of the universe. Many open heaven realm masters had heard these rumors, yet the overwhelming majority had never seen a temporal river for themselves, much less used one. If that were true, it wasn't a surprise that Yang Kai was able to break through to the 8th order open heaven realm so quickly. Yang Kai's aptitude was clearly exceptional as well, seeing how high his strength had risen in just 4,000 years. Nodding, Yang Kai answered, it was a temporal river, outside the primordial heaven's source restriction. I was targeted by a royal lord. All of the old ancestors and 8th Order Division commanders had their own enemies to face, so with no other option, I could only try to escape. Originally, my plan was to pass through the late ancient era battlefield and head for the no-return pass to seek help from the Dragon and Phoenix clans to deal with that royal lord, but my plans went astray, and I became lost along the way. Even though Huang Xiong was an 8th Order Open Heaven realm master with a calm nature, he couldn't help but want to chuckle after hearing Yang Kai say he actually got lost. When one's strength had reached the 7th Order and 8th Order Open Heaven realm, with a universe chart in hand, they could freely roam throughout the vast void without ever getting lost. However, the black ink battlefield was too vast, and the region beyond the royal cities was completely uncharted territory, so becoming lost wasn't actually that surprising. It was especially so with Yang Kai's situation where a royal lord was chasing him, so it made sense that he got flustered and lost his way. Then, Yang Kai began talking about the dense fog, celestial phenomenon, and how he repeatedly escaped from the grasp of the sheep-headed royal lord before encountering the mysterious Great Sea, celestial phenomenon. When Huang Xiong took all of this in, his eyes brightened as an excited expression appeared on his face. Yang Kai could see that the Great Sea celestial phenomenon was a very valuable place, so naturally Huang Xiong could as well. Within the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, many undercurrents hid several kinds of martial domains that evolved from the purest form of grand Tao essences. Absorbing and refining even one compatible undercurrent could save a cultivator tens, if not hundreds of years of hard cultivation, not to mention the existence of so many temporal rivers, to an open heaven realm master. Temporal rivers were a shortcut to a higher martial Tao on a path that wasn't supposed to have any shortcuts. Where is this great sea celestial phenomenon? Can you still find it? Huang Xiong asked. With a nod, Yang Kai answered, I've left markers along my way here and arranged a hidden universe array at its outskirts, so finding it again shouldn't be difficult. Huang Xiong was excited. Great. Such a treasure will surely be helpful to us humans in the future. But after expressing his excitement, his mood immediately turned gloomy. For now, they couldn't head to the great sea celestial phenomenon because the human race wasn't in a good situation. What was the result of the battle at the primordial heavens source grand restriction? How was Azure Void Pass destroyed to such an extent? Now that Yang Kai had answered Huang Xiong's questions, he asked some of his own. Back then, Yang Kai was targeted by the sheep-headed royal lord not long after the battle had begun, and was forced to escape from the battlefield, so he had no idea what actually happened afterwards. Huang Xiong sighed heavily. That battle was our human race's loss. Hearing that, Yang Kai felt his heart sink. Actually, he had already guessed this outcome, because if the humans had won, Azure Void Pass wouldn't be in such a state. The black ink giant spirit god, Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. If there was one variable on the battlefield outside the primordial heavens source restriction, it would be the black ink giant spirit god. Before the battle, Mo, the ancient supreme master, kept trying its best to maintain balance on the battlefield, which was why there were never more royal lords leaving the primordial heavens source grand restriction than there were old ancestors. It was like Mo wasn't interested in defeating the humans, but rather fully intended to maintain the balance between the two sides. In the beginning, no matter whether it was the humans or Tsang, no one could understand Mo's intentions. But when the black ink giant spirit god appeared, everything became clear. The corpses of the black ink clansmen that died in battle had left behind a massive amount of black ink strength, and all of that became a huge help to the black ink giant spirit god. Moreover, the black ink giant spirit god had pried open the primordial heavens source grand restriction from the inside in order to free itself. In fact, if Tsang hadn't fused his body with the restriction to trigger the hidden hand that Mu had left behind, sealing the primordial heavens source grand restriction and forcing Mo into a deep slumber, the primordial heavens source grand restriction might have been torn open then, and Mo would have been set free. If such a scenario had come to pass, the human race wouldn't have just lost the battle, they would have been wiped out. Fortunately, Mo was rendered unconscious, and the primordial heavens source grand restriction was sealed up in the end. The number of royal lords on the field was actually lower than the number of Ninth Order masters. For the territory lords, the Eighth Order masters could deal with them, and for the feudal lords and below, the humans actually held the advantage. However, the humans still lost that battle, so there was only one possible reason, which was that the black ink giant spirit god was just too powerful. When Yang Kai was escaping, he noticed a scene where several old ancestors worked together to suppress the black ink giant spirit god. Otherwise, the sheep-headed royal lord wouldn't have had the time to deal with him. He had only caught a quick glance, but what he saw was that those old ancestors were already stretched to their limit just dealing with the black ink spirit god, whose lower half had been cut off by the primordial heavens source grand restriction when it abruptly closed. How strong would a complete black ink giant spirit god be? Huang Xiong nodded gravely. It was the black ink giant spirit gods. If there had been only one, though the humans would still have had a hard battle, we would still have had a chance to emerge victorious. However, another one of those monsters appeared. Yang Kai's pupils contracted. There were two black ink giant spirit gods. Where did it come from? Before the primordial heaven source grand restriction was sealed, there was only one black ink giant spirit god. In fact, it was only half of one since the grand restriction sheared him in two, so where did the second one come from? Could it be that the grand restriction reopened? Contrary to Yang Kai's worries, Huang Xiong slowly explained, I don't know where the second black ink giant spirit god came from either. It just suddenly appeared from behind the army and instantly destroyed a great pass, signaling our defeat. From behind the armies? Yang Kai was instantly dumbfounded. Why would there be a black ink giant spirit god that came out from behind the army? Although Mo clearly created the black ink giant spirit god in the image of the true giant spirit god clan, the black ink giant spirit god wasn't much different in terms of strength and ability. If such a behemoth were to launch an ambush from behind the army, it would be impossible for the humans to react in time. Suddenly, Yang Kai thought of something and asked, did the second black ink giant spirit god appear from the direction of the late ancient era battlefield? Huang Xiong nodded. Indeed. Ooh. Yang Kai took a breath. I probably know the origin of the second black ink giant spirit god. Huang Xiong was stunned. You do? He still couldn't figure out how a second black ink giant spirit god appeared. Even the Azure Void Pass old ancestor couldn't deduce anything after hundreds of years of pondering the issue. So how could Yang Kai uncover the truth after just hearing about it? Yang Kai said solemnly, if I'm not mistaken, it came out of the late ancient era battlefield. During the Second Crusade, old ancestor Xiao Xiao and I encountered a true giant spirit god. Along the path Great Evolution Pass traveled to reach the primordial heavens source grand restriction, Yang Kai saw a giant spirit god who was rampaging across the late ancient era battlefield, holding a huge bone club, seemingly fighting a swarm of invisible enemies. At that time, old ancestor Xiao Xiao went to investigate with him, and they were almost accidentally smashed by that giant spirit god. From their observations at the time, the two of them speculated that the giant spirit god had already died in battle. However, it seemed the giant spirit god clan, despite being childlike and innocent, possessed truly indomitable wills that even in death were able to maintain the instinct to fight on. That giant spirit god had probably been rushing across that battlefield for millions of years, even after perishing so long ago. Yang Kai was deeply moved at the time, believing that the giant spirit god's obsession was with trying to save its friends and allies rather than killing the enemy, because with the strength of a giant spirit god, while there might be some enemies it could not defeat, there was no enemy it could not escape from. The fact that it died in battle meant it had chosen to remain behind and keep fighting. However, now it seemed his speculations back then were incorrect, and that giant spirit god was not at all what he suspected. That giant spirit god was probably also a black ink giant spirit god, which was created by Mo a long time ago, possibly even before it was trapped by Tsang and the other martial ancestors in the primordial heaven source grand restriction. When the primordial heaven source grand restriction was opened this time, Mo must have used some unknown method to revive that black ink giant spirit god in the late ancient era battlefield and directed it to attack the human army from behind. Although he had not personally witnessed that battle, Yang Kai could still imagine how desperate and helpless the humans must have felt when that second black ink giant spirit god set foot on the battlefield. Originally, the old ancestors had a slight advantage over the royal lords, but the first black ink giant spirit god occupied at least a dozen Ninth Order masters, flipping that advantage on its head. When the second black ink giant spirit god appeared, it was like the black ink clan suddenly received a dozen more royal lords as reinforcements, with no one capable of stopping it. Once that second black ink giant spirit god started rampaging, what could be done to stop it? In such a vast, yet almost even battle, even the smallest breakthrough could result in a chain reaction that completely tipped the scales of war, much less the intrusion of a being as powerful as a black ink giant spirit god. Huang Xiong was stunned when he heard this and couldn't help asking, "Are you saying that the second black ink giant spirit god was the one you saw before?" Yang Kai nodded. "Other than that, there is no other possibility." Huang Xiong was speechless as sorrow filled his heart. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5440, The Road Ahead. After a long while, Huang Xiong finally spoke up. "The two black ink giant spirit gods attacked us from both front and back, destroying a few great passes in the opening moments of the battle. The old ancestors had no choice but to order us to retreat from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to preserve our strength. The Black Ink clan naturally didn't just let us go, so their army pursued us under the lead of the royal lords. During the bloody battle in the void, the two races both suffered serious casualties. Meanwhile, the two raging black ink giant spirit gods were constantly causing havoc. In such a situation, even the old ancestors weren't able to reverse the declining trend. While they were retreating, the two black ink giant spirit gods destroyed several more great passes. And though most of the humans inside those great passes managed to escape in time, there were still a significant number of casualties. The situation had taken a turn for the worst, and even if the human army and the others from all the great passes managed to reorganize themselves, they were still facing annihilation. Therefore, the old ancestors had a rapid discussion and decided that the remaining great passes would split up into several groups and retreat separately. The group to which Azure Void Pass belonged to was particularly unlucky, as they were targeted by the black ink giant spirit god that came from the late ancient era battlefield. Besides that black ink giant spirit god, there were nearly 20 royal lords and large numbers of territory lords and feudal lords within the pursuing black ink clan army. If the humans didn't think of a way to escape from the black ink giant spirit god, it would be impossible for them to escape using this route. At the critical moment, Azure Void Pass old ancestors split off from the main group in order to lure the black ink giant spirit god away. Naturally, the Black Ink clan wouldn't give up on chasing the humans so easily, so the Black Ink clan army surrounded the humans from different sides under the lead of the Black Ink giant spirit god and royal lords. That struggle lasted for nearly 300 years. It was only 200 years ago that Azure Void Pass casualties reached a breaking point where too many Eighth Order Masters had fallen, making it impossible for them to flee anymore. As such, they made a last stand against the Black Ink clan. The result was clear and required no other explanation. Azure Void Pass was destroyed, and the old ancestor couldn't resist the joint assault of several royal lords and ultimately died in battle. The huge holes on the walls around the Great Pass were made by the huge bone club of the Black Ink giant spirit god. From that moment, Azure Void Pass, which had been guarding the Black Ink battlefield for millions of years, met with total defeat, ending its magnificent history. More than 20,000 soldiers had guarded this place, yet less than 1,000 remained after the nearly 300-year battle. Azure Void Pass could be said to be almost entirely wiped out. Among the less than 1,000 remnant soldiers, many had been stained by Black Ink strength and were constantly at risk of falling. Moreover, because their supplies had been completely used up, most of those corrupted soldiers had to sacrifice themselves just so that they wouldn't become Black Ink disciples and bring more trouble to their fellow survivors. This situation was just like Meng Qi's, the Seventh Order Master Yang, Kai met when he first arrived at the Black Ink battlefield. Meng Qi was the first open heaven realm master Yang Kai had met that had the courage to give his life for the human race. Back then, Yang Kai felt greatly touched by this selfless sacrifice. In the 3,000 worlds, seventh order open heaven realm cultivators were true masters who were only found in the cave heavens and paradises, making them all but invincible and untouchable. However, on the black ink battlefield, such a master willingly ended his life without any hesitation in order to protect the secret of the void corridor leading to black territory. It could be said that the human race was able to endure until today because there were millions of humans like Meng Qi who sacrificed their blood, sweat, and even lives to protect the 3,000 worlds. Such bravery should be respected by all. The remnant soldiers of Azure Void Pass didn't leave this place, but instead found a dead universe and silently hid inside. For one, they knew they might not be able to survive if they left, and two, Azure Void Pass was taken from their hands, so they still wished to take it back, even if their chances were slim at best. Their wait lasted nearly 200 years, and finally ended when Yong Kai arrived yesterday. While they were waiting for an opportunity to retake what they had lost, they also looked for a way to solve their troubles of being corrupted by black ink strength and tried to salvage a derelict, purifying black ink battleship. However, after the disappearance of the Eighth Order Master named Haixing, who led that effort, the rest didn't dare to act rashly. If Yong Kai had arrived just half a year later, the remnant soldiers of Azure Void Pass would have launched a last-ditch attack under Huang Xiong's lead. Even if they couldn't get Azure Void Pass back, they would rather die with the Great Pass than linger on in disgrace. While they spoke, Huang Xiong's body suddenly expelled a dense cloud of black ink strength. It was a sign of the purifying black ink pill taking effect. Purifying black ink pills were effective as long as a cultivator had not been entirely turned into a black ink disciple. The less black ink strength in them, the better their situation would be, and the more effective the pill was. Therefore, purifying black ink pills were usually taken prophylactically. A short while later, Huang Xiong had dispelled all the black ink strength in his body and let out a long sigh of relief. It had been difficult for him to keep suppressing the corruption of the black ink strength, but now that problem was completely solved. Yong Kai looked at Huang Xiong and asked Division Commander Huang, "Did you previously sacrifice part of your small universe?" Yong Kai hadn't paid attention to it at first, but he now noticed that Huang Xiong's aura was quite unstable. It felt like his order would regress at any moment. That was a clear sign that the latter's small universe was damaged. On the black ink battlefield, such a situation only occurred when one was forced to sacrifice a large portion of their small universe. Huang Xiong nodded. "This is already the second time I was invaded by black ink strength. I was able to sacrifice part of my small universe to save myself the first time, but this time I did not have the option to do so again." His aura was already fluctuating unstably, so if he sacrificed part of his small universe again, he would definitely regress into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. Under other circumstances, Huang Xiong would not have hesitated to sacrifice part of his small universe to purge the black ink strength's corruption from himself, but he was the last Eighth Order Open Heaven realm master among the remnant soldiers of Azure Void Pass, so his strength was indispensable for their survival. Without a powerful master to lead them, this ragtag band of soldiers' fate would be sealed. Huang Xiong wasn't the only one who was concerned about such a possibility, because everyone among the 1,000 or so remnants that were stained with black ink strength had similar thoughts. None of them was unwilling to sacrifice their small universe. They simply felt it was better to retain as much strength as possible to launch one final attack on the Black Ink clan. Meanwhile, Yong Kai knew of Huang Xiong's worries without needing him to explain anything. With a slight nod, Yong Kai retrieved a profound Yin Spirit fruit and gave it to Huang Xiong. "Division Commander Huang, refine this." Just as Huang Xiong was about to refuse, when he saw Yong Kai take out several dozen more profound Yin Spirit fruits and called out to Sun Mao, "Senior Brother Sun, please distribute these fruits to those with damaged small universes." Sun Mao agreed, and happily came forward to accept the fruits. Noticing the situation, Huang Xiong didn't refuse anymore, and readily took one for himself. Despite not having any more troubles with black ink strength, the amount of strength he could exert now was at best on par with a newly promoted 8th Order Master. If he could repair his small universe, his strength would increase significantly. After all, he was originally a veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Having suffered hundreds of years of hardships and torment, these soldiers finally attained a moment of peace and could finally dispel black ink strength plaguing them and restore their small universes. Sun Mao came forward and whispered to Yang Kai, "Senior brother, I would like to lead a few people to gather the bodies of our fallen brothers and sisters. Might I trouble you to stand guard here?" Nodding, Yang Kai agreed. "Of course, go ahead." Even if Sun Mao hadn't mentioned this, Yang Kai had also planned to spend some time helping to gather the remains of the fallen Azure Void Pass soldiers. These soldiers had all died in battle and deserved to be laid to rest with dignity rather than simply being left in the nameless void to rot. Receiving permission, Sun Mao quickly led a few others away to carry out the task. A month later, the interior and exterior of Azure Void Pass had been cleaned out. All the bodies of fallen soldiers they could bring back were buried in the restored cemetery. Then Sun Mao and the others found a way to dispose of the corpses of Black Ink clansmen and the remaining black ink strength in the nearby void. Inside the core hall of Azure Void Pass, Huang Xiong led Yang Kai to investigate the situation. Since he had consumed a profound Yin spirit fruit and repaired his small universe, Huang Xiong was no longer at risk of regressing to a lower order, but he still needed some time to cultivate to restore his strength to its peak. Now that Azure Void Pass was rid of its external enemies, the two of them needed to think about what they had to do next. Of course, there was only one idea that came to mind, which was to head towards the no-return pass. There must still be a heaven-shaking war happening there. Although it had been hundreds of years, both of them weren't sure whether the Black Ink clan had captured the no-return pass. Therefore, they needed to head over and take a look for themselves in order to be sure. With 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods and dozens of royal lords, there was no telling whether the divine spirits headed by the Dragon and Phoenix clans would be enough to withstand the enemy. Perhaps the no-return pass had already been defeated, but the 3,000 worlds were everyone's homeland after all, and they all had to return there at some point. Great Evolution Pass had a core, so Azure Void Pass naturally had to have one too. In fact, every Great Pass had its own core, which was placed in the most central location in each Great Pass. Moreover, every Great Pass was only able to function as a mobile palace artifact and engage in a crusade because of the existence of its core. These cores were the crystallization of the wisdom of great experts from the early ancient era. After a thorough investigation, Huang Xiong discovered that a strong force had shattered Azure Void Pass core, and from the lingering aura, he determined that it was the old ancestor's doing. Seeing that Azure Void Pass was lost, the old ancestor must have shattered the core at the last moment, preventing the possibility of the Black Ink clan causing more trouble to the human race after gaining Azure Void Pass. Yang Kai's accomplishments in Tao of artifact refining and Tao of spirit arrays were quite profound now, but it was still completely beyond his capabilities to refine a new core. Moreover, even if he was able to refine a new core, there were nowhere near enough soldiers in Azure Void Pass to power it. During the Great Evolution Army's crusade, old ancestor Xiao Xiao personally controlled the core, while 38th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters worked together with her to power it. Now, the only 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters here were Huang Xiong and Yang Kai, so it was impossible for them to even activate a core if they sank all their strength into it. Huang Xiong also understood this. It was never his intention to regain Azure Void Pass, but instead to simply retrieve the core for possible future use. Since the old ancestor had shattered the core, though, he could only discard this plan. There are 935 of us in total, so although it will be cramped, one purifying black ink battleship should be able to fit everyone. I need a few who are skilled in artifact refining and arranging spirit arrays to assist me. Please help me arrange that, Division Commander Huang. Huang Xiong nodded. Then I shall have to trouble you, Division Commander Yang. On the black ink battlefield, once a cultivator reached the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, they were qualified to become a division commander. Though no old ancestor or army commander had appointed Yang Kai to such a position, the situation was different now, so it was normal for Huang Xiong to address Yang Kai as division commander. If they wanted to head towards the no-return pass, they couldn't only rely on just the few soldiers they had here. A warship was necessary to maximize the strength of the 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them and reduce their consumption in battle. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5441, Luring the Enemy. At this moment, the strongest warships humans fielded were the purifying black ink battleships. Whether it was in terms of capabilities, capacity, or raw power, the purifying black ink battleship was not something any other class of warship could compare to. Even Dawning Light was inferior to the purifying black ink battleships. Therefore, a purifying black ink battleship was the most obvious choice for Yang Kai and the others. With Yang Kai's current capabilities, though it would be difficult, he could refine a new purifying black ink battleship from scratch, but that would take far too much time and effort. Instead, the better option was to simply repair the derelict battleship which was lying in the Great Pass. With a plan worked out, the remnant soldiers of Azure Void Pass were in high spirits as, after more than 200 years of fleeing and hiding, they finally had a chance to go on the attack. After a short month of continuous work and using up large amounts of resources, the broken purifying black ink battleship was finally good as new. The soldiers then began salvaging the artifacts that weren't entirely destroyed from Azure Void Pass before letting their fellow soldiers who were proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays and Tao of Artifact Refining install them onto the purifying black ink battleship. As for Yang Kai, he was responsible for repairing other warships. When Sun Mao and the others gathered up the bodies of their fallen comrades, they also found several damaged warships. Though none of these warships were functional, they each had parts that were still in working condition. So Yang Kai simply salvaged whatever was usable and combined pieces from 10 to 20 broken warships into a new one. Another half a year had passed before the less than 1,000 lineup of soldiers gathered in the central square. Despite their small number, they still exuded the air of an army many times their size. Meanwhile, the purifying black ink battleship was quietly docked outside the square, displaying its ferocious new appearance. Since preparations had been completed, it was time to set off. Everyone was eager to head to the no-return pass, and unwilling to waste a moment more. Huang Xiong swept his gaze over everyone and boomed, "Today we rejoin the war, and even if it is our fate to die, we will take many times as many enemies down with us. Kill! Kill! Kill!" When everyone thought back to when Azure Void Pass was overrun and defeated, the old ancestors' death in battle, and all the corpses of their fellow soldiers, their eyes reddened with tears, and the murderous intent coming from them soared. Everyone then boarded the battleship. In just a few short moments, the purifying black ink battleship sailed out into the void and melted into the darkness before disappearing from sight. While repairing this purifying black ink battleship, Yang Kai had arranged several other grand arrays, including an illusion array that could be used to conceal it. Although the purifying black ink battleship wasn't small, this array would allow them to move undetected, as long as their luck wasn't too poor. If the enemy wasn't wary enough, they might not discover the purifying black ink battleship even if they were just 1,000 kilometers away. This purifying black ink battleship that carried the last forces of Azure Void Pass looked very different from its original design. It was now far more ferocious in appearance. After all, this purifying black ink battleship had gathered all the remaining war potential of the entire Azure Void Pass. While repairing this warship, Yongkai and the others had installed every usable artifact they could find. Not only was the purifying black ink battleship equipped in such a luxurious manner, every squad-class warship in their possession was similarly armed. Even though Azure Void Pass was destroyed, no matter how broken it appeared, there were still many treasures left behind. Therefore, they used the remaining essence of the Great Pass and merged it into this purifying black ink battleship. When they turned around to look back and saw Azure Void Pass gradually disappearing from view, everyone had mixed feelings. Among them, some of them had been stationed at Azure Void Pass for thousands of years, while some had even been here for over 10,000 years. After setting foot onto the black ink battlefield and being deployed to Azure Void Pass, they had abided by the oath of living and dying together with the Great Pass as they fought the Black Ink Clan. But now, they had survived, yet Azure Void Pass was left broken and destroyed. There was no telling whether there would be a chance to recover and restore the Great Pass in the future. Since almost 1,000 soldiers were in their group, they could just about form 2 complete divisions. Each division was comprised of 500 soldiers separated into approximately 40 squads and led by Yang Kai and Huang Xiong respectively. Huang Xiong and the others had been on the run for 200 years, but they didn't only spend their time hiding. At the very least, they had familiarized themselves with this region of the void. Their situation was better than Yang Kai's, who had been lost for a long time and didn't even know where he was before finding Azure Void Pass. How could he know in which direction the no-return pass was when he didn't even know where he was? As they headed in the direction of the no-return pass, their journey was fairly uneventful. Along the way, they could vaguely see traces of battles and even pieces of broken human warships. Back when the old ancestors decided to retreat to the no-return pass, the Black Ink Clan army had naturally chased after them. It could be said that the battlefield stretched from outside the primordial heavens source grand restriction to the no-return pass. No one knew how many human soldiers had fallen during that war, or how many had successfully reached the no-return pass. Whenever they discovered bodies of fallen human soldiers, they would quietly gather them. A couple years later, the purifying black ink battleship was quietly sailing through the void when Yang Kai, who was monitoring the surroundings from the deck, suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look in a certain direction. The next moment, his figure disappeared. Sun Mao, who was nearby, heard Yang Kai's order. "Hide!" After receiving his orders, Sun Mao quickly relayed the order, and the purifying black ink battleship hurriedly approached a nearby universe fragment to conceal itself. On the other hand, Yang Kai moved rapidly and soon arrived millions of kilometers away. He looked over and saw a severely tattered warship that looked as if it would be destroyed at any moment under the siege of the surrounding Black Ink clansmen. The warship was clearly a human warship, and the squad on the deck were running around anxiously. The arrays and artifacts were constantly activated, and though they killed and injured many of the Black Ink clansmen, there were still more besieging them. There were at least 1,000 enemies here, and there seemed to be a territory lord hiding his aura amongst them. Yang Kai's expression brightened. After more than 2 years of travel without meeting any other human survivors, he had finally encountered a remnant squad. Though he didn't know which great pass this squad came from, the current situation didn't allow him to think too much about it. Just as he was about to make a move to assist them, he suddenly paused. He carefully surveyed the surroundings and discovered that despite the situation of the warship being fairly dangerous, the squad manning it were still trying their best to lure the surrounding Black Ink clansmen in a specific direction. In that direction was a small, tattered universe fragment, probably debris left over after the Black Ink clan mined all the resources out of it. Immediately, Yong-kai seemed to have seen through the squad's plan and suppressed his murderous intent before quietly following them. The Black Ink clan's attack was fierce and continuous, so even though the squad's warship moved nimbly, it still couldn't avoid all the incoming attacks. Once the warship's shields failed, the human squad would be facing the mad attacks from the Black Ink clan head-on. By then, their situation would become dire. However, the squad seemed to be very lucky because even after they had retreated to the tattered universe fragment, the light barrier still hadn't been broken through. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan was now in position. At that moment, lights from several arrays above the universe fragment suddenly lit up and turned into bolts of light that blasted towards the Black Ink clan soldiers. Those arrays had powerful artifacts serving as array cores, or else they wouldn't have been able to exert such terrifying might. The light beams blasted towards the Black Ink clan army, clearing out a few areas and killing hundreds of Black Ink clansmen. Following that, an even brighter ray of light transformed into a huge net and directly enveloped the territory lord hidden amongst the Black Ink clan army. Meanwhile, the territory lord obviously didn't expect his whereabouts to be exposed so quickly and was shocked when he was directly targeted. The net that surrounded him was incredibly strong, so he couldn't break free immediately. A dozen or so squads hiding inside the universe fragment suddenly appeared and began firing as they moved to surround and protect the tattered warship approaching them. After that, the Black Ink clan suffered even more casualties. This was obviously a plan to lure the enemy into a trap. The human squad that was being attacked risked their warship being blown up to lure this small Black Ink clan army to the spot where they had previously arranged a number of killing arrays that were just waiting to be activated. Though it was a simple trap, it worked perfectly. No matter how vigilant the Black Ink clan army was against such a plot, it was impossible for them to not chase after the humans once they fled. As long as the Black Ink clan wanted to kill these humans, they would fall into the trap. When it came to the use of spirit arrays and artifacts, the humans were vastly superior to the Black Ink clan. The ambushing squads were made up of soldiers who had endured hundreds of battles, so not only did they manage to take the opportunity and trap the hidden territory lord with the help of certain arrays and artifacts, they even neatly split into two teams, one of them corralling the flustered Black Ink clan army and killing them, while the other team focused on pinning down the territory lord. They didn't have an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master with them, so they knew they had to kill the territory lord before he broke free, or else they would suffer heavy losses. Following that, several divine abilities and artifacts were fired at the territory lord, causing him to mumble with a gloomy expression, "I thought we could lure a big fish out, but I didn't expect to see only some small fry." Once those words were spoken, the humans who were vigorously attacking the Black Ink clan army instantly felt their hearts sink. One of the Seventh Order squad leaders, who appeared to be the leader of this group, wore a grim face as he shouted, "Retreat!" With one shout, every warship turned around, wanting to leave this place, disregarding their almost won battle. All of this was because of the fear they felt after listening to the simple message that came out of the territory lord's mouth. They had waged this battle to lure out the enemy, but it was not clear which side was the hunter and which was the fish prey. Still not making a move yet, the trapped territory lord bellowed. Right after he said that, a figure emerged from the shadows. The figure seemed to have merged with the darkness, so no one had noticed its existence right up to the moment it appeared and blocked the warship's escape route. On the other side, another territory lord released an imposing aura and appeared like a ghost. All the humans felt their blood run cold. There were about a dozen squads gathered here, so if there was only one territory lord, they might be able to handle him. 2 territory lords would cause them to be in danger, but now there were actually 3 territory lords present. These three were different from the territory lords of old that attacked the great passes from the royal cities. The Black Ink clan hadn't had enough time to naturally cultivate more territory lords yet, which meant these three territory lords came from the primordial heavens grand source restriction and were all innate territory lords. Each one of them wasn't much weaker than Che Kong. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5442, The Hunter and the Prey. Even with Yong Kai's current ability, he had paid quite a high price to kill those three innate territory lords back at Azure Void Pass, which clearly showed how strong innate territory lords were. Now, the human squads were facing three innate territory lords without a single Eighth Order master backing them up. In such a situation, annihilation was all but certain. The Seventh Order master that gave out the order to retreat earlier clearly knew this, so after understanding that there was no chance of survival, he immediately yelled, "Kill!" There were only 3 breaths of the time difference between two totally opposite orders, but they were orders that perfectly suited the situation. None of the humans hesitated, and the dozen or so warships that were about to flee all stopped momentarily before charging straight at the Black Ink clan army. When facing certain death, killing one enemy would allow them to break even, while killing 2 would gain them a profit. There were even 2 squads that charged straight at the territory lord, who was trapped by the arranged array. They were going to give it their all to kill this territory lord, because only that way would their deaths be truly valuable. Naive, the 3rd territory lord who had appeared sneered disdainfully before putting power into his legs, but just as he was about to shoot forward, a sense of crisis suddenly overwhelmed him, making him feel like he had fallen into an ice pit. The last time he had such a feeling was back at the primordial heavens source grand restriction. At that time, he had just emerged from the darkness and was fighting a bloody battle with a human division commander. While locked in battle, a nearby old ancestor randomly slashed at him. That slash almost cost him his life, but fortunately for him, that old ancestor was dealing with a royal lord and had no time to finish him off. Otherwise, he would certainly have died before he could blink. More than 500 years had passed since then, but he was feeling the same feeling again. Although this territory lord didn't have much experience in battle, he was very sensitive to danger. Noticing something was wrong, he immediately gathered his Black Ink strength to protect himself. However, the next moment, he felt the space around him solidify, and his thoughts seemed to be affected by a strange kind of energy, which caused his reaction to be delayed. Before he could come to his senses, a long spear brushed past his head, blowing nearly half of it off in one violent thrust. If he hadn't forcefully jerked his head to the side at the critical moment, that spear would have pierced right through his brain and blown his head apart. Despite suffering such a serious injury, the territory lord wasn't dead, and if he was lucky enough to escape, he would only have to return to a Black Ink nest to recuperate for a few hundred years before being able to make a complete recovery. Behind the territory lord, Yong Kai couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw that his spear had missed, seemingly dissatisfied with his performance. He had been hiding in the dark, yet his sudden sneak attack still wasn't able to kill this innate territory lord in one blow, which proved that the opponent was no weakling. But that was all. Under the intertwining of many Dao strengths, and having surrendered the initiative to Yong Kai, this territory lord had lost all ability to fight back. The territory lord that had just escaped death hadn't even seen what his opponent looked like before a multitude of strands of interwoven Dao strength sliced through his body. At that instant, Yong Kai flicked his spear and shot past him before charging straight at the 2nd territory lord. Behind him, the 3rd territory lord exploded into numerous pieces of flesh. The sudden change of events completely shocked everyone on the scene. The Black Ink clan were shocked, while the humans were ecstatic. They thought they were going to die for sure, but Who knew that reinforcements would appear right when they had resolved themselves to fight to the death? Moreover, their reinforcements were far stronger than they could imagine, and had even killed an innate territory lord in just 2 moves. Following that, the cries of the golden crow sounded, and a great sun rose as Yong Kai guided it with his spear towards the sturdy-looking territory lord. The might of the attack was glorious and unstoppable. The territory lord roared madly as black ink strength surged from his figure. Then he raised his hand and cast a powerful secret technique. But the next moment, he felt an immense pain in his mind, as though something had pierced directly into his soul and was shredding it to pieces. Under the intense pain, he howled in agony, and even the black ink strength he had gathered began to disperse. Meanwhile, Yong Kai's expression twisted into a ferocious one. He knew his strength best, and though it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill this territory lord with conventional means, it would take him some time. However, the situation on the battlefield was ever-changing, and he wasn't sure if any other Black Ink clan masters were hiding nearby, so he had to end things here quickly. In this situation, the soul-rending thorns were his best option. Having used this combination soul-type artifact technique many times, Yong Kai had grown somewhat accustomed to its activation. Moreover, he only needed to sacrifice a piece of his soul to power the soul-rending thorn, and with the soul-warming lotus, that damage would heal on its own in time. It was a different situation for the enemy. After being seriously injured by the soul-rending thorn, the territory lord instantly lost half his combat strength. Right when the territory lord's black ink strength began to scatter, the spear with the great sun at its tip arrived and viciously blasted at his chest. The might of Yong Kai's golden crow cast the sun exploded and enveloped the territory lord before turning into an even brighter great sun, illuminating the void in all directions. A moment later, the light faded and Yong Kai had disappeared, while the sturdy-looking territory lord had a giant see-through hole in his chest. His vitality dispersed quickly while his eyes were filled with pain and disbelief. He seemed to be unable to believe that there was actually an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who could kill him so easily. After his previous encounters with a few human masters, his impression was that they were not much besides the top 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The other strength was basically on par with his, while some were even weaker. In addition, he had the confidence to face those top few 8th Order Masters. Even if he couldn't beat them, he wouldn't die at their hands. But today, he met an 8th Order human who almost instantly killed his companion before slaughtering him in the next breath. As for his last comrade, he would probably meet with a disastrous end soon. Before his vitality dispersed, he struggled to turn around and look at his final companion, and just as he had expected, he saw the strange human master had already reached him and was thrusting his spear at his fellow territory lord's head. The light in his eyes faded before he could see the ending of his last companion. The Azure Dragon spear thrust out with unparalleled momentum as Yong Kai condensed his many Tao strengths to their extreme. If given a few breaths of time, the territory lord trapped inside the array net would be able to escape, but now he had no chance of doing that. Looking at the approaching spear, he wanted to resist but couldn't. After barely managing to put up a defense by condensing all his black ink strength in front of his face, the territory lord's head was pierced through and blown apart by the spear, leaving behind nothing but a headless corpse that spurted out black blood. The situation had completely turned around. It had been less than 10 breaths since Yong Kai's appearance, but all 3 innate territory lords had fallen, while the only damage Yong Kai suffered was the self-inflicted wound from using a single soul-rending thorn. With the soul-warming lotus, such damage was completely ignorable. This victory boosted the humans' morale to untold heights. They originally thought they were going to die here today, but this sudden change gave them a huge, pleasant surprise, though they didn't know who the 8th Order Division commander that came to their rescue was They all swore they had never seen such a powerful Eighth Order Master before. However, the battle wasn't over yet. The 3 innate territory lords were dead, but many Black Ink clansmen were still alive. After these remnants saw how their territory lords died, such tragic deaths though, they didn't dare to remain, and began escaping in all directions. Aboard the warships, the dozen or so squad leaders were eager to kill, but their surroundings suddenly began to tremble, and in the next instant, an inexplicable power seemed to have flashed through the void. Following that, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. The entire region around them seemed to have transformed into a mirror. To be more precise, it was a broken mirror with cracks running everywhere through it, extending out far enough to encompass every surviving Black Ink clansman's body, silently slicing them to pieces. Those cracks seemed to have spirituality because they moved around the warships. Even if there were warships that were moving too fast to dodge around where these cracks appeared, the crack itself would suddenly disappear and cause no harm to them. Within a few silent breaths of time, all the remaining Black Ink clansmen were dead. The warships stopped moving, and the humans aboard them had their jaws dropped in shock. But more than shock, they felt joy as they turned their gazes towards Yong Kai, their eyes filled with admiration. Space Principles, one of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm masters, muttered. To be able to create cracks in the void was obviously the work of manipulating Space Principles, and judging from how Yong Kai had killed the enemy so easily, it was clear that he had reached an extremely high level of mastery in the Tao of Space. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be able to avoid his allies in such proximity while killing the enemy. The Seventh Order Masters had vaguely guessed Yong Kai's identity by this point. In the entire Black Ink battlefield, only one person had cultivated the Tao of Space to this extent. Everyone gathered over, and the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master that gave the commands cupped his fist and bowed. Primordial Army's Lin Chi greets Senior Brother. Are you perhaps Senior Brother Yong Kai? When Lin Chi announced that he was from the Primordial Army, he wasn't saying that he was from Primordial Cave Heaven, but rather a soldier from Primordial Pass, similar to how Yong Kai introduced himself as Great Evolution Army's Yong Kai. He wasn't from Great Evolution Paradise because Great Evolution Paradise was long gone. They were able to guess Yong Kai's identity because Yong Kai had made quite a name for himself on the Black Ink battlefield. Besides the old ancestors overseeing every great pass, even the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters weren't as well known as him. The mere appearance of purifying light was enough for the ordinary soldiers to know Yong Kai's name. Sweeping his gaze across everyone, Yong Kai nodded lightly. It is this Yong. This place is not safe. Come with me. After gathering everyone, Yong Kai led them to the place where the purifying Black Ink battleship was hiding. No one spoke on the way, and they soon arrived at a large universe fragment before finding the purifying Black Ink battleship's hiding spot and meeting up with Huang Xiong. Noticing the group of humans following Yong Kai, Huang Xiong was so happy that his eyes lit up as he asked Division Commander Yang, I sensed movement from a battle just now. Did you encounter enemies? When Yong Kai left in a hurry, Huang Xiong was cultivating inside the purifying Black Ink battleship's cabin. He had previously sacrificed part of his small universe, so he needed time to cultivate if he wanted to restore his original strength. Of course, this was easier than the first time, since he was just retracing a path he had already walked before. He could sense the movement from the battlefield from here and wanted to head over to help, but he didn't dare to leave this ship easily because he was the only other Eighth Order Master present. If he left as well, Sun Mao and the others would have no way to defend themselves if a truly powerful opponent appeared. Meanwhile, Yong Kai endured the sharp pain in his soul and explained to Huang Xiong what had just happened. After understanding the current situation, Huang Xiong turned to Lin Chi and the others before asking bitterly, How is Primordial Pass? Lin Chi's eyes turned red as he quickly reported, Primordial Pass has been defeated. The old ancestor died in battle, and countless of our fellow brothers and sisters fell or were injured in the battle. Yang Kai, who had already assumed such an outcome, composed himself more quickly before looking at Lin Chi and asking, "Did you see for yourself that the no-return pass has been breached?" Shaking his head, Lin Chi explained, "Although I didn't see it for myself, we sometimes send scouts to observe the no-return pass from afar. Currently, that place is engulfed in black ink strength, and many dead universe worlds and universe fragments have been brought over by the Black Ink clan, on which they have planted an enormous number of black ink nests. There were originally some signs of battle occurring there, but that was many years ago, and now there is only silence. If the no-return pass was still standing, it could not possibly be so quiet." Yang Kai nodded lightly. If there were still humans at the no-return pass, they would no doubt be engaging in constant battle with the Black Ink clan. Since there weren't any disturbances coming from there, it meant that the situation at the no-return pass had settled. The Black Ink clan had conquered the no-return pass. This was the worst news they could have received. Now that the Black Ink clan had conquered the no-return pass, they would definitely invade the 3,000 worlds, as that had been their goal for millions of years. Every great territory in the 3,000 worlds was flourishing and had rich world force with abundant resources. The Black Ink clan only had to conquer those great territories to be able to have a near unlimited supply of materials that they could use at will. Also, there were countless human cultivators there that could be turned into Black Ink disciples. If that were to happen, the Black Ink clan could eventually gain enough strength to return to the primordial heavens source grand restriction to free MO. After a brief pause, Yang Kai suggested, "The most important thing now is to investigate the situation at the no-return pass. Even though it has been occupied by the Black Ink clan, we still need to know what kind of garrison is stationed there." Their original plan had centered around the idea that the no-return pass was still in the hands of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. In that plan, Yang Kai would lead Huang Xiong and the others to find a chance to pass the Black Ink clan army before rejoining the human race army. But now that the no-return pass was occupied by enemy forces, they could only try to return to the 3,000 worlds. If they wanted to return to the 3,000 worlds, the no-return pass was a place they couldn't avoid. Therefore, they had to first learn about the forces of the Black Ink clan stationed at the no-return pass. Without needing to say anything, everyone understood that if the no-return pass had more than 3 royal lords, it would be impossible for them to return to the 3,000 worlds. If there were only 2, perhaps they could still find a way. Since Yang Kai had retrieved the corpse of Azure Void Pass' old ancestor, he could use it in this situation. If that were true, their chances of passing through the no-return pass would go up significantly. A few months later, the purifying Black Ink battleship arrived at the place where 9-Star Pass once stood. Of course, the Great Pass was no longer here, so all that was left was an empty void. However, now that they had reached this place, they had to be even more cautious. Despite the fact that the Black Ink clan wouldn't leave too many soldiers at the no-return pass, that was only relative to the forces they sent to attack the 3,000 worlds. It would not be surprising if there was still a sizable army tasked with hunting down the remaining human soldiers on the Black Ink battlefield, as well as guarding the no-return pass. Just like they had anticipated as they moved forward, they gradually encountered a few groups of Black Ink clansmen ranging in size from just a few dozen to several thousand. These groups seemed to be searching the void for something. Yang Kai had arranged many arrays on the purifying black ink battleship, which enabled it to move about unnoticed. As long as the Black Ink clan didn't pay much attention while searching, they wouldn't be able to detect them. The Black Ink clan's actions undoubtedly signaled that other human soldiers were hiding around here. If not, there would be no need for the Black Ink clan to be searching this region. At this moment, the most troublesome issue was how to contact these other human groups. They continued for a few more months, and were now getting close to the no-return pass. A small asteroid drifted through the void, moving not too fast nor too slow as it gradually moved in the direction of the no-return pass. Then, at some point, the asteroid stopped moving as if it were blocked by something. The purifying black ink battleship was naturally nestled inside the asteroid, using it as an extra layer of cover to fool the enemy. As for how this asteroid could be steered, that was thanks to Yang Kai arranging some hidden arrays on it which could be powered by the purifying black ink battleship. At this moment, Yang Kai was prepared to move out when Huang Xiong earnestly reminded him, "Be extra careful. There must be royal lords guarding the no-return pass." Yang Kai nodded. "You may rest assured, Division Commander Huang, I may have to trouble you to look after this place for some time. I'll return as soon as I can." Finishing his words, he then dashed out of the purifying black ink battleship. After scanning his surroundings, Yang Kai shot straight towards the no-return pass. This place was about a month away from the no-return pass by warship, so if they continued ahead, the purifying black ink battleship might not be able to remain undetected. In a situation where they didn't know anything about their enemy, Yang Kai didn't dare to let the purifying black ink battleship get too close to the no-return pass, lest they accidentally expose themselves. Therefore, he and Huang Xiong had a quick discussion and decided that Yang Kai would head to the no-return pass alone. That way, he wouldn't have anything holding him back and could fight or run according to the situation while probing for information. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5444, Provoking the Enemy. This situation reminded Yang Kai of when he first arrived at the Black Ink battlefield. Back then, he appeared right in the heart of the Black Ink clan's territory and had no choice but to pose as a Black Ink disciple while following behind a high-rank Black Ink clansman. He could vaguely remember the high-rank Black Ink clansman was called Nu Yen, a character who was too lazy to memorize his human name, so he was just called E5. Besides him, there were also A1, B2, C3, and D4. As he thought back on those days, Yang Kai felt like they were truly distant memories. Adding on the time he had spent inside the various temporal rivers, those events happened some 5,000 years ago. While he was disguising himself as a Black Ink disciple beside Nu Yen, Yang Kai was unable to find a way to escape. Luckily for him, the old ancestor from Blue Sky Pass led an attack on the Black Ink clan's territory. Soon after the chaotic battle, Nu Yen was killed by Feng Ying, and Yang Kai gained his freedom. Later on, he and Feng Ying gathered a large number of Black Ink disciples, restored them to their senses, and killed their way out of the Black Ink clan's hinterlands as they headed towards Blue Sky Pass. It was during those days that Yang Kai met Ning Qiji, Chi Tai Chu, Shen Ao, and many others whom he went on to serve with. Among those three, Chi Tai Chu and Ning Qiji died in battle one after another, while Yang Kai wasn't sure if Shen Ao was still alive. Now, he needed to lead Huang Xiong, Lin Qi, and the other remnant soldiers to make their way past the no-return pass, which largely resembled the situation back then. The difference was that Blue Sky Pass was in the hands of their fellow humans, while the no-return pass was now in the hands of the Black Ink clan. Although his strength was many times stronger than back then, the level of danger this time around was even more exaggerated. Being alone, Yong Kai was able to move rapidly and soon arrived outside the no-return pass. This was the second time he had come here. As he moved forward, his heart felt heavier because he couldn't establish a connection with the Dragon Altar. The Dragon Altar, or more specifically the Dragon Pool, which was linked to the Dragon Altar, was the origin of the Dragon Clan, hidden in a mysterious place that others couldn't find, much less access. Only when the Dragon Clan hosted the ceremony could the entrance to the Dragon Pool be opened for the Dragon Clan's descendants to head inside and cultivate. Since he couldn't connect with the Dragon Pool, it meant that the Dragon Clan was no longer inside the no-return pass. There were black ink clouds all over the void, so Yong Kai used them to conceal his figure and aura as he closed in on his target. It would be difficult for the Black Ink clan troops coming to and fro outside to detect his existence. Looking in the direction of the no-return pass, Yong Kai couldn't see clearly because of the vast distance and numerous black ink clouds impeding his vision. However, the situation was just as Lin Chi had said. The outside of the no-return pass was surrounded by black ink strength, and there were numerous dead universe worlds moved here by the Black Ink clan. Above those universe worlds were dozens to hundreds of black ink nests, all densely packed in. There were new black ink clans constantly emerging from these black ink nests and heading towards the no-return pass. Outside the black ink nests were many black ink clansmen transporting resources to them. The Black Ink clan was spawning new soldiers in massive quantities, and Yong Kai had discovered many universe worlds along their way here that were completely mined out. Previously, there were still many unmined universe worlds floating in this stretch of the void, but they were now scarce because everywhere the Black Ink clan army passed, they would exploit every resource they came across. After a moment of silence, Yong Kai raised his finger and gently wiped his left eye. Open! A golden cross appeared, and Yong Kai's gaze passed through the dense black ink strength and saw beyond them. The next moment, he narrowed his eyes. Right behind the blockade of the black ink strength, he saw many great passes, at least 70 to 80 of them. The humans had 106 great passes, corresponding to the 106 cave heavens and paradises other than the Dragon Altar and Phoenix Nest, which were special and unique during the Crusade. All of these great passes gathered outside the primordial heavens source grand restriction in the most powerful human army to have been assembled since the late ancient era. However, even this army couldn't defeat their enemy in the war outside the primordial heavens source grand restriction. While retreating, a few great passes sacrificed themselves to divert the enemy's attention, allowing the others to escape. Without exception, those great passes were destroyed far from here. In the end, less than 80 great passes had reached the no-return pass. Now, though, every great pass was destroyed beyond recognition, while some were so broken that the only fragmented ruins remained. Although Yong Kai hadn't participated in that war, he could imagine what kind of earth-shattering battle the no-return pass had experienced just by looking at these broken great passes. In such a battle, numerous old ancestors and royal lords had certainly died. Now, those destroyed great passes were placed outside of the no-return pass and had become platforms where the Black Ink clan placed their black ink nests. Every one of the great passes had towering black ink nests planted atop it. Looking further inside, Yong Kai noticed that the no-return pass looked far different from before. There were traces of battle everywhere, and the immortal parasol tree was gone. It was impossible to tell whether the immortal parasol tree was destroyed or the Phoenix clan had simply moved it. However, the latter was more likely as it was the very foundation of the Phoenix clan. If the immortal parasol tree was destroyed, the Phoenix clan would be facing extinction. So, no matter what, the Phoenix clan would not allow such a thing to pass. Behind the no-return pass was a massive territory gate which led to the 3,000 worlds. When Yong Kai visited this place the last time, He didn't pay much attention to this territory gate, but even a brief glance was enough to know there were numerous powerful restrictions placed around it, making it difficult to open. But now, this territory gate looked like it had been torn open by an incredible force and transformed into what looked like a giant black hole in the void. Moreover, Yang Kai could feel space principles pulsing from this black hole. This was the portal through which the Black Ink clan could invade the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai felt his heart tighten, but he couldn't see through the hole and investigate the situation at the 3,000 worlds. They would need to kill their way past this place in order to do that. It had only been a bit more than 500 years since the war outside the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, where the humans were defeated and forced to retreat to the no-return pass. Following that, another huge battle between the humans and the Black Ink clans must have occurred at the no-return pass before the humans were defeated and retreated again. Strictly speaking, it hadn't been long since the Black Ink clan began their attack on the 3,000 worlds. Perhaps their attacks might have started about 200 years ago, or even less. In such a short time, the Black Ink clan might not have advanced too much, so the humans might still be able to fight back. However, there was no use in thinking about such meaningless matters, because the most important thing now was to lead Huang Xiong and the others to break through the Black Ink clan's blockade. Also, Yang Kai wanted to gather all the remaining survivors from the Black Ink battlefield. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai's eyes brightened. Originally, he was stealthily observing the no-return pass while carefully hiding from the Black Ink clan, but now his gaze suddenly turned aggressive. The next moment, a strong divine sense suddenly came probing from the no-return pass. It was a royal lord's divine sense. There were bound to be royal lords guarding the no-return pass, but no one knew exactly how many there were. Yang Kai's goal right now was to figure that out, even exposing his position to do so. Using his I-Secret technique to aggressively probe the situation at the no-return pass was also a type of provocation. If it was any other Eighth Order master who dared to do such a reckless thing, they would simply be courting death. However, Yang Kai was not worried. Back when he was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had successfully escaped from the sheep-headed Royal Lord. Now that he had reached the Eighth Order, he had the capital to even fight a Royal Lord, so it wasn't a big deal to him if a Royal Lord really came to find him. Since he had attracted the Royal Lord's attention, Yang Kai no longer bothered hiding himself and charged out of the Black Ink cloud before heading in the direction of the no-return pass. The Royal Lord seemed to have noticed this, and the aura surged from his divine sense, clearly showing that he was enraged. If the distance between them hadn't been so great, the Royal Lord would have used his divine sense to directly teach Yang Kai a lesson. But across such a vast distance, while the Royal Lord could sense Yang Kai's rough position, he couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, the Royal Lord directly withdrew his divine sense. On the other hand, Yang Kai was vigorously moving forward and continuously increasing his aura, soon reaching a peak. Then, everywhere he passed, space shook, creating a massive disturbance that could be felt from extremely far away. If he wanted to gather the other remnant soldiers, he would have to cause a commotion. Other than doing this, he didn't have any means to contact the others. Following the flaring of his aura, Yang Kai almost entirely turned into a bright shooting star that was openly charging towards the no-return pass. From afar, a large Black Ink cloud around the no-return pass churned as a troop of Black Ink clansmen appeared with 2 innate territory lords leading them. An Eighth Order human wasn't an easy foe to deal with, which was why the Black Ink clan decided to deploy 2 territory lords. In addition, there were thousands of Black Ink clansmen, including quite a few feudal lords. Such a lineup was enough to deal with any known Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yong Kai's actions angered the two territory lords, but also confused them. They naturally knew that there were humans still lurking on the Black Ink battlefield, but after being hunted down by the Black Ink clan for so many years, all of them acted stealthily, afraid of being discovered. None of the Black Ink clansmen here had expected that there would be such a crazy human. The strange situation caused the two territory lords to act cautiously, carefully checking their surroundings in case other humans were hiding nearby. These two continued to observe while instructing the thousands of Black Ink clan soldiers under them to attack the enemy. A moment later, sounds of battle echoed through the void. Sweeping out with his spear, Yong Kai killed a large number of Black Ink clan soldiers. Even the feudal lords were slaughtered like helpless chickens by him. The fight had only been going for a moment, but nearly 1,000 Black Ink clansmen had been killed. After making sure that there wasn't an ambush nearby, the two territory lords couldn't hold back their anger anymore and attacked Yong Kai from both sides. In an instant, Yong Kai was overwhelmed and was soon beaten to the point of spitting out blood. His aura had also dimmed greatly. Seemingly not wanting to continue fighting, he found a chance to escape the Black Ink clan's siege and flew away from the battlefield. The two territory lords naturally wouldn't give up that easily, so they led their subordinates to chase after Yong Kai. But how could they have caught up with a master of the Tao of Space? Less than an hour later, they had completely lost track of Yong Kai and had to return unhappily. After they reported everything to the royal lord, the latter frowned slightly. The Black Ink clan knew there were remnant human soldiers around, and had even killed off many of them throughout these few years, so they were certain that there weren't many Eighth Order Masters left. The territory lords and Eighth Order Masters were the backbone of the two races' armies. After all, though Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Royal Lords were far stronger, there weren't many of them. Thus, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords were the real mainstays of their respective forces. That was why the Black Ink clan would go all out to kill an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master whenever they appeared alone in order to weaken the humans' overall strength. It was difficult for the humans to produce new Eighth Order Masters, so the more the Black Ink clan killed, the weaker the human race would be. Therefore, besides the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that had retreated to the 3,000 worlds with the main human army, there weren't many Eighth Order Masters scattered around the Black Ink battlefield, as most had already been killed. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.